excluded discussion about that, that's going to be the way we run this meeting. So with that, we're ready to take our first speaker, and I'm going to call out 3 names at a time. So if I call your name, just go ahead and come on up and be prepared to speak. Starting with Hassan Zuniga, followed by Angelina Jimenez, followed by Ilaria Cruz. Come on up and be prepared to speak.
Alive! It's alive! It's alive!
Hello, everyone.
What up, everybody? Oh, my camera's not on again. Gee.
Okay.
Hold on a second. Just give me a sec. There it is. Oh, there it is. What's up, guys? Good morning. We're here live. Lots of people in there. Everybody holding up signs and shit, as you can see. Victor Huizar, I saw what you did last night. Guys, let me go grab my shit. It's time. Let me go grab my stuff. I have like coffee and stuff I gotta grab. My bong. Let me go grab that stuff while you guys wait. It's about to start any moment. They started about 30 minutes ago, but they haven't spoke to any of the public yet. So I was just waiting for public comment to start.
Which
It's
items would
about
you
to
like to
start
speak
right
on?
now.
Item number 1 and also public comment.
Sure, so you have a minute for each. The
Hold on a
floor is
second.
yours, sir.
Thank you. Hello, my name is Hassan. I'm an organizer with DAYS.
I'll be right back.
I'm
Yeah,
here
I'll get my coffee.
as a
Give me one
tenant,
sec.
but also as an organizer representing
I'll be right back
many
in less
tenants
than
that are
2
being
minutes.
harassed in many districts, including 8, 1, 14,
Good morning.
13, 7, 6, and I could continue. The reason I'm here is so that I can ask you all to be supporting yes on item number 1 to pass permanent tenant protections, including a universal just cause, relocation assistance, and threshold on evictions for non-payment of rent. We need this implemented before the tenant protections expire. No, in short, no one experience a gap in the protections that lives in the left vulnerable to be evicted. I urge to not support the 1-year extension on just cause. This would increase loopholes to evict tenants, period, to getting them benefit of just cause. For this reason, it is imperative you considering, is that 2 minutes?
No, you can go to your minute of general public comment now.
Okay, item 1. For this reason, I imperative to you to consider extending emergency protections beyond 130. As I many times, I want to say thank you to Mita Raman. I want to say thank you to Mr. Marquis Harrison Dawson. But I also want to make sure that, Monica Rodriguez, Blumenfield, and John Lee know that you should feel shame because you have a lot of tenants, once again, a lot of tenants in your community that you're not representing. Monica Rodriguez, I spoke to you many times about different cases. I spoke to your staff and I told you about illegal evictions. I don't understand why you're talking about smart landlords when you know they're harassing community in El Valle de San Fernando. So please come and don't knock with me in the Valley. And I can tell you how many tenants are out there harassed and being abused. Thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, if you could just hold 1 minute, ma'am. We have another amendment that's been offered, and I want the city attorney to read it so that members of the public hear that
Yes.
as well. So go right ahead, Mr. City Attorney.
Thank you, Mr. President. So this is presented by Councilwoman Yaroslavsky and seconded by Marquis Harris Dawson. So it provides that on item 1, the amendment be as follows. For 2B, amend the draft ordinance section 165.04 of Article 5, Chapter 6, so that, and then the following words would be removed. Just cause protections come into effect when a lease expires or after 12 months, whichever comes first. So let me read it without that in there so you can see what the final version of 2B will be. It would be amend draft ordinance section 165.04 of Article 5, Chapter 16, so that no relocation assistance is required for an owner move-in eviction if the lease states the owner's intention to move back into the unit at the expiration of the lease, provided that the lease
Laughing my ass.
if for a fixed
Leeches.
term of
Uh-oh, what
6
am I
months or
missing?
less, and the unit is the owner's primary residence. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, and that is being circulated if it hasn't been already. All right, so our next speaker will be Angelina Jimenez,
All right.
who will be followed by Ilaria Cruz.
Did I miss anything
followed
fun?
by,
I bet I did.
and this may be a typo, but it just says L-I-J, and then Alonso Landeros. Good
Hola,
morning.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Hilaria Cruz.
Good morning. My name is Hilaria Cruz.
Soy miembro de ACE y vivo en el Distrito 9.
A member of ASE, and I live in
Como
District 9.
inquilina quiero pedir que vote sí en el punto 1 para aprobar las protecciones
As a tenant, I want you to
permanentes
vote
para
yes
los
on one.
inquilinos que incluyen causa justa, universal, asistencia para la
All right, momentum.
reubicaciones.
Señora,
Sen-
Yes.
hable en pausas, por favor. Poco a
Ok.
poco.
Slow
no
down.
rush.
Cálmate.
Límite de desalojos para falta de
I want
pago
you to
del
put a limit
inquilino.
For the payment of the tenant.
Necesitamos que implementen antes de que expiren las protecciones para inquilinos
Before we need for you to implement this before the
Notice how they're all talking,
Support
guys,
for
right here.
tenants
The ones right here.
para
Look at them.
garantizar
Are
que
any of them
nadie
paying attention?
experimente una brecha en las protecciones que los dejen
To-
vulnerables.
to assure that nobody goes to this vulnerable.
Al desalojo. Por esta razón
this
es
shirt's-
importante
I don't make
que
these anymore.
considere extender los
But I don't know,
las
you might be able to get them on the
protecciones de
site.
emergencia
To the eviction. That's why it's important
Let me
the
see.
emergency to be extended
para más allá del 31
to more
de
than the
enero
31st of January
23.
2023.
Solo quiero darle las gracias a todos los que están incluidos en todo esto para votar sí, para que nos ayuden a todos los inquilinos que debemos
Señora, por
todavía la
favor,
renta.
espera.
I don't have those.
Traducción.
Sorry.
I just want to thank
Looking
all of
now.
those for voting yes.
Uno minuto más.
Ok, solo quiero darle las gracias
What's up,
a
Jester? How are you? Happy Friday.
Nari Ramos
in time.
y Marqués Harris por ser líderes
I
por
ju-
los derechos de inquilinos.
I just want to thank Nadia Ramos Marquez for being leaders for the rights of the tenants.
See how they're just
Les
sidebarring and just
debería
talking?
dar
They don't even pay
vergüenza a
attention.
Mónica
See that?
Rodríguez Blumenfield y especialmente a John Lee de no apoyarnos en estas proposiciones.
Like, who's this
And
lady
Monica
talking to right
Rodriguez
now?
and Blumenfield should be ashamed for not supporting us.
Ok, es todo. Gracias. Espero que todas estas personas escuchen nuestros mensajes y nos apoyen porque necesitamos urgentemente esta...
Okay, I thank you very much, and I
okay,
hope all these
okay,
people
thank you.
hear us and help us because we need this urgently.
I want to get the crowd in there. So hold on, let me.
Okay, I'm going to read out a few more names.
Voy a leer unos cuantos
Angelina
nombres.
Jimenez,
Angelina Jimenez.
That way,
L-I-J, Lige, Alonso Landeros,
L-I-J, I'm
and
lost.
Ana Carrion, please.
L-I-J, I'm lost.
Good morning.
Good
You're
morning.
Armenian.
Necesito traducción.
Ay, ay,
por
ay.
favor.
An
Homie.
interpreter, please. Aquí estoy, señora.
Voy a hablar del artículo número 1
I'm going to talk about article
y
number
comentario
1.
público.
Public comments.
¿Y su
Ok.
nombre?
Mi nombre es Angelina Jiménez,
My
soy
name
miembro
is
de ACE
Gracias.
Angelina Jimenez, member
Her
of
Spanish
ASE.
is bad.
y estoy aquí a favor de los inquilinos, aunque soy dueña de
She's
casa.
nervous.
I'm here in favor of the tenants. Although I'm a homeowner,
Estoy con ellos porque están pasando proposiciones muy injustas para ellos.
I'm with them because they're passing very unfair propositions, unfair to them.
Me gustaría que se aprobara la causa justa,
Hi,
I would like
Sky
this
Queen.
fair cause to be approved.
asistencia para reubicación,
Assistance for allocating
límite de desalojos por falta de pago,
Sticks
to
is here
limit
somewhere. I just heard him.
the eviction for lack of payment.
Me gustaría decir algo y es una sugerencia de parte mía como dueña de casa.
I would like to say something. I'm just suggesting this from my part as a homeowner.
¿Por qué no existe una
I need
ley
to drink
como los
coffee. I just
tenemos
woke
los
up.
dueños de casa?
How come there's not a law like the homeowner's
I
house.
literally just
que
woke
nosotros
up.
hasta cuando dejamos de pagar hasta el tercer mes,
Like 30 minutes
entonces
ago.
nos mandan un desalojo al cuarto mes.
Gracias.
When we stop payment on the third month, they send us an
Morning,
eviction
Wise.
on the fourth month.
Gracias.
Me gustaría que
Gracias.
pasara esa ley a favor de los
There he
inquilinos.
is.
I
Hi,
would
baby
like
boy.
this law to pass in favor of the tenants.
Quiero agradecer al señor Macuis porque nos está apoyando hasta ahorita.
I'd like to thank Mr.
Y a
Marquis.
Nitya Raman.
He's been supporting us until now, Nitya
Por-
Raman,
Porque están abogando por el derecho al inquilino.
because they're seeing for the rights of the tenants.
Nico, I guess.
Y yo me voy con John Lee porque nunca nos ha apoyado, estoy en contra de él siempre.
I'm against John Lee because he has never supported us.
It's like they don't want landlords at all. Well, I mean, you could become a
Muchas
landlord
gracias.
yourself,
Thank you
and then
very
they'll
much.
hate you.
Thank you.
There's this really weird
Okay.
misconception that people that are landlords are just billionaires, and it's not true. Most are struggling to own the properties they own.
And then Alonso Landeros, Ana Carrion, Mirna Vargas, and Richard Serrano, please. Good morning.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Traductor,
Interpreter? Aquí,
artículo 1, comentario público.
Article 1 in public comments.
Hola, mi nombre es Alonso,
Hi, my name is Alonso.
soy miembro de ACES
I'm a member of ASIS.
y vivo en el Distrito 9.
and I
ISIS?
live in 9th District.
Como inquilino quiero pedir que vote sí en el punto 1
As a tenant, I would like for you to vote yes on point 1
para aprobar las protecciones permanentes para inquilinos que incluyen
to approve the permanent protections for the tenants, which includes
causa justa universal,
That's what I thought,
Universal
Anthony, but that's
fair
not it.
cost,
asistencia para la reubicación,
assistance to reallocate,
límite de desalojos por falta de pago del alquiler.
You could be a
limit
landlord, you just
for,
have to live at the building.
eviction
That's
for
not.
lack
Come
of
on.
payment
It's just
of rent.
stupid.
Necesitamos que se implementen antes
It's
de
just
que
dumb.
expiren las protecciones para los
Force them.
Momento.
inquilinos.
We need for them to be
Like I own the liquor
implemented
store,
before
but
the
you gotta live
protections for
above
the
it.
tenants expire.
No, you got to live
Para
above the liquor store.
garantizar que nadie experimente
No.
una brecha en las protecciones
To assure that no one experiences space in the protections,
Right,
que
Jester?
los deja vulnerables
Good to
al
see you, Jester.
desalojo.
which leaves them vulnerable to the evictions.
Por esta razón es importante que
I don't.
For this
Joe.
reason, it's important that
Johnny
considere
Dangerously.
extender las
Sounds familiar.
protecciones de emergencia
do you consider to extend the
I
emergency
don't remember that movie
protections
though.
más allá del 31 del 1 2023.
beyond 1/31, 2023?
Ejemplo suyo.
Example,
Quiero agradecer a la concejal Ninja Raman
I'd like to give thanks to Councilmember Ninja Raman
Everybody wants to
Y
give
Marquise
thanks to all these
and
guys.
Marquis
They ain't done nothing
Harris
for you.
por ser líderes
for being leaders
por los derechos de inquilinos.
for the
Thank you,
tenants'
sir.
rights.
Gracias.
They
Thank you
didn't
very
do
much. Your
anything.
time's
What have they
expired.
done for
Termina su
you? If
tiempo.
they did so
Gracias,
much for
gracias.
you, you're still sitting here fighting
Okay,
for it.
thank you. Our next speaker is Ana
Anything new with
Carrion,
me? Yeah,
followed
had
by
a good
Mirna
card last night,
Vargas,
Grenaders.
followed by Richard Serrano, followed by Maria Briones, please.
I was in a break last night
Good
for
morning.
$85, and I hit one card that last sold for $4,000. The one before that sold for $6,100. So yeah, I hit a nice one last night.
Micrófono más cerca a su boca y hable en pausas, por favor.
Yeah, none of them are listening.
Oh, gracias.
Thank you.
Yo soy miembro de ACES,
I'm a member of ASIS.
vivo en el Distrito 8
I live in 8th
como
District
inquilino.
as a tenant.
Quiero pedir que voten sí en el punto 1 para aprobar las protecciones permanentes.
I want you to vote yes on point 1
Thanks, Rami.
to
Para
approve the permanent
inquilinos.
protections for tenants.
Thanks, team. Thanks, Grenade.
Quiero incluir número 1, causa justa universal.
I want to include in number 1 fair cost.
Número
Brisa.
2,
Number 2,
Good to see you.
asistente para reubicación.
assistance for relocation.
Número 3,
Number 3,
límite de desalojo.
Well, you're
pa-
assuming that
por
they're all
falta
shit,
de pago
KK9.
al
Don't you know
inquilino.
people that live
to
in nice
limit the
places?
evictions for lack of payment of the tenants.
Anthony, thank you, Anthony.
Necesito que el dueño de casa
Of course, Tio, you have
no
to.
hay causa alguna para desalojo
And I need for the
en mi casa, en la casa donde vivo,
homeowner, there's no cause for eviction at the house where I live.
porque me dieron desalojo de salida por motivo de sus 3 trabajadores del
Rooster.
dueño de casa.
Because they gave me an eviction
quién-
because of a reason of his 3 workers, the workers of a homeowner.
Y quiere que yo los tenga allí, en mi casa.
He wants
Y
me
yo
to-
estoy pagando renta.
He wants me to keep them there in my house, and I'm paying the rent.
Bernie Nichols?
Necesito implementar antes que cualquier
remember.
las protecciones para inquilinos para garantizar que nadie experimente una brecha en las protecciones
Jester.
que los deje
Thank you for the kind
vulnerablemente al desalojo por esta razón.
I needed
Gracias.
this to be
you.
implemented before the 31st.
I think
so there
it's
won't be any
evening
space
out,
that
though,
will
also,
leave them
Jester.
vulnerable to the,
You go through good times and
eviction.
bad. Last night was weird.
Thank you. No hay más.
You know, it
Thank
was
you.
weird. It was a weird night.
Gracias.
And the dude I hit
Okay.
just
our
turned
next speaker
17.
Is
He
Ana
just
Carrion,
turned
followed by Richard
17.
Serrano, followed by Maria
Could be his
Briones,
son. I mean, I could be his
followed
dad.
by Irma Fabian.
He's
Good morning.
17. Oh, dude, that makes you look old. That makes you feel old when you flip a baseball card over and you see they're 16 and 17-year-olds.
My name is Ana Carrion, and I live in the 8th district.
Vengo representando a la organización
Freddie,
6
just some OG.
I'm representing
Some regular OG
Organization
my
6
buddy gave
en
me.
el área de inquilinos.
in the tenants area.
Nah, not Connor
Pido que
Bedard.
ustedes, los concejales que están aquí presentes,
I'm asking that you, the council members who are here
voten
present,
sí en el número 1.
to vote yes.
Es bien
And
importante
number 1, it's very important
que nos apoyen
for you to
a
support
nosotros los residentes de Los
us,
Ángeles,
support us, the Los Angeles residents,
más los que hemos sido afectados por COVID.
more the ones who have been affected by COVID.
Tal vez para ustedes sea un poco triste, pero esta es mi realidad
But
ahorita.
maybe for you it's a little sad, but right now this is my reality.
Si están viendo ustedes, tengo un catéter.
If you can see, I have a catheter.
Entonces, para mí sería un peligro estar en las calles junto con mis hijos que
So-
tienen asma.
So for me, it would be a danger for me to be on the streets along with my kids who have asthma.
A favor de la proposición número 1 para que todos tengamos una mejor vida.
I'm asking
Gracias.
for you to please vote yes on Proposition 1 so we can all have a better life. Thank you.
Mayor,
Thank you.
the 17-year-old, his name is Christian
Okay, I'm
Vaquero.
going to call out a few more
Vaquero.
names. Richard Serrano,
He's plays for the
Maria
Washington
Briones,
Nationals.
Irma Fabian, Neidre Simpson, and Orma Mendez, please. Good morning.
Good morning, President Krikorian, City Council, City of Los Angeles. It'd be irresponsible for you to vote a no on number 1. You have too many people. The federal budget is at red now. You're about to do so many different changes in your budgets. With that being said, for you guys to put people on the street by allowing landlords, that name should be changed. They shouldn't be lords. These people are human, they're Angelinos, and you're responsible for them. The mayor just implemented $50 million to get people off the streets. You're ready to put people on the streets. That's not right. I'm glad you go home to a nice warm house, but half these people don't. They don't get fed the way they need to. You might not like it. It might be in your interest of the people, the constituents that put you in power to raise the rents, lift that umbrella, but you saying that the COVID's over? The emergency isn't over. Look
Thank
out
you,
the window.
Tornado.
Now I got
17
public
months.
comment.
Please.
McBride, for you, protective leave, LAPD, preliminary report results showing there's cocaine and marijuana in the system. Mr. Anderson, you wouldn't have said that if there was nothing found in there. And with that being said, mention the 7 times he was shocked. You got to speak for the people because they can't. That's why you're appointed here.
No, Sky, you didn't.
We need transparency if there's going to be unity in the city. Only way to do it is to speak up. Yes, I got a lot of friends in LAPD and a lot of family, but I'm still speaking up because without that change, we will never have
Nice,
the City of the
Horton.
Angels anymore.
That's a sick one, Mini Diamond.
Thank you.
Otto.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, I had a true orange
Okay, I'm gonna
orange
call,
Otto Vaccaro last night.
Maria Briones, Irma
Not a
Fabian,
shimmer, but a true orange.
Neidre Simpson, and Orma Mendez, please.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
I'm sorry. My name
Chad,
is Maria Briones. I'm a member of ACE. And I want to urge you to vote for the item number 1. You might not want to hear the stories, but this is mine. I'm a street vendor. I don't receive any money from the government, but what I can do on my own. As you can see, I'm in a wheelchair.
Bernie
I'm
Kings helped them
67
with their
years
first
old,
Stanley Cup. They was
and
never in the cup.
soon as
Kings
you
never
guys
went to the cup
lift
with Stan-
the
with Bernie
protections,
Nichols.
I'll be out
Huh?
on the street. I've been on court, and this is my 4th time, trying to get evicted. I'm fighting for the rights.
He was gone.
Not just mine, but for everybody else.
He got traded before we went to the cup.
You
dude.
must remember, for all the landlords, we as renters had paid the mortgages throughout the whole time that we had been paying our rents. That's why we should have rights as well, not just the landlords. We have rights. We are human beings, and we deserve to live with dignity.
No, Kings lost the cup in '93 to Montreal. We didn't win.
Thank you very much.
And
Thank
just
you.
to let you know, Bernie Nichols was traded before that Stanley Cup for 2 players, Tony Granato and Tomas Sandstrom, who helped us get to the cup.
Orma Mendez.
Bernie Nichols was on the
Piedad
New York
Salazar.
Rangers when the Los Angeles Kings were
morning.
in the Stanley Cup that year.
Mi nombre es Irma Fabián.
My name is Irma Fabian.
Y soy miembro del SAGE.
I'm a member of SAGE.
Vengo del Distrito 1.
I come from District 1.
Y mi lucha también es a favor de los inquilinos.
My fight is also.
Yeah,
in
somebody
favor
forgot
of
about the
tenants.
curvature of the
Vote
stick, Essence.
sí al punto
Exactly.
número
You
uno.
didn't.
For you to vote
Neither did
yes
I.
on point number 1.
Pero antes de esto,
I remember the
Before
penalty.
this,
quiero hacerles una llamada de atención a ustedes.
I want to call upon your attention.
Como servidores públicos,
As public servants,
Glenn
creo
Healy
que es
was
una
pretty
falta de
awful.
respeto
I believe it's the lack of respect
que la gente venga a dar su opinión
that the people come here to give out their
y ustedes
opinions,
platicando cada uno por su lado.
and you're talking, each one of you is on your own ways.
Desde que están aquí, cada uno está con su tema.
Ever since you got here, everyone is doing their own thing.
Yo creo que no merecemos eso
See, she's
como
calling them out.
ciudadanos de
Just
este
doing their own
país.
thing.
I don't think we don't deserve this as citizens
He
of
was,
this
Freddie.
country.
And
Cada
a nice
persona
guy.
trae sus sentimientos.
Marty's a
Every
nice
person
man.
brings their feelings.
Entonces
Met him a few
ustedes
times.
deben hacer eso. Son servidores públicos.
So you should do that. You're public servants.
Por favor, queremos atención hacia los inquilinos.
Please, we want your attention
No queremos más gente en la calle.
towards the tenants. We don't want any more people on the streets.
La vivienda es un derecho humano.
The housing is a human
Gracias.
right. Thank you.
Well, you know, Crack Corn is, you know, Jimmy Crack Corn, I say to you, though, if you didn't pay your rent, which you were supposed to pay because that person didn't grab you by a headlock, throw you into there and said, hey, pay rent. So if they don't own the property and they rely on your rent to pay the mortgage, how does that work? They can't pay the mortgage if you don't pay your rent. So now it's the landlord's fault. Got it.
The general public, and item number 1.
Sure. Got
I've been
it.
a tenant living in.
Always somebody
District
else's fault. Zero
14
culpability.
for
Always
7.5
somebody else's
years.
fault.
I'm from the south side of Chicago, and I'm urging you all to vote yes. So a woman like me that's single, no children, and a business owner will not be put out on the street and at risk for sex trafficking
There
and
you go,
rape.
Baba Booey.
I urge you to support, or urge you not to support the 1-year extension on Just Cause that would create a loophole, which I just discovered now in 2022, where
That's not
my
true, Dave.
landlords are suing me
Depends
for
on where you are.
utilities. And I have a hearing next Wednesday to fight to stay in a safe environment.
Did he score 70 with the Kings? He did.
I was told by the lawyer that
In
COVID-19
84
was
or
over,
83?
but in my reality, it's still relevant, not only for me, but for thousands of other residents in Los Angeles. As a black woman, I was appalled seeing Mr. Kevin DeLeon walk through the door. Please do not give him any reason to be here making anti-blackness remarks. It's disrespectful.
The landlord's paying for that too,
Especially
Ben.
being a resident of District 14. I call on his resignation today. Thank you, Marquise.
Damn, she's screaming to that man.
And Ms. Rodriguez, Ms. Monica Rodriguez, I am
Rodriguez.
appalled to hear that you have spoken on a black father and called him a terrorist. I am not proud to be a resident of Los Angeles with racist people in the council. Thank you.
The Russ guy, I don't know. I mean, Copley seems to be playing pretty well, and
I'm going
you
to
still
call
stay
out
with
a few
Quick,
more
I guess.
names. Orma
Oh,
Mendez.
Rogie over fucking
Piedad
Rudy. Come
Salazar,
on. Stop it.
Josefina
Kelly
Lopez,
Rudy, stop it.
Elizabeth Hernandez, and
terrible, Kelly
Alondro
Rudy.
Costra, please.
Or that big bucket on his head all the time.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Uh,
My name is
FEMA,
Irma.
just a bunch of racist shit.
I am a
can't
member
repeat it here.
of Hayes, a tenant, and I believe in justice.
Of course.
I come here today to let you all know we need help because about this landlord that is going around doing so much thing to the tenants. Last year, 2021, I have a problem with my landlord. She harassed me, want to take me out of the house. What going to happen? What going to be? We need justice. We need justice. Give us justice. That's the reason why we are here. We are here not because we want to be here. We are here for your help. We are here for help. Give us justice. Give us justice.
I don't quite know what the
want to
justice
say.
is. But
Thank you very much.
I mean, you again, when you agree to
Okay,
pay
I'm
somebody
gonna-
something for something,
I'd like
whether
to
it's a
call up
hamburger, a car, or
Piedad
rent,
Salazar,
you pay them for it.
Josefina Lopez,
And if you
Elizabeth
can't,
Hernandez,
because you lost your
Alondro
job,
Costra,
you move.
and
You
Rodolfo
give the car
Martinez,
back.
please.
And I'm guessing you
morning.
just say fuck it on the hamburger.
Good morning, everybody.
I mean, I don't know.
My name is Elizabeth Hernandez. I'm one of the organizers with ACE. First of all, I would like for all of council members to
I want
actually pay
rent-free,
attention
too.
when we are doing public comment. I think it's really important that you guys are actually seeing us and listening to what we're saying.
Oh, yeah, they're
it's
listening.
important. This matters to us. We are tenants, and we actually need to be heard. It's very disrespectful that I'm seeing my comrades coming into the podium and they're not being listened to. So please, just out of respect
get
for
my refill of coffee, guys. I'll be
every
right back.
person that makes time to come here, I would like for you guys to actually pay attention and stop having a whole other conversation on the side.
That's right, Anthony. You should get it.
So I would like to start now.
And until you get it, tell
My
them
name is
that
Elizabeth
everybody's
Hernandez.
racist until you get
I'm
it.
an organizer with ACE. I'm also a tenant. And as a tenant, I strongly urge you to vote yes on the item 1 to pass permanent protections, including universal just cause, relocation assistance, and a threshold of evictions for non-payment of rent. We need this implemented before tenant protections expire to ensure no one experiences a gap of protections that leaves them left vulnerable to eviction. This is urgent because we're gonna see a lot of people being homeless. We don't even have the resources to get lawyers to protect these people, to represent them in a court. So it's an urgency to have permanent protections in our communities for our people. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'm going to call Piedad Salazar, Josefina Lopez, Alondro Costra, Rodolfo Martinez, and Heidi Gonzalez, please. If you're any of those names, go ahead and come on up.
Hold on, I gotta sneeze real quick.
Buenos días,
Good morning,
honorables miembros del Consejo Municipal.
honorable municipal members of council.
Mi nombre es Rodolfo Martínez,
My name is Rodolfo Martinez.
residente del Distrito 9
I'm a resident
por
of District 9
18 años.
for 18 years.
He pagado renta
I have paid rent
puntualmente.
on time.
por una suma que supera el valor de la casa donde yo vivo.
for an amount that is
Thanks, Jesse.
more than the price of a house where I live.
Sin embargo, la
So why don't you
dueña
just
quiere
move out
más
and buy a
dinero.
house, dude?
Owner
It only
thinks
makes
she wants
sense.
more money.
You're just throwing your money away
Y no
there.
es posible, yo no tengo. Yo
Just
soy
go get yourself a
pensionado
house.
del Seguro Social.
And it's not possible. I don't have any. I have a pension
La
from
vida
Social
está cara.
Security. Life expensive.
Mi esposa tiene 80 años
My wife is 80 years old.
y corremos el riesgo pues de ir a dormir al parque.
And we're on the risk of going to sleep to the park, at the park.
Por tal motivo pedimos,
If you move outside of LA, it is possible, dude.
por favor,
If
que
you go to other
voten
places,
sí
it's not
en
that
la
expensive.
proposición 1.
Go live in
For this
Fontana.
reason,
It's
we're
not that
asking for you to
expensive.
vote yes on Proposition 1.
It's not
Que
$2,000 a month
incluya
for a one
causa
bedroom in
justa
Fontana.
And for
$800.
And for it to include universal just
Asistencia
house,
para reubicación
assistance to
y límite de
reallocation,
desalojo
Go to
por
Lancaster,
falta de
Palmdale.
pago.
and the limit for
Go up to Bakersfield.
eviction for lack of payment.
All cheaper places.
Ok, muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you very much.
In fact, the first three I named are filled with people that work in Los Angeles but live there. And then you'd say, well, why would they drive so far? Because they couldn't afford to buy a house here. So they said, you know what? I'm still going to commute and own a home there instead of bitching and complaining about paying rent here.
Then also Ogilvy Toscano and Liz Hernandez, please. Good
I
morning.
don't know. I guess, you know, it's
Buenos
just this.
Morning.
Nobody wants to pay for nothing. I mean, I
nombre
get
es
it.
Alondra
Not all
Castro.
landlords
My
are
name is
great. We know
Alondra
that.
Castro.
Nobody's all
Soy
of great.
miembro de AXE.
Not one group
I'm a member
ever.
of ASE.
Not teachers,
Vivo en el
cops,
distrito
nobody.
13.
I live in 30th District.
Como inquilina quiero pedirle que voten sí
You want a free
As a tenant, I'm
Japanese
asking for you to
vacation?
vote
Get it, Tony.
yes
en el punto número 1
in point number 1
para aprobar las protecciones permanentes para inquilinos
to approve the permanent protections for tenants.
que incluyen
And to
Tom, I'm
include
telling you, it's fun. You ain't seen it yet,
Causa
Tom. Just
justa
kick back. It
universal.
gets fun.
fair universal
No joke.
cost,
asistencia para reubicación,
This close to
assistance
fisticuffs, Tom.
for relocation,
límite de desalojo por falta de pago de alquiler.
at the limit for the eviction for lack of payment.
Necesitamos que si
Nah,
se
Baba Boy, they're
implementen
fast right
antes
now.
de que expiren las protecciones para inquilinos
We need this to be implemented before the protections expires, the protections for the tenants,
para garantizar que nadie experimente una brecha en las protecciones que los deja
to assure that nobody experiences a gap in the protection,
Oscar, I don't know.
vulnerables al
That was my
desalojo.
point, Oscar.
which
It's good to
puts
see you.
leaves us vulnerable to the evictions.
Por esta razón es importante
For that reason, it's important
que consideren extender las protecciones de emergencias
for you to consider extending the emergency protections
más allá del 31/1 del 23.
beyond 1/31/23.
Gracias.
Thank you.
It is a trap,
Thank you.
Jane. It is a
Gracias
trap
a
for
usted.
them. You know what I mean? Because
Okay, last call
Bien,
for
última
Piedad
llamada para
Salazar
Piedad
and
Salazar
Josefina
y
Lopez.
Josefina López.
And then I'd also like to call on
quisiera
Heidi
llamar a
Gonzalez,
Heidi Gon-
Ogilvy Toscano, Liz Hernandez, and Nancy Villanueva.
What's up, Kim?
please.
It's good to see you as well.
Good morning.
You know, because if they go on it and they
Good
try to
morning.
work, they get thrown off. So they have
Good
to.
morning.
They're forced to not work
My
and
name
just
is
take
Heidi
the money
Gonzalez.
and
I'm
stay.
here today as a mother,
trap.
as a tenant, and as a volunteer with Eastside Leads. As a renter, I want to strongly urge you to vote yes on item 1. To pass permanent tenant protections, including universal just cause, relocation assistance. We need this implemented before
Yeah,
tenant
Draco.
protection expire to ensure no one experience a gap in protections that leave us left vulnerable to eviction. I'm one of many tenants that have been harassed by a landlord. I was left without water, gas, and electricity
That's against
for
the law.
days.
Can't do
Nobody could help me. And still, they can't help me. Why? Because there are not enough strong tenant protections. We need these protections now. I was illegally locked out 5 times. Do you think that's fair?
No!
That's only one of many stories of families that I keep hearing
Thanks,
from our
Cup of
community.
Joe. Thank you.
Please, help us. And for Mr. Kevin, Señor Kevin, yo caminé cuando tenía 8 meses de embarazo. Caminé precintos porque confié en usted, que usted estaba con nosotros, que usted estaba con los que somos chaparros y de color.
Please pause for the translation, please.
I walked for you because I trusted you. I trusted that you were with us, the person of colored.
Pero no lo está.
But you're not.
Nos ha lastimado.
You have
Y
hurt us.
ahora es tiempo de que usted se retire, por favor. Tenga un poco de dignidad.
Now it's time
Y
for you to
váyase.
wait. Please, have a little bit of dignity and go.
You wonder why my state's so upside down? That's why.
Thank
You
you.
have weird people that are running it
Okay.
that can't run
I'd
their
like
own
to call
fucking
next
households.
Oak-
Then you have people that just, deserve and want everything. They
I'd
want
like to call
everything
next
for free.
Ogilvy
They want
Toscano,
$2 rent, and if
Liz
you ask them for
Hernandez,
3,
Nancy
I need you to
Villanueva,
give me
and
$10 million to
Alberto
move.
Gomez, please.
You know,
Good morning.
every landlord's a billionaire.
Buenos
It's a
días
weird,
a
it's a
todos.
weird
Ocupo
dichotomy.
traducción, pero también me gustaría repetir el mismo mensaje para todos los concejales. Se necesitan sentar en su
I need
silla.
a translation, and I also need to say everything to all these council
Why is she
members.
raising
I
her
need for you
hand?
to sit on your chairs.
Y por favor ponernos atención y dar respeto a todos los que estamos aquí. Ese es su trabajo.
And please pay attention and be respectful.
They're not
to
going to
all
pay
of us
attention.
that
Look
are
at all
here.
of them over
That's
here. I
your
want you to
job.
pay attention to them, guys.
Disculpen, pero
Look at
esto
them.
es un mercado.
They
lo
paying
tenemos
attention?
aquí
I'm
con
sorry,
ustedes.
but what we see with you is like a market.
Yeah, sidebarring. Look at all of them.
Bueno,
Every
mi
last one
nombre
of
es
them.
Nancy Villanueva, organizadora con ACE.
Well, my name is Nancy Villanueva, and I'm an organizer with ACE.
Y claro, estoy aquí para pedir que voten sí en el punto número 1 a
And of-
favor de protecciones
And
para
of
inquilinos.
course, I'm here to ask you to vote yes on point number 1 on the protection for the tenants.
Claro que queremos dar las gracias a nuestros líderes de derechos de inquilinos como Nitya Raman
That's
y
right,
el
Teamaker.
señor Macuiz.
We need to thank the persons who are supporting us, like Nietzsche Ramas and Mr. Marquez.
Pero también necesitamos que quiten la enmienda anti-inquilina de Mónica Rodríguez Bab y John Lynn.
But we also want you to remove the amendment from
Les
Monica
viera de
Rodriguez
dar
and
vergüenza.
Mr. Lee.
Esta enmienda
Por
causa
favor,
huecos.
espérase por traducción.
You should be ashamed.
Les viera de dar vergüenza a estos concejales. Esta enmienda causa huecos.
These council members should be ashamed. It keeps out loopholes. This
Causa huecos en la causa justa y la debilita.
it causes loopholes on the just cause, and it weakens it.
Por lo que están pidiendo un año, pero muchos dueños darán contratos de quizás mes a mes o al año.
They're asking for 1 year, but many owners, they might give out contracts for month after month or maybe for a year.
Y esto es peligroso porque causa mucha inestabilidad a nuestros inquilinos.
And this is dangerous because it causes lots of instability to lots of our tenants.
Pónganse las pilas, por favor.
Come
Pónganse
on,
a
take care.
trabajar.
Please, get to work.
They're
Gracias.
all at work and not paying attention. Every one of
Thank
them is
you.
there, not paying attention. Just sidebarring on
I'd
their
like to call
phones,
up-
looking here,
I'd
looking
like
there,
to call up,
but not
please
paying
don't
attention.
shout out.
Not one of them.
We have many members of the public who are here and want to speak. Don't shout out and disrupt this meeting.
Fuck you!
Ogilvy
Hey, motherfucker,
Toscano,
you work for
followed by
us.
Liz
You shut
Hernandez,
your mouth.
Followed by Alberto Gomez, followed by Lupita Gonzalez, please. Good morning.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Ogilvy Toscano y soy miembro de SAGE.
Good morning, my name is Awilde Toscano and I'm a SAGE member.
Yo vivo en el distrito 10.
I live in 10th District.
Como inquilino
He
me
lives in the
gustaría
10th
pedir
district?
que voten sí en el punto número 1
As a tenant, I would like for you to vote yes on point number 1
para aprobar las protecciones permanentes para inquilinos
to approve the permanent protections for the tenants,
que incluyen causa
Exactly,
justa
J-Lo.
universal,
which includes universal fair
Calvin?
house,
asistencia para la reubicación,
assistance for relocation,
límite de desalojo por falta de pago de alquiler.
the limit for
Moment.
eviction for lack of payment of
Momento.
rent.
Big
Como
money might be
inquilino,
there. There's a lot of
mi
people
pareja y yo
today.
hemos sufrido mucho acoso por parte del dueño.
Señor, lo siento, señor, por favor.
As-
Momentito por traducción.
As a
We're
tenant,
not hearing the translation if it's
oh,
coming.
as a tenant, my partner and I have received lots of harassment from the landlord.
de todas las maneras posibles.
in all the possible ways.
Y esto ha sido durante las protecciones del COVID.
And this has been during the COVID protections.
No quiero imaginar qué es lo que va a pasar una vez que se terminen las protecciones.
I do not want to imagine what's going to happen once the protections end.
Por eso es importante que ustedes voten a favor de este punto.
That's why it's important for you to vote in favor of this point.
Recuerden que el hogar es un derecho.
Remember, the home is a right.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'd like to call Liz
Quisiera
Hernandez,
Liz
Alberto
Hernandez,
Gomez,
Alberto Gomez,
Lupita Gonzalez, Erica Elias.
Guys, there's over
and
1
Charles
hour
Zhu.
of speakers today. Everybody showed up in
morning.
full force for
Buenos
this.
días.
Good
So
morning.
it's gonna be a little
Mi
busy.
nombre es Alberto Gómez.
My name is Alberto Gomez.
Soy miembro de
Stinks don't
SAGE.
care. He's
I'm a member
asleep.
of SAGE,
Y vivo en el distrito número 10.
and I live in district number 10.
Como inquilino quiero pedir que voten sí al número 1
As a tenant, I'm asking for you to vote yes to number 1,
para aprobar las protecciones permanentes para inquilinos
to approve the permanent protections for the tenants,
que incluyen causa justa universal,
which includes universal fair cost,
asistencia para la reubicación,
assistance for relocation,
límite de desalojo por la falta de pago de
I want to know what they
alquiler.
want
and
for
a limit on
relocation
evictions
fee.
for lack of payment for the rent.
Necesitamos que implementen antes de que expire la protección de inquilinos para garantizar que nadie
We need it to be implemented before the protections for the tenants end, to assure that no one
una brecha de protección que deje vulnerable al
Goes-
desalojo.
goes through a gap of protection that will leave us vulnerable to the eviction.
Por esta razón es importante que consideren extender la protección de emergencia
For this reason, it's important for you to consider extending the emergency protection
más allá del 31 de este mes de este año.
beyond the 31st of this month of this year.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gracias a usted.
Yeah, I don't understand. I mean,
Okay, once
a
again,
lot of
I'm
them
going to
want all
call
these things that
Liz Hernandez,
it's not feasible.
Lupita
It's not
Gonzalez,
possible. It's-
Erica Elias, Charles Zhu, and Leticia Flores.
Leticia
please.
Flores, por favor.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
Good morning.
Buenos días.
Wow.
Wow.
I see empty seats.
Veo asientos vacíos.
And, well,
Bueno,
I'm here. My name is Lupita
Mi nombre es
Gonzalez.
Lupita
I'm the senior
González.
housing
Soy
organizer with
organizadora
ACE.
mayor
And then
de
I
vivienda con
have
ACE.
23
Tengo
years
23
working
años, he estado trabajando 23
with
años
tenants' rights to
por los derechos
support
de los
and
inquilinos.
educate the tenants about their rights. And
What's up,
then,
Weed Whacker?
I'm
Happy
here to
Friday.
support the item number 1. And then I want clarifications. And I want to know, the council member Lee and Monica Rodriguez put something to discourage a lot of things. And then I like to sit down and talk, and I like to open the doors with the council members, the whole council member talking with us. We, in the front of the line, talking with the inquilinos, facing the problems in those inquilinos, and then never saw the situation to saw these days. And then a lot of evictions, and then we don't have enough resource for help and educate our tenants.
He's there, King.
And educate
Or, I mean,
the
Matt.
landlords
Sorry,
too.
Matt.
Because sometimes the landlords is
King, she ain't making any sense.
they need to be together with the tenants and sit down and talk and resolve the situations. And I'm here. And I be in the many meetings. And
Thank you,
then
Nova. I already
not
have the
all
highest
of
in the
it,
nation, but thank you.
I'm here to offer to sit down and talk and then
Thank you, California.
resolve
Thank you, Nova.
this situation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Because
Thank you.
I don't want
Thank
to.
you. And can
Thank you.
tell
We
me your
don't care,
name
ma'am.
again,
Just
please?
sit down. Please sit down,
Okay,
ma'am.
I'm sorry, your time has expired.
Your
What
time
was
is
your name
expired.
again?
Just sit down. What's your?
Lupita Gonzalez.
I'm gonna
Okay,
pretend
thank
like I
you.
care.
Thank you very much.
I'm gonna pretend like I care, Lupita. For the ones who are just joining, yes, this is City Council meeting in LA. They're going over the moratorium for evictions that was placed during the C word. Basically, you know, people that weren't paying rent were still able to stay, and now the eviction moratorium is up, or it's supposed to be coming up here at the end of the month. These people are fighting to keep it in place so they aren't evicted for not paying rent during the scamdemic. And yeah, that's really about where we're at. And now they want everything free.
Apoyen porque tengo mi caso, llevo 4 meses
For you to support us because I have my case.
que
I've
no
been going-
tengo luz, no tengo gas.
It's been 4 months that I have
Mientras
no
ustedes
electricity and no
tienen
gas.
casa caliente,
Por favor,
yo-
hable con pausas, por
Okay.
favor.
While you guys have warm
Angel,
houses,
thank you.
mientras ustedes tienen una casa caliente,
While you guys have a warm house,
yo tengo una casa fría con hielera que mis niños no aguantan el frío. Tengo
I have a cold house, so cold my kids cannot stand the cold.
But wait,
tengo
you're supposed to
4
pay for
niños
heat.
de 5,
Owners usually only pay
10,
for your water.
12, 16.
So if you're not paying for gas,
4 kids.
you're not going to
5,
have heat.
10, 12, and 16.
Ellos
That's her.
tenemos
I
que
don't know
ver a
any
dónde
lords,
nos
landlords
bañamos
that pay
porque
for
no
your
tengo
gas. Not
agua
here.
caliente.
We have
Some
to find
may,
a
but I
place
doubt
where
it.
To take a bath because
Most
I
only
do
pay
not
your
have
water.
hot water.
Y aquí en Los Ángeles viviendo todo esto,
It's cold in
here
LA
Los
right now.
donde
I
hay
wouldn't take a
dinero,
cold shower
We're
today.
living
It's
through all
cold.
this where there's money.
¿qué va a pasar con demás niños?
What's going to
¿Qué
happen
van a pasar si no apoyan estas
to
protecciones
the other kids? What's going to happen if they don't
para los inquilinos? ¿Qué respuesta me
support
le van a dar a mis hijos
these protections for the tenants? What answers are you going to give to my
que
kids?
están viviendo en esta calamidad?
They are living in this calamity.
Well,
No es
all landlords
justo
pay water.
Not
They
fair.
do that.
Para ellos
Electricity and gas,
pasar por
internet,
esto.
that's on
No
you.
tenemos
To go through this.
comida caliente
We don't have hot
porque
food
no hay donde
because
cocinar.
there's no place where to cook,
Donde les tengo leche fría.
where to keep
No
cold
tengo
milk.
hielera.
I do not have a fridge.
Don't have a fridge? Now it's the
Es
landlord's fault because you don't have a
duro,
fridge? Who doesn't have a
me
fridge in their
deprime.
house?
It's hard.
Pero tengo que ver cómo le hago todos los días para levantarme y
Ajá.
darme ánimo.
I have to find a way to do it every day. I have to see how do I get up and work hard.
You in LA,
Para que
teammaker?
mis hijos no
Thank
me
you.
miren
Thank you very
batallar.
much.
For my kids not to see me
Entonces, por
struggling.
favor,
Thank you. Your
Gracias.
time has expired.
Se
Thank
terminó
you.
su
Pido-
tiempo, gracias.
Thank you. No hay más tiempo. Okay, we're gonna and we're gonna take about 10 to 15 more minutes of comment
Yeah, you
here
won
in the
that one.
chambers,
You
and then we're
win
gonna
all
go
of
to
your
the phones
show.
next.
Keep telling you.
So I'm again gonna call Charles Zhu, Leticia Flores, Chad Williams, Gloria Castaneda,
And Big Money Griff.
Mateo Gill.
Where's Big
If
Money
you're one of
Griff?
those people, come on up.
Where's fucking Big Money Griff?
Good
I
morning.
know he's in
Speaking
there.
on item 1 and public comment. My name is Charles Hsu. I'm an organizer for ACE in District 10. I'm here to urge the council to pass
I need a translation,
item
please.
1 in full before it was absolutely mutilated by John Lee, Monica Rodriguez, and Bob Blumenfield in the Housing Committee. Shame on all of you for being in the pocket of the landlord lobby and watering down universal just cause. Shame on all of you for doing that. The council needs to reverse that immediately.
Good luck on that one, bro.
And pass these protections and strengthen them to the full tenant Bill of Rights. I also want to say shame, of course, on Kevin De Leon for brazenly daring to show your ugly racist mug here or anywhere else in public. You need to resign now, or the people will force you out one way or another. Shame on Tracy Park for your appalling silence on the police murder of Keenan Anderson in your district.
Heating up, Tom.
Okay, he's in general.
It's heating
And
up,
for being in
Tom.
the pocket of the largest organized crime racket in this entire city, the LAPPL. Shame on all of you.
It's heating up, Tom. Where are you at, Tommy?
Thank you. Our next speaker is Leticia Flores, Chad Williams.
Leticia
Gloria
Flowers, come on up.
Castaneda, Mateo Gill.
Come on up
and
here.
Maribel Quiroz.
Maribel. I like how you
Good
get it,
morning.
Maribel.
Buenos días.
What's up, Peter?
Mi nombre es
Morning.
Leticia Flores.
My name is Leticia Flores.
Pertenezco al CPC.
I belong to CPC.
y soy inquilina en Boyle Heights.
I'm a tenant in Boyle Heights.
Les pido por favor que voten sí a la proposición 1
I'm asking for you to please vote yes on Proposition 1
para evitar una ola de desalojos.
to avoid a wave of evictions.
En mi comunidad hay gente trabajadora que por no pagar la renta, no tener dinero, va a perder un lugar donde vivir.
In my community, there's working people that, for not having money, they're going to lose their place where to live in.
Estoy cansada de ver niños estresados porque no saben si cuando van a regresar de la escuela todavía van a tener un hogar.
I'm tired of seeing kids being stressed because they don't know if when they come back from school, they're still going to have a home.
Todos ustedes van a su casa, tienen un techo arriba de su cabeza y no se están preocupando como nosotros.
All of you have a house, they go to your
What's up,
house, you
Maldonado?
have a roof over your heads, and you're not worrying like we are.
No es justo que en una ciudad donde hay tantos recursos estemos batallando con esto.
It's not fair that in this city that has so many resources for us to be struggling with this.
¿Ya no están cansados de ver tanta gente viviendo en la calle?
Aren't you tired of seeing so many people living on the streets?
Apparently not.
That's all.
Ya, gracias.
Just being honest. Just
Thank you.
being
Our
honest.
next speaker is Chad Williams.
Yes, it's a
followed
crime
by
to own a
Gloria
house now,
Castaneda,
Ken.
followed by
No, it's
Mateo
just a crime to be a
Gil, followed by
landlord.
Maribel Quiroz,
That's it. If you're a
followed
landlord
by
and you actually rent to
Alejandro
somebody, you're a
Juarez
fucking.
Ugalde.
You are
If
the
there any
worst
of
of the
those,
worst.
names come
How
on up
dare you
and
put a
be
roof
prepared
over
to speak,
somebody's
please.
head?
We're just going to take about 5 to 10 more minutes, and then we're going to go to the phones.
Okay,
Good morning,
5 to 10 more minutes, and then we're gonna get the smoke and scan
Good
call
morning
in.
to all the beautiful people behind me. First off, I want to say thank you to all the community folks for being here spiritually, physically, and mentally, because it feels like the council members here are not paying attention and they're not going to thank us. So I want to make sure community thanks us first. My name's Chad Williams. I'm a community organizer in District 10, and I'm here to vote yes. I'm here to urge y'all to vote yes on item 1, because people's lives are on the line, people's families are on the line, people's jobs are on the line, their stability is on the line. We need a minimum threshold for failure to pay evictions. We need relocation assistance for folks. And we need to go through and work out all the wording in Universal Just Cause before it got mudded up, before it got convoluted, and before it got taken away from the people. And that's what's real. Lastly but not least, in the 10th district, we have hundreds of stories of people living with mold, hundreds of stories of people living in conditions that are not fair, stories where people's lives are falling apart. And everybody here who's not listening to me, it is up to you to stop that anti-blackness that is happening behind that podium. That anti-blackness is inside of LA, and also the police murders. Thank you so much. Y'all have a
I hate
great
to
day.
break it to you, bro, but if you were white,
Thank you.
they'd still not listen to you. It
Gloria
has nothing to do.
Castaneda,
Stop playing the race
Mateo
card,
Gil,
bro.
Maribel Quiroz,
Stop playing the race
Alejandro
card. You
Juarez
could be
Ugalde,
Latino,
and
you could be
Fernando
Asian, you
Jimenez.
could be white like me. They ain't listening. Wake the fuck up, homeboy.
Mi nombre es Gloria Castañeda. Soy, pertenezco a CPC.
I belong to CPC.
Soy residente del condado de Los Ángeles. Y ustedes saben las diferencias que tienen el condado y la ciudad.
I'm a resident of the county of Los Angeles, and you know what the differences are between the county and the city.
Estoy a favor de la 1.
I'm in favor of 1.
Necesito que pongan atención.
I need
Si
for
es-
you to pay attention.
Se supone que ustedes tienen el poder y los que no están a favor pueden votar a favor de la 1.
Supposedly you have the power, and the ones who are not in favor of
No-
it, they can vote on
no
number
ten-
1.
No tengan miedo a perder su extra grano de arena para sus familias. No van a perder nada.
Don't be afraid to lose what you have for your families. You're not going to lose anything.
Al contrario, van a tener mucho más.
To the contrary, you're going to have a lot more.
Ustedes saben cómo se mueven las piezas del poder.
You know how the pieces of power are moved.
No necesitan tener tanto tiempo para dar una respuesta.
You don't need to have so much time to give out an answer.
Saben los códigos,
You know the codes.
saben las necesidades que tienen cada persona.
You know the necessities.
Talking
that
about
you-
banks can't own houses in California. Do you live in California?
You need to get close to the community.
I would tell you there's more houses owned by banks here than there are
Verdaderamente
people.
Todos los
Go talk to
acomodaciones
Wells Fargo.
necesarias.
Really, you have all the necessary accommodations.
Saben quiénes son los líderes. Saben cómo
Apparently
pueden
not,
hacer
Tom.
unas
Apparently not.
acomodaciones
No one
en
black or
la-
brown
en
could be
cada
landlord,
área.
ever.
You know who the leaders
There's no
are.
such
You know
thing.
how to do the
They're all white,
accommodations in
evil
each
white
area.
devils like
No hace
me.
falta decir que hay demasiada gente
We
que
don't, need, we don't need to say that there is a lot of people
que trabaja sin descanso.
who work without a rest.
El nivel de vida, ¿cómo lo tenemos?
How do we have the level of life?
Ustedes saben de números, ustedes saben de letras.
Well,
ustedes
some do,
saben
Anthony, but the
todo lo que
majority
tienen
don't,
que
right?
hacer.
You know about numbers.
Most
you
of
know
the people
about
in the
letters,
world
you know
don't.
what
Not yet.
everything you have to do.
Not for 30 years.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take them 30 years to pay off their house.
Okay,
Until
we're
then,
gonna
the bank
take
owns it.
5 more minutes here in the chambers, and then we're going to go to the
5
phones.
more minutes. We'll give you
Mateo
5
Gil,
more.
Maribel Quiroz,
I'll be nice.
Alejandro Juarez Ugalde, Fernanda Jimenez, and Matthew Vu, please.
Just fucking
Good
right
morning.
in his face.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Mateo Gil. I'm a community organizer with SAGE and a proud member of Keep LA House.
SAGE.
I'm here speaking in favor of item 1.
Your landlord's from Ecuador?
And
Impossible,
right now we're
Stephen. He
living
must
in
be a white
myth
guy
of
from
normalcy
Ecuador.
With 10,000 evictions in the last 3 months, knowing that evictions equals death. This is not okay. We need the folks here that are opposing us to do the right thing. It's not too late to make the right choice and
Get a
make a
pizza?
better decision and doing the right thing, leaving a good legacy. So here we're asking for universal just cause for every unit. We need relocation assistance for high rent increases, evictions to cover all tenants, and a threshold on evictions for non-payment of rent. That needs to be higher than 1 month because we need more time. We're still in a pandemic. Even though people want to return to normal.
What pandemic?
We can't because we're not in normalcy.
Bro, take off
How
your
we're
mask.
living
Get off your...
Right now, it hasn't been normal. Even before the pandemic hasn't been normal. So we need to move forward and do better. Bye.
When you're a puppet, bro,
Thank
you
you.
just sucked up everything CNN. You took the CNN plate and just
in
said,
addition to the names I previously read, I'm going to call Bijan.
everything
Gayemi,
CNN told me was true. I still
Selena
haven't flattened the
Lopez,
curve and anything.
Miriam Zamora.
What a
If you're
fucking
any of those
moron.
names that I mentioned or those
Get
additional,
over it.
come on
It's
up.
fucking over. The scam is over. Wake the fuck up.
Soy miembro de CPC.
I'm a member of CPC.
Vengo del este
I
de
didn't
Los
lick the
Ángeles.
mic.
I come from East LA.
I didn't lick
Estoy
it.
aquí para apoyar a mi comunidad.
And I'm here to support my
Les
community.
pido por favor a ustedes que pueden votar
I'm
para que
asking
nos
you,
apoyen.
I'm asking you, the
No
ones
quere-
who can vote, for you to support us.
No queremos más gente en la calle viviendo,
We d-
especialmente los niños.
We don't want any more people living on the streets, especially the kids.
Y esas personas que necesitan algún tratamiento, por favor, hagan algo.
And those persons who need some kind of a treatment, please do something.
They all need
A todos
treatment.
los que están aquí sentados, que
And I-
gracias a la comunidad, ustedes están ahí.
And I want to say that all of you who are here sitting down, thanks to the community, you're here.
La comunidad los necesita, es tiempo de apoyar.
The community needs you. It's time to support.
Tener un techo es un derecho. Gracias.
To have a roof is a right.
That's right.
Thank you.
She's right though. The community put them there into this position. So now they should take heed and say, "Hey,
please-
I voted for them," and yeah.
We need to hear from the members of the public.
Oh, he's getting pissed.
Please do not disrupt this meeting.
Woo!
To hear from the members of the public.
Let's go.
No
Get
clapping,
loud.
no shouting out. Sir,
Don't do
go ahead.
nothing. Sit there quietly. Fuck you,
name,
motherfucker.
please?
You work for us.
Alejandro
I'll fucking
Juarez
stop when
Ugalde.
I wanna.
First off, I wanted to ask.
Don't
if
put
they
me in that
possible
room.
During the translation is happening, our language speakers are time is being cut, and just wanted to acknowledge that.
So hold this time for 1 second.
Hold this time
We're
for-
trying to ensure that there's time for translation. It's hard when people speak over the translation, but let's make a little bit more of an effort to try to make sure that we're pausing for the translation and holding the timer.
Thanks,
Go right
Galukian.
ahead, sir. Thank you. Hello, my name is Alejandro, and I am a tenant in District 14. But I see Kevin De Leon is not here, so my voice is not being represented or heard. As a renter, I want to
Racist,
strongly
not there.
urge you all to unanimously vote yes on item 1 and to pass a permanent tenant solution and protection, which creates the right to universal just cause, relocation assistance, and a minimum threshold for failure to pay for evictions,
TCG
But I
Jack,
specifically
thank
want to
you.
focus
THC Jack,
on
sorry.
relocation assistance for high rent increase evictions to cover all tenants in order to stabilize the housing market. We need support when people are put out in the streets and cannot get up on their feet. You all hold the power in those seats to make those decisions and to make a change and to stop homelessness happening and to increase here in Los Angeles. By ending emergency protections now, especially without first implementing permanent ones, would be a reckless and inhumane thing to do. We ask that you move these protections as urgently matters and get them adopted immediately. If these cannot be implemented in time, you should extend emergency protections until the permanent ones are in place. And secondly, Kevin, hit the road and don't come back no more, no more, no more, no more. You are holding our district hostage for ransom, and you do not represent us. You racist, you sellout, you vendido.
Vendido, culero!
Of the anti-black, homophobic, and anti-renter rhetoric in these chambers.
Hit the road, Jack. Don't you come back no more.
Don't come back.
Woo!
Hit the road, Kevin, and don't you come back no more.
Your time's expired.
Shout out to Ray Charles.
To the meeting.
Rest in peace to Ray for that
We're going
fucking
to take
banger.
2 more speakers here in the chambers, and then we're going to go to the phones. So if any of those names that I mentioned are ready to speak, come on up.
Gave a little Ray Charles in the morning. That'll wake
morning.
you up. Come on, Ray.
Good morning, everyone, especially the people. My name is Matthew Vu. I'm an organizer with the People's Project and the LA County Federation of Labor. I'm a renter in CD10, and I'm urging the council to vote yes on item number 1 and enact strong, permanent tenant protections that include universal just cause for all evictions, relocation assistance for tenants displaced by greedy landlords jacking up the rent, and a threshold longer than 1 month regarding evictions for non-payment.
Yeah, anybody can call in.
As an organizer in the labor
You can
movement,
call in.
it has been a pleasure to
Give them the
witness
bet for tomorrow.
The working people finding their power to organize, fight for, and win unions and better wages. It takes a lot of courage and guts to make these financial gains.
Do it.
However, all of these gains won by workers can be eliminated overnight by one person, their greedy landlord. What do raises mean when their rents are being jacked up by 10, 20, 50%? What does a 3% cost of living adjustment mean when tenants are living in squalor with landlords who refuse to make the most basic of repairs? What does it mean when workers fight for respect at the workplace only to go home to a landlord who harasses them day and night? Council members, 2/3 of this city is made up of renters, half of whom are paying more than 50% of their rent, their income to rent, right? And this is before COVID. This was before COVID. So we're spending way too much money on rent, and we need permanent, robust renters protections immediately. I urge y'all to vote yes on number 1.
So apparently the landlords didn't get any, they didn't get any help, right? And everything's gone up on their side, so I guess they just have to eat it.
Final speaker here in the chambers before we go to
Got
comment on the phone. There are a lot of people on the queue on the phone as
I
well. So we're going to
understand.
go to them next. Good morning.
Hello, my name is Karina. I'm an organizer with the People's Project, also with the LA County Federation of Labor. I'm a tenant and I live in District 10. And
They're gonna
I'm
put it
also
up, EU.
representing
They're
the
gonna put it up
Tenants
in a moment.
Association of Viewpoint in District 1. As a renter and as the Tenant Association, we urge you to vote yes on item 1 to pass permanent tenant protections. Landlords are ready to evict these tenants for any reason they can find. JK Residential has increased the rent for tenants at Viewpoint despite the outstanding habitability issues that the landlord refuses to address. How are tenants supposed to be living in peace when the conditions they live in are inhumane? Their rent has increased by 10% in the middle of a pandemic, and anywhere they go, the rent is more than half of their household income. It is impossible to survive with these living standards. Tenants need relocation assistance when they are pushed out and forced with no other options. Additionally,
That ain't happening,
renters
Ziggy.
make up the majority of Los Angeles, and all of them are workers. If you care about workers' rights,
true,
you need to
Braveheart.
care about tenants' rights as well. We have union brothers and sisters at Viewpoint and every other building. They are living with mold, no hot water, ceilings that are collapsing, and the housing department is slow to pressure slumlords such as JK Residential to do the most basic repairs. And we're not talking about mom and pop landlords, we're talking about these huge corporations. LA has a housing crisis that is created by greed, and you have the power to change that. Tenants need more from all of you who we entrust to represent us. We need you to vote yes to tenant protections, and we need more from you. We need more commitment. And enough with the side conversations. This is the last comment that we have here, and you're not even paying attention.
There you go.
Thank you.
There you go. And you know, and again,
Thank you very much.
And that's not true though, because again, if you're low income housing, again, you every property is inspected every single year, and if there's one, and I mean one light bulb out, one smoke alarm not working, they abate you. They take your money until you fix that light bulb or that smoke alarm.
Phones, please.
And that's how that works. They're about to put it up, EU.
Okay,
One
buenos
more, and then
días.
it's phone calls.
Mi nombre es Fernanda Jiménez.
My name is Fernanda Jimenez.
Soy miembro del CPC.
I'm a member of CPC.
Vivo en el Valle de San Fernando.
I live in the San Fernando Valley.
Y a todos ustedes les pido que por favor se tiendan la mano
I'm asking all of you to please touch your hand.
en el corazón para que ya no haya
I'm touching my hand.
tanta gente viviendo en la calle.
To put your hand on your heart so there won't be so many people living on the streets.
Que paren
For you to stop
para que la gente no esté viviendo en la calle.
so that people won't be living on the streets.
Que voten al punto número 1,
To vote on point number 1.
que tiendan las protecciones.
Hand over your
Extend
heart.
the
Come on.
protections.
Be nice.
Porque me imagino que ustedes en su casa tienen agua caliente,
Because I imagine that you, at your houses, you have hot water,
tienen un techo seguro.
you have a roof secured.
Hay mucha gente en la calle que está viviendo ahorita con frío.
There's a lot of people in the
cold.
streets that they're living out there on the cold.
Las personas mayores pueden aguantar el frío, lo que no lo aguantan son los niños.
The adult persons can support the cold, but the kids do not support it.
Y por favor, yo les pido que paren los desalojos.
I'm asking you to please to stop the evictions.
Se los pido a ustedes, por favor.
I'm
Es todo.
asking you,
Gracias.
please. That's all. Thank you.
What's coming
Thank
to
you.
America?
Good morning, my neighbors! Hey, fuck you! Yes! Yes!
I think we had one.
Fuck you too!
Good morning.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Miriam Zamora.
My name is Miriam Zamora.
Vengo con CPC.
I'm here with CPC.
Vivo en el área de Los Ángeles
I live in the Los Angeles area.
y como dicen mis compañeros, necesitamos que nos apoyen a que no nos estén desalojando más.
And like my friend says, we need for you to support us so there
Get
won't
in
be
there, Hank,
evicting
if
us
it's
anymore.
not already there.
Porque nuestros niños merecen un techo donde vivir, donde desguardar el frío, la lluvia.
Because our kids need a roof where to live, where to protect themselves from the cold and the rain,
Comida caliente, donde bañarse.
hot food, where to take a bath.
Hey,
Y
that
si
little
ustedes
chipper.
nos siguen desalojando, nuestros niños son los afectados
If
porque en las escuelas nos piden que nosotros como padres tengamos un techo para desguardar a nuestros niños.
And if you don't support us, our kids are going to be the ones suffering because at school, they're asking us to have a roof where to keep our kids.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, we're going to go next to the phone, so let's go ahead and call invite
Here we
the
go,
first
EU.
caller to speak, please. Because there are people waiting on the phone who want to be heard as well, and we've taken over an hour of public comment here in the chambers. Do not disturb. Sit
Do
down.
not
sit down right now. Please remove him from the meeting.
Fuck
Officers,
you.
he's been warned multiple times.
here we
Please
go.
remove him from the meeting.
It's getting fun. Tom, where you at? All right, cops got to remove one person already.
We are going to hear from people on the phones, and you are going to show them the respect of allowing
you
them
do, huh?
to be heard. This
Talk about
meeting will
respect.
not be disrupted. Please sit down and be silent while we take public comment. Sit down and be silent, or you'll be removed.
I'll be
Let's go
fine.
to the first caller,
Yeah,
please.
Just first bowl of the day. First bowls of the day there. Just woke
Donald
up.
Harlan was the one. First caller, please.
Caller, please state the items you'd like to speak on.
All right, wait, hold on. the
Hold
caller,
on,
because
hold
Mr.
on.
Harlan is being removed
Hold
and
on.
is continuing to disrupt the meeting. You're excluded pursuant to Council Rule 12, and you're subject to Council Rule 7. Please leave the meeting silently so we can hear from the rest
Fuck
of the public
off.
who's been waiting patiently to be heard.
I'll leave when I fucking want to, motherfucker. You work for me,
Mr. Harlan,
cocksucker.
please be silent
Tell
as
him
you
just
leave.
like that. You
Let's go
need
ahead and
to,
take the
so
first
he
caller, please.
understands. You need to talk to him like that. They don't understand any other way.
Caller, please state the items you'd like to speak on.
Yes, item 1, item 18, and general public comment, please.
Sure.
Thank
so
you,
have
Jester, for
1
gifting a
minute
tier
for
1
each
sub
of
to
those
Coming to
items,
America.
and after
Welcome
that,
to Coming
1
to
minute
America.
For item 18. So please begin.
Thank you. Item 1 is
Weed makes me angry?
a very necessary first step. I don't appreciate the amendments, and I also don't appreciate the phrase mom and pop landlord. It's kind of bastardizing what the phrase mom and pop means. Mom and pop refers to families and individuals serving their community on a local level, providing an important service like retail, grocer, repair shops, things of that nature. Ownership of an asset isn't a thing that happens at a mom and pop level. Landlords hoard more properties than they need to live, and
really?
then they sell them back to us for more than they're worth.
So
and
don't buy it,
passive
bitch.
Income off of their tenants. So the way we talk about landlords in these sorts of things, mom and pop landlords, etc., as if they're providing a service is so backwards. It's their tenants that are providing them with a paycheck and an asset, an investment that they own and have equity on and use for further income. So please stop calling landlords a mom and pop landlord. It's not a thing. There's no mom and pop asset
So if I
ownership.
buy a Big
I'll move
Mac,
on to item 18.
I have equity in
I don't know
McDonald's?
why police
Huh.
funding is on
Okay,
our agenda
got it.
at all ever. Certain council members campaigned on a defund the police platform and got a lot of support from that, and then made a quick about face and have voted consistently to continue to fund the murderous, racist organization that is the LAPD. I think that item should be removed, tabled, vote no. There's no reason to be giving LAPD $100,000 more so that they can murder more people. I'll move on to general public comment. I can't get over this vote from the other day for the handing over of public property to a private hotel entity. So I don't want to hear any more talk about there's a housing shortage when we're just giving away our land. If you go back into the record,
Your land.
And watch old council meetings, you'll see that the city council likes to sell the citizens up the river. They
Not yet,
sold us
you.
out on the South Central Farm. They sold us out on this lot on Vermont. So it's time to get the development lobby out. I'm really disappointed in my council member in particular for voting yes on that, and I'm still waiting to hear back from my field deputy on what the rationale was. I don't want to hear that they provide jobs because those jobs aren't going to pay those workers enough to live anywhere
This
near
bitch knows everything.
that building. We need housing before we need for-profit businesses. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank God.
ACAB.
Now again,
Thank you. Next
if
caller,
it's too
please.
expensive, the rent, don't go down the street and get it. If the hamburger's too expensive, I go across the street, bitch. That's it. And if I buy a fucking Big Mac, that doesn't mean I have an equity. I'm not a stakeholder in fucking McDonald's. That's it.
All available items and general public comment.
Okay.
I'll talk on general public comment also, please.
God
So you
damn.
have 3 minutes. for
Another
items
Democrat
1
mental illness
and
moron.
8 through 22.
I need everything
This is
freed.
an
If
item
not,
two
you're
for the
racist.
special meeting.
I
So you
get
can
it.
talk about it in general if you want. And then after, on those items, you'll get a minute for general. So please begin with the items.
Okay, good morning, public. Krikorian just talked about show respect. These ignorant, arrogant little circus children, about 20 people of the public have told them to sit down in their chairs like adults and pay attention. But the little circus children just can't do it. Look at them, public. Look at them.
So let's stick with the
number
items.
10,
Shut up,
Mitch
Bull.
Farrell, number 10, Quiet Bobble. Number 10,
He
Echo
said
Park
Quiet
Butcher
Bobble.
has his name on this. Feel good, hypocritical motion.
Shut him up.
Resolution to the IOC regarding human rights abuses. We have no human rights here for the homeless being evicted from underpasses.
You got
These
that.
clowns, these little children walking around like kindergartners, vote for 4118 motion. Look at the little children walking around, public. This is the representation we have. Number 16, 5 measures to expand public services like child care. These little children of the city council, the circus children, should be in those child care facilities instead of sitting there representing themselves.
True.
This regarding child care and community block grants. Proposal
Are they
amounts to be
listening?
Needed to quadruple.
Quadruple?
Via reduced
He said
funding
quadruple.
of the LAPD. Speaking of, number 18, the LAPD
Quadruple.
has an increase of $100,000 in additional funding out of their $3 billion budget.
Quadruple.
More insanity. Total, complete insanity. By the Los Angeles Sleazy Council, of course, Bloomfield and racist Asian John Lee giving his people a bad name. Look at the little children, public. Look at them walking around, can't control themselves. If you were in kindergarten, the teacher would tell them to sit down and be still. Don't talk on their phones. Don't walk around. But the
No.
little children of the LA City Council
So,
can't control
Dakota Kai
themselves.
card. Shout out to
Number
Dakota
19, Soto Martinez and Dawson. You'll soil your name with this guy, Martinez. Have the CAO review the budget for additional funding for senior meal. Take the $100,000 from John Lee's demented LAPD budget and another $2 million from their budget to give to the seniors. That's my suggestion. The little children of the city council, look at them, public. 20 people have told them to sit down and be quiet.
You can go on to general, Speaker.
Pay attention. Pay attention, little children. You can do it.
You can do it.
This is just another circus act. Another
No,
circus
Speaker.
act
No.
the
Speaker.
LA City Council.
Speaker, turn off the music.
Oh, I can't express myself?
You can
I can't
speak.
express myself the way?
So,
Okay.
Speaker, this is a forum for you to speak to us, not for a multimedia
I
presentation.
have a right
So
to
please
express
speak.
myself. Now shut your mouth while I'm talking, boy.
Woo!
I suggest you take the money from the LAPD or take the $10 million from Marquis Dawson.
Call him a
Dawson's
boy.
luxury
Shut your mouth,
offices.
boy.
You
Shut your mouth,
violated
girl.
My rights, Bobble. $8.3 million. Council file 18-0675. $1 million contract for Marquise Dawson's council offices. Council file 18-0957. File 20-1122. There's no shortage of money.
Thanks very
There's a
much. Next
shortage
caller, please.
of-
Caller, please state the items you'd like to speak on.
Pursuit in Palmdale? Yeah, we're not going to see it, though. Palmdale's too far to see it. They've got to come here for us to see that. There's the
Caller,
number, EU,
last
right
four
there,
digits,
669-254-5252.
Please state the items you'd like to speak on.
669-254-5252.
Public comment.
That's
I'm
it,
sorry, could
EU.
you say
Call
the
them.
items again, please.
Give them the pick of the day.
General public comment.
All right, so you'll have
Thanks,
1 minute
Jack.
on
Good
item
old
1
Jack
and then 1
Beoff.
minute for general public comment.
Shout out
Go
to the
right
rest
ahead,
of
please.
Texas.
Thank you. My name is Liz Record. I've been away from here for 2 years. I'm a registered of mom and pop landlords and a woman of color. And I'm a foster mom of 3 under 3. And I've spent all my life savings to purchase and live in a duplex with my in-laws in one unit and our family in the other. And for over 2 years, I have not been able to live in my own home while 3 guys in their mid-30s, not claiming a COVID hardship, are living their best life in LA and posting about it on Instagram. I've given a lot to this city, and I continue to do so, as I am literally doing the work of keeping children off the streets and siblings together. Mom and pop landlords are the providers of affordable housing in LA. So yes, vote on 1 will drive us all to sell.
He's got a
what we
beach
have
ball.
to mega
Fucking
landlords
beach
who
ball.
continue to gentrify communities and price out the lower and middle class. We don't have any profit margins.
What's a
we lose
balloon?
money every month just trying to pay our mortgage, and we are already
Thanks,
planning on paying $10,000 in relocation assistance to our tenants next month. There are already ways that individuals in difficult situations can help from the city and the county and other groups.
F the
And the burden should
Astros.
not fall on
Remy
landlords
Lack.
like us. Just like 100,000 Angelenos have moved out of the city in the last couple of years, you'll also see the city lose all affordable housing if you vote yes. People are bringing up.
Guys, give me one moment. I'm going to change the water. I
See how
didn't
that's
change the
relevant
water
to
last
agenda item
night.
1, and if that's happened in the last 2 years, 3 years,
I'll be right back in 1
then
minute.
the recommendations in
Maybe a
one
minute and a
won't
half.
affect that at all.
But enjoy. I'll be
It
right
appears
back.
that there are certain members of the city that are trying to cater to tenant advocacy groups that are being paid
All right,
to
I'll be
speak
right
at these meetings and rushing through policies
You're
that are
on?
not
Sweet.
justifying
I'll be right
benefits
back.
for
Let me
everyone
rush.
affected by
I'm
it.
gonna run. I'm
Rather than
running.
making landlords who put all our savings on the line bear the brunt of broad policies, you need to develop policies that are more specific and actually help tenants who really need support. And if you decide to recuse yourself because you're an owner, you should also recuse yourself from this vote if you're a tenant. Thank you, and please vote no on 1 and stop hurting mom and pop landlords.
Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. Next caller, please.
Caller, please state the items you'd like to speak on.
Yes.
Hi, which items would you like to? Yes, we can hear you. Which items would you like to speak on?
I'd like to say all items and general public comment. Before I get started, I just want to let you guys know item number 10 has a typo error, and I do see it says LQBTQ. It should be LGBTQ, not LQBTQ.
Thank you very much. We'll make that correction. And so for the items, you'll have 3 minutes for items, for all the items, which is items 1 and then 8 through 22. 23 is on a special agenda. You could talk about it in general. So when you're done with the items, we'll then give you 1 minute for general public comment. So please
Yeah,
start with the
I'll-
items first.
All items and general public comment. Okay. All right. Hi, Council. I am urging a no vote for item number 1, like I said before. I just want to also say that landlords have expenses to pay as part of being a landlord. Mortgage expenses, maintenance expenses, property tax expenses. And this is something I'd like to bring this council's attention to recognize, because there's already been enough extensions as it is, and we don't need more extensions. So a solution to this idea of giving tenants eviction protection, my idea would be is, why don't we give property landlords a reduction on their property taxes in exchange for eliminating the debt that their tenants owe in back rent?
No?
That's my
Okay.
suggestion.
Almost done.
And
Almost
I'd like
ready.
to also
Okay, I'm
move
almost
on
ready.
to item number
Give me 1
10. And it's good that we do recognize human rights with the bylaws, promote fair treatment of the LGBTQ and equal rights for everyone. Yes, so that's a good item to support. And I'd like to also speak about item number 18. I do see that we do need to fund the police. I absolutely do support that because public safety does matter, because there's been a lot of road rages and reckless driving, and we do need more police officers on the road to put a stop to this kind of behavior. And so let me quickly go back to number 1. The other problems that I'd like to bring to this council's attention is that there are tenants who are abusing the eviction moratorium, and there are tenants who choose not to pay the rent, and by making an excuse of, I have COVID. COVID is the reason why I'm not going to pay the back rent. And this is unacceptable. And another thing I wanted to say is that we're going to see more and more mom and pop landlords facing foreclosures on their property. And that's one thing we do not want to see in this city. And that's one thing I want to make you guys aware of. And I'd like to go to general public comment.
Sure, please go ahead.
Yes. And I've been watching a live feed of the council chambers. What really bothers me is most of the council members are not even listening to us. They're just standing up, chit-chatting, having a side chat with their colleagues. That's unacceptable. And I don't even see Monica Rodriguez sitting down, just like a few council members are. And this is not why we pay taxes. We pay your salaries, and these council members don't even care. They don't even listen to us. And this is really ridiculous.
Come on, Skanky.
Listen to the people. We pay your salary, council members.
All right, guys, I'm
That
back. Give me a
also
second.
includes Monica Rodriguez,
back.
Marcus
All right, I'm nice and
Rosati,
clean, ready to
Vern
go.
Price, and all the other
Clean
council members
ball.
who are not even listening to us, just standing up and having a side chat.
There it is.
This is unacceptable.
Fresh and clean.
What's going on?
Fresh and clean.
I mean, you guys have over six-figure salary just to do nothing for
Thank
us,
you.
just to
Thank
stand
you,
up
Speaker.
for the
Next,
public.
next speaker.
Caller, please state the items you'd like to speak on.
Phone's busy.
Hello, can you hear me?
We sure can. Which items would you like to speak on?
Item 1 in general, please.
Absolutely. So you have a minute for each. Please begin.
Hi, my name is Jaime from the Coalition of Small Rental Property Owners. Dear City Council, there is no doubt housing is an important topic for Angelenos. New regulation or more
Not yet, Jay.
mystically branded tenant protections need thought, deliberation, and not haste with short-term band-aids. We urge the council to carefully seek
Get it,
feedback
you.
from all stakeholders to come up with a more balanced path forward instead of rushing patchwork legislation. There should be an emphasis on the mom and pop and delineate from the corporate landlord after what the city and professional tenants have done to us. The
I don't know,
current
Rami.
proposed ordinances and approach do nothing but attack mom and pops more. After 3 years of being asked to shoulder the
Been
burden
selling
of
a lot of
worldwide
Jordan, though.
pandemic, there is now
Be
a
honest.
position to trap mom and pop in these harmful policies. Many providers would have never entered the business with these regulations in place. When is the city going to allow mom and pops to make decisions for themselves? An ability to plan their own lives. When are the shackles coming off?
Fucking sooner, Rob.
The city attorney needs to enforce ethics standards consistently. If Councilmen Krikorian and Price are advised to recuse themselves from
True,
certain
Fubar.
policies, then the same standards should be held to other council. Councilmember Yaroslavsky
I do
is
have
a
it,
housing
Cass.
provider and
And the other one, too. I have both.
Soto Martinez, a renter,
This
will
happened 3
directly
times already.
benefit from such policies. As a small housing provider, all
Stinks
we
is
ask
in
is
here.
equal representation. Please order Yaroslavsky and Soto Martinez to recuse themselves also. I implore the council to work with housing providers, not vilify them. I oppose all of Ramin's misguided policies to harm mom and pop landlords. Agenda item number 1. Please delineate the mom and pop from the corporate landlord. Please carve out the mom and pop. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next caller.
Getting them a
please.
little love.
Caller, please state the items you'd like to speak on.
I prefer joints, but on here bongs because it's faster, it's quicker.
All
it's-
items
I mean,
in
it's
general
faster.
public
It's
comment?
makes
Okay,
sense
so
when
you
you're
have
doing
3
rounds.
minutes for items.
Whole place would
1
stink if I did
and 8
12
through
joints a
22.
show. And fuck, reeking
and
here.
I know it's difficult sometimes to get it exact, but try to spend about a minute on each, and then after that, a minute for general public comments. So please begin.
See the difference with the
Hello,
smooth,
honorable
clean
council
water
members.
and
We appreciate
no
what you
coughing?
do. Fred Sutton with the California Apartment Association. Our members
Big difference.
help house Los Angeles. We urge the city to cease extending any aspect of the COVID eviction moratorium, maintain reasonable statewide laws as implemented through AB 1482, and oppose any policies that prohibit a business owner's ability to collect compensation. Item 1A is unnecessary and will foster more confusion. The eviction moratorium should end in its entirety.
That's
These
propping 'em
policies
up,
have
though,
been
Gina.
abused And have lasted longer than
But I get
anywhere
you.
else in the nation. Item 1B, AB 1482 implements universal for-cause eviction protections to all multifamily units in the state. The one-year vesting period before regulations become applicable should be reinserted into the ordinance in full. It should be expanded even further into rent-controlled units. It is a common sense community protection provision. This dramatic expansion includes all dwelling units, including single-family homes and ADUs. Large swaths of stakeholders have no clue this is happening. Item 1C should be opposed. It is just to be compensated for your work, labor, and time. The fabric of a trusting and reliable economy depends on the expectation you are paid for services performed. The proposal is picking an arbitrary threshold which will ultimately hurt those the city intends to help. Screening standards might be raised in response.
Don't know, Lobster.
And private rental owners could be hesitant to work with the vulnerable populations given the inability to collect compensation.
True, Adam.
But there is a better and proven alternative. The city should create a permanent rental subsidy program which can be drawn upon for these facing a temporary financial gap. Direct monetary assistance is the best way to address the intended aims of this proposal.
That's why I show it,
This
Rep.
is not about renter versus housing provider. It's about good policy versus bad policy. These measures will have counterproductive consequences. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
We're just looking at random
Caller,
people
please
calling
state
in,
the
Adam.
items you'd like to
Alan,
speak on.
sorry, Alan. Just random folks calling in.
Hi, my name is Abby King, and I would like to speak on item number 1 and general public comment.
Now it's Abby
Very good.
King's
You have a
turn.
minute for each. Please begin, Speaker.
See if Abby King's got her head on her
Great, thank
shoulders.
you. Good afternoon. My name is Abby King, and I'm a Legislative Affairs Manager with VICA, the Valley Industry and Commerce Association. The issues outlined in item number 1 contain multiple complex aspects that we believe should be separated and reviewed individually. First, we believe a complete end to the COVID-19 eviction moratorium is long overdue. This past December, the mayor called for an end to the citywide state of emergency effective January 31st, 2023. All aspects of the eviction moratorium must end with it. We also have concerns with the possible expansion of eviction restrictions into single-family homes. This is a change that will impact the ability to house individuals in our city, something that we can all agree Los Angeles cannot afford. More importantly, we are concerned about proposed legislation that would establish a monetary
Whose
eviction
phone's going
threshold,
off?
which would prevent business owners
Can you
from
hear
being
it?
properly compensated for their labor and services. Mutually agreed upon
hear
contract
it.
terms must
It's on
be adhered
vibrate.
to. This sort of policy is not applied or considered within other industries or services. Landlords should not be the exception to this rule. The city must identify a source of funds to help those in need, rather than
Hope
place
so,
this type of
Ross.
burden on individual business owners.
Good old
For
snake.
these reasons, we urge you to oppose the proposed recommendations outlined in item 1. The city can no longer ignore the needs of landlords or further burden them with the task of solving the city's housing crisis. Thank you.
That was FaceTime? Okay.
Thank you, Speaker.
I don't know.
Caller, please state the items you'd like to speak on.
Betting and smoke and scan? Look at you.
Caller, last 4 digit 3032. Please state the
3032.
items you'd like to speak on.
Please come in.
So, Speaker, with the last 4 digits, 3032, press *6 right away.
There's
or
the
we'll
number
have
you want to
move
call
on.
in. 669-254-5252.
Okay, I think we should go on to the next
669-254-5252.
go to the next caller.
669-254-5252.
Caller, please state the items you'd like to speak on.
Hello? 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 Oh, if I was calling in, I'd definitely do a full fucking...
Caller, please state the items you'd like to speak on.
A full accent. Somebody.
So, caller, if you're there, we can't hear you.
Apparently nobody
So
can hear
press
you.
*6. Let us know what
Molly.
you want to speak on. I think you're on the line, so...
I think you're on the line.
All right.
Can't
if,
figure
if we
out.
don't hear from you, I think we better move on.
Uh-oh, what are the cops doing? What are they up to?
Caller, please state the items you'd like to speak on.
Hi, I'd like to speak on item 1 in general comments.
Absolutely. So you have a minute for each. Please begin.
Sure. So I'm a housing provider, and I wanted to comment specifically regarding the proposal that would prevent evictions if tenants owed less than a month of rent. A law like this would significantly reduce the amount of affordable units on the market and make housing shortage in LA worse than it already is. We had many cases during the pandemic where tenants took advantage of COVID rent protections by moving out of units they were occupying into new units while continuing to store their items in our unit without paying rent, essentially taking up 2 units for months at a time. I must stress this was not uncommon. There are many renters in LA that are far below market that could easily occupy 2 units for several months and deny other renters access to those units. If you tell housing providers that they cannot reasonably expect to collect their last month of rent, they will act accordingly. As it relates to general comment, I just want to say housing providers and landlords carried LA City through the pandemic, carried on our back the city. For anybody who was not made homeless,
Didn't get
for not-
nothing, still had to
not
pay
paying their
property
rent,
taxes, utilities.
The trip funds expired. Your landlord paid for it, and you're welcome. The instability and one-sidedness of the housing laws in the city are already crippling our ability to be competitive and driving the housing shortage. If we cannot provide an affordable environment to renters, if housing providers don't feel safe doing business here, if you have a housing shortage, build more housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Speaker.
So
Caller,
the ones
please
that helped
state
you
the
out the
items you'd like
worst,
to
the,
speak
the,
on.
the ones that helped you out the most during the worst, you demonize. Got it.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Yes. I'd like to speak on item 1 and item 19 and a general comment.
Great. So you have 2 minutes for those 2 items, followed by a minute for general. The floor is yours.
You notice you don't see a whole bunch of landlords sitting
Yes,
here
I'd
behind them
start
crying
by
about when I'm
urging
going to
the
get
city
paid,
council
right?
to continue
They just
to
ate
fund
it.
The seniors
That
meal
shit sandwich.
program. That's just basic decency, whereas you provide food to that most vulnerable class of persons. So that you don't go in a apartment or a house and find someone dead for lack of food. And the second item I'd like to speak on is number 1. And I want the committee to know I'm in support of the 3 main recommendations that will protect the most vulnerable neighbors in my community, which is the universal just cause, displacement relocation assistance, and lowering the threshold for eviction. I want to emphasize universal just cause because landlords have laws that protect a bank, a loan agency, or any other persons in the banking industry from just taking over their property.
That's not true.
And tenants.
Properties
should
are foreclosed on all the
have
time, lady. What are you
specific
talking
reasons
about?
Why a landlord cannot just evict them. Landlords talk
crazy.
about the abusive.
Banks can't wait
tenant.
for you to not
But
pay.
tenants are evicted for all kinds of things. I personally was evicted because a unit, my apartment place was over 300 units, and they evicted everyone that used that stimulus program. And because most tenants don't have around month to month, they fill out one lease and then they're month to month. So what the landlords did, because the state made us pay 25% for the stimulus program, when the federal took it over and paid 100%, then the landlords were paid 125%. We were told that we were entitled to that extra money back. In my case, it was $600 a month. Our rents averaged $2,400 a month. But they evicted
Thank
all
you.
of us
Thank
so
you,
that they
Speaker.
did not have to
Thank you. We
refund-
don't care.
Go ahead.
Thank you. We don't care. While you beg and plead, they don't
still
care.
haven't-
Thank
Caller-
you. But thank you. But thank you.
Hello?
Hello.
Caller, please state the items you'd like to speak on.
Paul, I know. I already know.
I would like
I'm
to
just
speak on
sandbagging,
item
Paul.
1 and then public comment.
Sure, you have a minute for each. The floor is yours.
Okay, I wanted to say
Banks don't foreclose, though,
some of the
right?
problems
Portland?
with what the city's going through. I was on a Hollywood neighborhood council for years, and the thing about
I know you do,
our
Paul.
renters,
Let's-
what they're going through. We had so much affordable and RSO wiped out for hotels in this area, and these people come to us for help, and then they get people to put money up for appeals, and when their appeals come to the Plum Committee, they're all denied the appeals, and they lose their
Plum?
homes. And this has contributed to the homeless crisis in our area, and it's
Plum
horrible.
Committee?
You guys need to monitor the affordable that's supposed to go into buildings, and you're not. The affordable that's supposed to go into the new TOCs. They're cheating you. Planning's not involved. They're wiping out RSO buildings for TOCs, and they are not supplying the amount they're supposed to be required to in the new TOCs. There's a root of this problem.
The city is suffering. The people in the city are suffering. And the city council and the city electeds need to do something about it. To deny appeals of people who are getting thrown out of their RSO homes over and over and over.
Check it out, Jester. Let me write it down.
Councils and the city's fault. That's my thing about one. There's so many people suffering in this city, struggling. Our renters are going through hell.
Thanks, Jester.
The other thing is, yesterday was a good day. This is my public comment for justice. Garcetti's enabler on city council.
Oh, I know,
pled
Nu.
guilty. He's serving time.
I know
Rubber
nobody's
stamps
here to
every
see me,
project
Nu.
Garcetti put in front of him, no matter how
I ain't
illegal or
tripping.
dangerous to lives. And his buddy Dixon Slingerland, who helped him do the bogus promise zone designations, leaving out the impoverished communities and only getting his biggest developer funders like Millennium into promise zones for big tax breaks, and suddenly Hollywood and East Hollywood were impoverished areas. Pled guilty, serving time, totally corrupt. Everyone's waiting now to hear what's going to happen with the biggest Millennium enabler, Ray Chan, who was hauled in by the FBI waiting to serve trial, who pushed projects through, lied they were safe, and ignored all of the stateside knowledge is dangerous to lives warnings. The press wants to know if these people would talk. It's just a matter of time against more.
Thank you, Speaker.
Yeah, I know, Noof, that nobody's here to see me.
Caller, please
They're here to
state
see
the items
Stinks. I
you'd
know
like
that.
to speak on.
All right, Trippin. I told you, in the Philippines, watching this show
Caller, last four digits to one.
punishment for shoplifting
Please
in the
state
Philippines.
The items you'd like to speak on.
So when you get caught stealing in the
Hi,
Philippines,
I would like to talk,
make you watch this.
On one and general comment.
Sure. So you have a minute for each. Please begin, Speaker.
Thanks. I actually, listening to all this, it's clear that we have a lot of tenants, a lot of landlords that are struggling. And it doesn't need to, I don't think it needs to be this black and white decision or left or right decision. I think there's some nuance to this. And I think we know that COVID is winding down. We know that the pandemic is winding down. But there's a residual effect that's occurring.
Sure, history, send me a
And
message.
the issue that we're running into
Be selling them.
is that there's
Thanks, Paul.
270,000 households behind in rent. We
Hi,
have
Carlos.
that data. And I
Thanks,
believe
Jim.
these protections that we're asking for are reasonable, but I don't think we're going far enough. I really don't, because
Thank you,
at the end
Paul.
of the
Thank you,
day,
Jim.
There's
you, guys.
something called the Ellis Act. And that's kind of the trump card for any landlord.
Don't say the
considered,
word Trump. It's
You know,
gonna
a
scare
mom and
people.
pop landlord.
It's going to frighten
to be
people.
able to use to evict people even out of RSO.
Don't use that
buildings.
word.
So we really need to take some time to consider that these protections are a start.
It
But
is, Moxie. Been over a long
We're
time.
leaving people vulnerable if we're not even having the discussion of the Ellis Act and the Costa-Hawkins, which basically landlords have as, their final trump card. And that's really all I have to say about it. Thank you.
He
Thank
said
you,
it twice.
Speaker.
I know he triggered a few people in the room.
Caller, please.
They weren't listening till they heard that word, then their ears went up.
Caller, please state the items you'd like to speak on.
Yours went from.
Caller, last four digits 1016. Please state the items you'd like to speak on.
That word in this room is real. No.
I'm sorry. I was driving and I had to, be safe.
That's it. Understood. Good idea. So which items do you want to speak on?
I'd like to speak on one and general comment.
Sure. So go ahead. You have a minute for each.
And before I get going, people were complaining about people, walking around not paying attention, and basically that says that you've already made a decision, and we're just going through the motions here, and that's not cool. That we really need, when we call in and we take time, whether we come down or whatever, we need to be heard. So I just want to call that to your attention before I get started. So anyway, my name is Miss Foster, and I'm just outdone. I am sick and tired of paying taxes that pay your salary, that give you the right to create legislation that really doesn't do justice to all of your constituents.
That's
if
true.
you cannot properly serve all of us, you need to get out of the business.
Yep.
On item number one, to have a threshold before someone, a minimum threshold
even
without
care.
carve-outs, mind you, is only going to lead to
Is
rent
anyone paying
being
attention?
increased.
Any of them?
Because, and that's not going to help anybody.
Molly's
Because
eating.
What's going to happen is people are going to set limits above your threshold. I don't understand how you don't even get that. So if you're concerned about people falling through the cracks when they lose their job, you should write some legislation specifically that revolves around that, so that a person cannot be evicted while pending getting unemployment benefits, providing that they notify and give notice that they have applied for benefits, not create universal across the board policies for a threshold where anybody can use and abuse. That's a disservice to landlords. That's a disservice to tenants that's going to see an increase of initial.
Created a gravy train and hung up on her.
Caller, please state the items you'd like to speak on.
Straight hung up on her. Didn't even say thank you.
Hello?
Rude as fuck.
Hi, which items would you like to
Rude.
speak
Hi, I would like to speak to all topics and general comments, please.
on? Sure. So you have a minute for each. The floor is yours.
Fucking rude.
Okay, thank you. Good morning to everyone. Good afternoon.
She was, Scott.
I just would like to say that I really felt like part of the committee's responsibilities and Wednesday's meeting was not ethical. I listened and I heard Ms. Rahman basically railroad the ideas and the outcomes of the vote in order to meet the expectations of the case. It did not include any real resolve or any real assistance or any real support or even inclusiveness for owners. I am an owner, Mr. Harris Dawson. I do not have unlimited funds. I am a hardworking individual. I became a property owner because I invested properly. I am not a slumlord. We take very good care of our properties, and we have had to maintain them all the way through the COVID pandemic. I've had 2 children, and I had to work while people moved into my properties, adults,
Buffalo.
5 and 6 adults,
Buffalo.
and did not work. And guess what? I still had to pay the mortgage. I still had to pay
Wake
the
up, boy.
property taxes, supplemental taxes. And I really think that you guys are doing an injustice and not being inclusive when it comes to owners. Ownership is not the enemy. We are not the enemy because we own properties. We actually rent to homeless people who have now gotten Section 8 vouchers. If you want to help people, stop giving them the fish and teach them how to fish. Stop giving them the hand and a hand out and give them a hand up. It's not going to help, and you're going to have people in the same predicament when it comes 2 years from now because you're not giving them the skill set and the opportunity to be able to sustain and pay their rent. Let's be clear. Free housing is not a human right. Everyone has the right to opportunity here in America. We all took advantage of that, those of us who have become owners. If you notice, we are not able to be there today because we still have to work. We have to call in. And I really just think you guys are putting a Band-Aid on the situation instead of really
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, caller. We hung up on you because you were telling too much truth. Shout out to the lady.
Before we close.
Shout out to the lady. Oh, before we don't even want to hear you guys no more. 4 more before we don't
Caller,
even pretend like we
please
were
state
doing
the
something
items
here.
you'd like to speak
Where did
on.
they all go now? They're all gone. Where did they go? Go have coffee? I guess it's lunchtime, huh? It's time to go have lunch. Hard days
Caller,
work
last
for 2
4
hours.
digits 7191. Please
Not
state
a
the
damn
items
thing,
you'd like
Odinata.
to speak on.
Not a damn thing. Disgusting.
Hi, caller, are you there? So I think
Hello?
it was.
Can you
Yes,
hear me?
hi. Which items would you like to speak on?
Yes, please. Item number 1, please, and general comment.
Absolutely. You have 1 minute for each. The floor is yours.
Yes, I just want to reiterate what a lot of our constituents who have been able to make it into chambers have mentioned is that as public servants, I think it's appalling to hear that you are not paying attention to the constituents that made an effort to come to council and voice their very real concerns that they are experiencing right now. And as elected
true guy with
officials, you are
a
elected
really
to
long
serve and protect these people, the people of LA. So it is shameful.
Come
that
on,
we
your
have
babe.
to have gotten to this
Come on.
point where COVID is
No need for that.
considered over when it's not, and
no need.
COVID protections have been rolled back. I believe
Don't matter.
universal just cause, reallocation assistance, and a small protection against eviction is just the bare minimum of what we should be doing for tenants. And it is discouraging that we have a council that clearly does not care. Half of y'all do not care. Actually, more than half of you don't care. So, all of
Because
this
Turtle,
is
they don't care.
Passed
They don't
without
give two
being
fucks.
vetted. And if it's not,
Head
then
guy
it's all
sidebarring
resigned.
up there. Look at the head guy
Really
up there.
can't protect anyone, even our most
Not
vulnerable.
paying any attention.
Thank you.
Didn't hear one fucking
That's
word. You can slap 10 grand on that table and say, tell me what that dude just said.
I don't
He
really
wouldn't
have
tell you
anything
one
for
thing.
general comment, but please just pass this.
Yeah, he sold another card. Let's go.
Because they need to.
How come Nikki Bella's selling
Thank
so
you.
much? What did Nikki Bella do? Sold 3 Nikki Bella cards this morning. Any wrestling fans out there tell me what she did? Was there a fucking
Caller, please
WrestleMania
state
last
the
night?
items you'd like to speak on.
What the fuck did I do? Sold them too cheap. All my Nikki Bellas are
Caller,
gone.
last 4 digits, 9690. Please state the items you'd like to speak on.
So
She has a new reality show coming out? Makes sense, that's why.
Press
Hmm.
stars.
Can you hear me
makes sense.
now?
Yes, we can. Excellent.
Sorry.
So which item
Sorry.
did you want to speak on?
Thank you. I'd like to speak on item 1.
Sure, go ahead.
All right, thank you. My name is Jeremy Fooster. I'm a Palms resident, and I'm urging a yes vote on item 1. This city council was elected with a mandate to address the homelessness crisis, and how we protect those most at risk of falling into homelessness is a key part of it. These tenant protections will be crucial to keeping our unhoused population from growing even larger than it already is. I want to thank my
I don't think he's got any
representative,
cards.
Councilor Young Yaroslavsky, for her
Jay
amendment
Briscoe,
today,
rest in peace.
closing the 1-year waiting period loophole to universal just cause protections.
Not everybody has
And
cards.
I also like to thank Councilors Rahman, Hernandez, and Soto Martinez for their outspoken defense of tenants, and I hope the rest of the council will join her in voting yes. Thank you for your time.
Yeah, not everybody has cards. So you got to kind of be somebody in the sport in a sense, or be a rookie.
Caller,
and-
please state the items you'd like to speak on.
I'd have to double check, but I don't think I have. I don't think he's got any cards. She just got chapstick. Everyone loves. Sip on
Caller,
her
last
chapstick.
4 digits, 8641. Go ahead and
That's
state the items you'd like to speak on.
Rest in peace to Kirby. Yeah, Kirby was great.
Items 1 and
Good
general
person,
public
great
comment.
baseball player.
Absolutely, you have a minute for each.
Or
Please
great
begin.
person, great baseball player, I should say.
Thank you. Council members, I am a small landlord in the
Thanks,
city.
Talbish.
And I'd like to ask you, what benefit is there now, after the last 3 years and going forward, to be a landlord in this city? The risks now outweigh the benefits.
That's right.
And if we lose our mom and pop landlords,
You got nothing, ho boy. You
and
think
our
you're
small owners,
You think there's a
even
problem
our
now?
medium-sized owners, somebody with 6 units is not classified as a mom and pop under these rules, but they are a mom and pop. Many of us are not wealthy, and many of us have spent the last 3 years.
Yeah, he's got
providing
one
roofs over our
AEW
tenants'
card.
heads,
That's it. That's all he's
whether
got.
or not we receive compensation. We've pulled money from loans, borrowed from family.
Only one card he's
scraped
got, Jay Briscoe.
And,
I don't
and
have
spent
it.
our own savings to keep our tenants housed. The idea that tenants could go 1 month of fair market rent, not pay that rent, is mind-boggling to me. And I don't know if our council members understand that many of our rent-stabilized units have far below market rent. So there's tenants paying $1,000, maybe $800, $600 for a 2-bedroom.
He's busy doing
And
coke, Robert.
They could easily
I
go
don't know.
2, 3, 4 months even without paying rent under this proposal. And our landlords receiving less rent in the city and still having to maintain their buildings could be out for 4 months of rent.
Thousands.
And that's unacceptable. We can't maintain our properties this way. We can't keep safe housing going under a proposal like this. And I share the sentiment that our council members should listen to us when we call in to speak. We're calling in because I'm working to pay for the property
You did,
for my
wise guy.
tenants, to keep them housed. I can't be in there.
Next speaker.
Okay, we don't care. Next speaker, get on.
Caller,
with it.
please state the items you'd like to speak on.
It's too funny, dude. Thank you, Jester, for the 2 gifted tier 1 subs to Gina and Babe, and
welcome
to you guys.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Which items would you like to speak on?
Number 1 in general public comment.
Sure, you have a minute for each.
So I was just going to briefly reiterate what a lot of people have been saying. Obviously, we have a housing shortage, but in order to address the housing shortage, the burden shouldn't be placed solely upon landlords. So I would recommend that the city consider providing some kind of subsidy, perhaps in the form of property tax relief for landlords who help tenants who are in need. And lastly, I was just going to, general public comment, I was just going to, again, address the elephant in the room, Kevin De Leon's continued presence on the council. He's said that he's remaining in office to represent his constituents, but he isn't clearly doing that. He's clearly, a sociopath and just continuing to collect a paycheck. He's taken up all the oxygen in the room, and people are not able to focus on the very serious business the city has to address. So, again, I would call for his resignation. And that's all. Thanks.
Called for
you
his
have a minute. Did you want to
resignation.
speak
Good luck
further,
with that
or
one.
are you done? I guess.
No, that was it.
Oh, that was it. Yeah, we just
That was
called
it.
for his resignation.
Okay, I think you said you're done.
You're done.
I'm finished. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, so next speaker.
Next caller, please.
Caller, please state the items you'd like to speak on.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Which items would you like to speak on?
I would like to speak on 1, and then I have a general comment.
So I think you said 1 in general public comment. It's a little hard to hear you, so please speak a little louder into the mic.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Sorry. 1 in general.
Early morning
comment.
rip.
Perfect. You have a minute for each. Floor is yours.
Early afternoon, I guess.
It's understandable on topic 1 that we have an issue with housing and that renters are obviously put in a crunch, but the fact that we're kicking the can down the road is really putting a burden on landlords. It's also exacerbating the housing crisis that we have because it's restricting new inventory from being on the market or allowing new dwellings to show up on the market as well. So I think obviously we do have an issue with the post-COVID housing situation, but we also need to realize that landlords are just as much of a victim oftentimes as the renters. I'd also like to move to a general comment.
Sure. Not cruising. I mean, I would say most
everyone
are
in the room,
pretty
look
cheap.
at these council members.
Unless it's
These are
high-end
all
card.
of the people that it's a disgrace that we put them in office. These people are supposed to listen to us. Councilmember Yaroslavsky, everyone look at her right now. You can identify her as the
pink
woman in the ugly pink blazer.
Doing
This
nothing.
woman has not listened to a single person
Right.
this entire meeting.
Right, just
We have
standing
to
there
set a
doing
new
nothing, all the way to
culture
the
in Los
left.
Angeles where we vote out every single incumbent, every election, okay? Because this is not going to change. Why has the chairperson not reprimanded the council members for not listening to the public?
Because they don't
The
give a fuck.
chairperson has reprimanded the chamber. They've reprimanded the people for not listening, and
Right.
they say we need to listen to the public.
Right.
Yet none of them listen to us.
Boom.
We must vote them all out every
Boom.
election. This
Boom.
is a disgrace.
Boom.
We have criminals, crooks, and cronies running this city. None of them listen to us. We have had enough. We need to start a grassroots campaign that we vote out every incumbent, every election. Tell your friends, tell your family.
you.
Good luck with that, though.
Speaker.
They're all
The next
Democrats,
speaker.
so good luck with that. One protects the other. That's why they
Caller,
still have a
please state
racist
the items you'd
in
like
their
to
midst.
speak on.
Not one of them talking about the racist who's in the chambers back there.
Caller, last
Drinking
four
coffee,
digits,
yucking it up on our dime.
53. Please state the items you'd like to speak on.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, you're a little faint, but so if you could speak a little louder. But yes, which items would you like to speak on?
I'm sorry, I took you off speaker. That's probably why. I want to speak on item 1 in general public comment.
Great, you have a minute for each. Please begin.
Yeah, she's still
Hi, my name is Alicia Ramirez, and I'm from District 9. Nithya and Marquise, you have created such a massive anti-landlord rhetoric over the past 3 years that it has ruined the good relationship between many tenants and their landlords. Nithya, you went on public radio today and said that you wanted LA City Housing to revamp its process to assure being representative of both tenants and landlords, small landlords. But in the same breath, you stated that the sole reason why we have such a high homeless rate is due to the evictions by landlords, and you know that that's not true. When you spoke on the radio today, you basically placed the sole responsibility of the homeless crisis on small landlords, and that's information that you passed on today. I heard you, and it was wrong. 20% of our homeless come from other states and from other counties being shipped here, and you know this. We need to ship them back and make other states responsible for their own homeless crisis. You never give tenants an ounce of responsibility. You can't tell me that in 3 years, tenants could not have stepped forward to negotiate their back rent with their landlords. If landlords make an effort to mediate, they are accused of harassing their tenants. Then they run to LAHD to report us. When I call to report a violent tenant to LAHD, they don't help and refuse to help to at least organize a mediation to the situation. Tenants run to you, and they wait for the council members to pass ordinance so that they can live rent-free. Now you want to pass protections that if a tenant faces 10% rental increase, they can reject that increase, give moving notice, and get months of rent and moving costs? You're kidding me. This affects mom and pop landlords and the utilities and the wear and tear that we have been paying for these other tenants that have been moved in illegally. We have a right to raise the rent 10% next year for those illegal tenants, and you know this. You want a way to keep them in there, so you want to penalize small landlords when that comes next year. Those tenants are in there, 2, 3, 4 extra people. That's 10, 20, 30, 40% that we can raise the rent. And if we do that, they can refuse, and then we have to pay them to move? Are you kidding me? Right. I heard you and Marquise trying to find a way to keep those extra tenants in those units, and this is what you created with this policy.
Thank you. Smart lady.
Thank you.
Smart lady right there.
Thank you, caller. Next.
No, I think it should be
2 more
evenly
callers,
split.
please.
Caller, please state the
Should be
items
an
you'd
even
like to
split
speak on.
between Republicans and Democrats. That way they can't have a fucking dominant rule. Okay? You know, absolute power corrupts absolutely. And that's why I said the only way. And I don't, but the problem with that is all they'll do is fight all day long and won't get nothing done. But are they getting anything done now?
Items in public comment.
Okay, so you have
What's the
3
difference?
minutes for items 1 and 8 through 22.
It would make this better.
Followed by a minute for general. Please begin.
Hi,
Yeah,
thank
Chris.
you. So, for the Federal Health Commission, we represent the Black families of District 8, Marquise Harris Dawson, and District 10, Heather Hutt. There are many families that are facing eviction. You have 4 families that are on 2nd Avenue, 66 block,
All
that
good
are
to you.
facing eviction. And they're all Black families. So this morning there wasn't
You got
a
the
lot
number
of
now.
in-person speakers, Black families, that those who do come in, Katie Yabuslavsky and Monica Rodriguez don't even listen enough because they're engaged in their own conversation. So there are many of my colleagues that have addressed that previously, that this body has to change. The only light that we see right now is Eunice Hernandez, CD1, and we want to thank you so much for being the voice of the people. So right now, the Black families are on the bottom of the totem pole. Anytime there are benefits or anything to help prevent homelessness, it doesn't go to the Black families. So I want to emphasize the voice that needs to be represented. And the Federal Health Commission, we request that Heather Hutt and Marquise Harris Dawson to work to represent the Black families, since there are very few of us representing
Smoke
that body.
detector battery. That's right.
We have
Fucking $2 battery.
Elmer
Can't even change
Roldan,
it.
that is going to be appointed to the Commission of Community and Family Services. We request that Mr. Roldan
Fuck my
really
own life for
focus
$2.
on Black families in their district, if you are going to be
Speaker,
representing
I
community.
think you've gone into
and
general,
family
am I right?
services. No, this is agenda number 8, sir.
Shit's
Okay.
chirping
Elmer
every
Roldan.
10 seconds. That shit's
Correct?
been fucking dead.
I think
Okay,
so. Please go
15
ahead.
and 16. Yes, agenda 15 and 16.
Okay,
Resolution
$10.
to Los
Is your
Angeles Housing
life not worth
Department
10, Anna?
And to approve council files in sponsorships and legislators to facilitate access to eviction
The landlord
data.
should change it.
So is this
Yeah.
going to help prevent
Read your
the
lease.
families who are working hard? And again, I want
Should
to
they come wipe your
emphasize
ass
the
and
Black families.
clean your cock
Now,
off
I want
too
to
when
make
you
it very
piss?
clear that Los Angeles was built by both Black and Brown. And so we have to afford the same resources to these Black families who work overtime, 2 or 3 jobs, and they're still being overlooked for help of any kind. So this Proposition 1 for the extension would be required to vote yes in support and support the tenants that actually put you in the seat. 15 of y'all cannot represent all 4 million of us. And it's clear that many of the self-interest, thank you, Jose Huizar, Mark Ridley Thomas, just to name a few, Englander, who have their self-interest take over. We want the new body to please look at Ms. Eunice Hernandez and how she really represents the people. And for the first time, we need 15 of her. We need 15 of her. No offense to Tracy Park or anyone else, but the old body,
in general,
including President Krikorian, general public comment. President Krikorian, we respect you as the president as well, but there are certain behaviors from your city staff that you overlook, and then you reprimand the public when you feel they're out of order. Public comment should have everyone have time to speak, no matter how many people in the room, because that's what you're there for. And you only meet 3 times a week. For God's sake, for the few minutes that we have to speak, at least look like you're paying attention. At the end of the day, it's power to the people. We cannot blame them for behaving this way when we put them in the seats to begin with. So I want us to reflect differently for our children's sake and to have them fill the seats that we failed to do. I love Los Angeles and I want us to prosper, but we have to also work together to make a governance that makes sense for the people. Thank you.
I bet you she voted for one of those motherfuckers, if not all of them.
Thank you. Next caller, please.
Caller,
Cry
please
me
state
a
the
river.
items you'd like to speak on.
Cry me a river, homegirl, because I guarantee you voted for these fucking sacks of dog shit up here.
Caller, last
Bet.
4 digits,
Bet.
1115.
I thought they were gonna
Please
be
state the
better,
items you'd like to
different.
speak on.
I know they were. Just keep talking. No. Keep talking. Yeah. Why are you still putting up the number if you can't even get in? I swear to God, as soon as they start talking, I'm just gonna sit here like this.
Caller, please
As soon
state
as
the
you start
items you'd
talking,
like
I'm
to
sitting in
speak
that
on.
chamber. Yeah, go ahead. No. Go ahead. That's it. I'm telling you, that's what I'm doing the whole time. Fuck out of here. And then that Molly
Caller,
tried to stop
last
me
4
from going like
digits,
this.
9200. Please
Apply for
state
a
the items you'd
Spider-Man,
like
you.
to speak on.
Throw a web on your ass. What? Boy? Got called a boy today. Shut up, boy. While I'm talking.
Do we have any other callers?
I told him, shut up, boy, while I'm talking.
Caller,
Homie
please
just said,
state the items you'd like to speak on.
I didn't say a word after that either. I'm not the president. I'm just the mole. What's the mole there for?
Caller, please press *6 to unmute yourself.
So I think this is a caller with a block number, so we don't know the last 4 digits. If it's maybe you, press *6.
Hello?
Hi, we can hear you.
Hello?
Now. Which items would you like to speak on?
Hello?
One in general comment.
Pinky
My
LaRue's
name
gone,
is
by the way. She went and had
Zhang
herself another
Ho,
Big Mac or
and
whatever
I'm
back
both
there.
I'm in a unique position to be both a landlord and a tenant. And I urge you to just stop all of this nonsense with antagonizing and bullying us landlords. We are doing an essential job. We are providing a service, a much needed service to Los Angeles.
Could be, Noof.
And here you are just vilifying us and treating us as if we're a bottomless pit of money and that we just have all this money to dish out to tenants left and right. Where did you get the idea that we are responsible for making people homeless?
Right.
If they're homeless,
They're Democrats. They blame other people. Never take responsibility. Zero culpability, lady. That's it.
And they got evicted. Well,
It's always
the
somebody else's
government
fault.
should intervene and provide a place for them to go. It's your fault that they don't have a place to live, not us. We can't shoulder the burden of housing people for free. It's like COVID is the Titanic that went down, but you expect us to save everybody else when all we have is a pool.
Of course
noodle
not,
that
Diaz. She doesn't
supports
show up.
us only, and you're inviting tenants, professional tenants, to just take advantage of us, and they know that they can just work the system and milk us for cash for keys offers.
And I've already had to do that. I had to pay one tenant $6,000 to leave, plus forgive over $6,000 in back rent. And then I have spent about $10,000 in the past year evicting people. And that's including fees that I had to spend to just do it myself because there were so many people. I want to dispel the myth that these people are needy. They're not needy. Look at their Facebook posts. They're traveling the world. One woman
investigating them
in a pool in Mexico.
Pool in Mexico chilling, but I ain't got no money. I need help from the government. The pandemic has killed me.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Which items would you like to speak on?
All of the above.
Okay, so you have 3 minutes for items 1 and 8 through 22.
Those people should be put in jail.
Try to make it roughly a minute.
One's
per
crying,
item, and then
crying poverty, but
minute of general after
out
that.
there
So
buying
please
the
begin.
newest iPhone. Can't pay their rent
so
though.
First of all, council members, please pay attention and listen to me.
Good luck.
I agree. Some of you are busy reading other stuff and side talking, so please listen to me. I'm a landlord, and this is the first time I was able to find the link to join the call. Last 3 years, I'm suffering. My tenants are destroying my house. So I want to talk about, like, landlords are a solution to housing needs, but they're being tortured and cornered by the powerful tenants groups. I was tenant for over 20 years. I paid rent on time and kept good communications with landlords. They were sad to see that I moved out sometimes. My tenants are working for Celebrity and insurance company. They are behind close to $50,000 rent, and my house is destroyed, and it needs repairs. They don't allow me to enter the house and repair. I'm a mom and pop landlord, so I depend on that income. The rent that they're supposed to pay me, $5,300. They're causing more damages to my house. I'm working 2 jobs to pay for the bills. I have 2 children. They're teenagers. I have to feed them. I have to buy them clothes. I need to take care of them. And my wife is a stay-home mom. So I am working 2 jobs, and missing rental income is really depleting my savings. The whole time I've been hearing all the Spanish-speaking people, they're talking. Most of them, they aren't cash money, so there is no way to track their income. And they don't report any taxes.
It's a
So
mane.
they are making more money
Like a
in
lion's
some cases,
mane.
not paying rent, not paying taxes, and making cash transactions from their jobs. And they are making more money than I am. I feel like I am being tortured and cornered because of the policy.
guys are mean.
Again, landlords are not criminals. I want to talk to my tenant. I want to resolve. I went to eviction court just to see what's going on 2 weeks ago. 75% of the cases went to the judge, and then tenant and the landlord, they did stipulation, they did resolution, they signed. They did not have to go through eviction. I'm open. Landlords want to talk to the tenant. They want to resolve this issue. If this needs to be stopped. We cannot pass this moratorium or tenant protections anymore. In a couple of years, it's going to be a bigger issue. No need to extend the eviction protections. No more free rents in the Los Angeles. The world is watching and laughing at us. Tenants are confusing lawmakers. Landlords are paying lawyers, but lawyers are only taking money from landlords with confusing eviction promises. And landlord needs legal support. And I think the tenants are just saying that the sky is falling. Trust me, sky will not fall on you guys. Landlord wants to house you, work with the landlords, and it'll be fine. Eviction moratorium and renters protection is skyrocketing. Because of that, the rent is skyrocketing. I'm requesting council members, please level the playing field for the landlords. We don't have any help. Eviction lawyers making money for no results, chasing legal papers to infinity. And I would like to say that please just don't pass it. I am really frustrated. I am, my health is in, I'm having health problems thinking about my landlords. Okay, my landlords work for, the lady works for Celebrity. they're coming up with executive producing a show. And then the man, but my tenant, he is working for insurance company as a regional vice president. They have good income.
That's good
my
money.
house is like a mini mansion, and they're using the same tactic,
Like a
and
mini
they're holding
mansion.
my house hostage, and they're smashing and grabbing my future. I cannot go to any places. I can't even go to movies with my kids. I'm always worried about my house, my income, and my future. That house I bought for my retirement. And
Thank you.
Not our
So, next
quiet
speaker.
elegance. Have. Not our. Have.
Caller, please state the items you'd like to speak on.
This will be our last speaker. Thank you.
My name is Jerome Butler. I will be giving general comment. Please listen. Can you hear me?
We can. Which items would you like to speak on?
General comment,
I said my
asshole.
name is Jerome Butler. I'll be giving general comment.
You're not listening, mole.
Can I start my 1 minute?
Yes. I think he said just general, so you have a minute.
Yes, mole.
Yes.
Thank
This is
you.
my first time to address the city council, although I have been in contact with for almost 3 years with the CD4, first under you, now Ramon, and more recently the CD2. The crux of the matter is this. The Chief Ranger, Joe Losarelli, made a series of unjustifiable and unlawful decisions while making a false arrest on me outside the park on my own property for posting flyers he did not agree
Yeah,
to
Tide.
posting. I was charged, and then the case was dismissed pursuant to 1385 in June of 2021. The LA County DA's office has just completed a criminal investigation based on my criminal complaint filed in September of 21, and they likely will decide any day now whether to indict the Chief Ranger or not.
He's in a bathroom stall.
221-0405.
He's taking a shit right now.
The Rangers, the RAP manager, and the RAP head of personnel, and the individuals from the city attorney's office. Unfortunately, the CD4 under Ms. Ramon is well aware of the cover-up and has chosen to ignore it, and now will no longer respond to my emails. There'll be more next Tuesday. Thank you.
He does sound like the guy taking orders at Taco Bell through the monitor, the speaker.
So I believe we're ending.
You want Taco Bell?
That concludes
you want a
public
Mexican
comment at this
pizza
time. I want to thank
or a
all
soft
of
taco?
the participants in chambers and on the phones.
stop
I'm
it.
going
Eat
to
this
turn
Fritos
over the
and
chair
shit.
to Councilman Blumenfeld this time.
Bro, you can't even get out that Frito bag. Couldn't even wait to get up out the Frito bag. You ain't even been working 3 hours. You already need a fucking lunch
so
break.
much. Just want to make a quick announcement. The meeting is going a little bit over, so for the people of the
Go
Los
ahead.
Angeles, the Civil Rights, Equity, Immigration, Aging, and
Uh-huh.
Disability Committee meeting will now begin at 2:30. And for my
Uh-huh.
colleagues that
Sweet
are on
comb
that
over,
committee,
bro.
please
Sweet comb over.
2:30.
Great.
That's what I would tell him. Sweet
Thank
comb
you.
over,
We're
bro.
gonna- reason I'm
Thanks
chairing
for the
right
tip.
now,
Just like that, right across the room to him.
Situation where the council, where both presiding officers may be recused from an item, then the most senior member would chair the council. So that's my understanding. But Mr. Price, would you like to speak? And then Mr. Corey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I've been advised by city attorney that because of my ownership interests in certain properties that I should recuse myself.
Oh, he's a
from this
landlord
item.
himself.
I shall do so. Thank
Huh.
you.
Huh. Oh, look
And
at that.
Corey.
Thank you, Mr. President. I also will need to recuse on this item in that I own a 4-unit rental property.
Oh, of course you do. Huh.
Thank you both.
I'm
Thank you.
surprised.
Thank you both. And with that, we will move
They're
to
both property owners. I'm
first item on our
surprised.
agenda. And just wanted to make a few comments. This
I've
is
recused
something that we've
myself,
all been
and me
very focused
too.
on. We're poised to greatly expand rental protections in the city of Los Angeles. I know we are all here around this horseshoe very excited about that. Normally, we would have a lot more time to vet this, but we are under the gun because the moratorium is going away, and we want to get something in place right away. Our rent stabilization ordinance has long provided expansive protections to tenants in multifamily buildings built before 1979, including limits on rent increases, limits on allowable reasons for evictions, payment of relocation expenses, and significant fee-supported staff to administer the program. Recently, the state adopted 1482, which places some modest restrictions on multifamily buildings that were built more than 15 years ago, but in 1979 or later. Today, we are poised to move forward with very big changes, expansive protections for tenants who are not covered by the RSO, or AB 1482, including regulations on single-family homes that are rented out and newly constructed buildings. Before we begin the discussion today, I'd like us all to keep in mind, it's my understanding we have widespread agreement on 95% of this, which is pretty remarkable. We are going to be most likely expanding protections to tenants in single-family homes, expanding protections to tenants in all buildings constructed in the last 15 years. Now, there is some discussion on a very minor piece of this, which is whether or not just cause kicks in at the moment of tenancy or when that kicks in. The committee voted on a split vote.
Adam, I think you mean renting, because if I buy a home in a rent-controlled area, it really doesn't matter, especially if it's empty. I could charge $1 million a month for it, even in a rent-controlled area. Doesn't matter. There's no cap. The cap is when somebody's living there, the raising of that rent per month or year. Got it? So less than 1% it's like 0.75, less than 1% a year to raise somebody in a rent-controlled area.
About the overall measure that we're moving forward, and then potentially move to the ordinance phase at that moment. So with that, and we have staff on hand, General Manager.
It's 10% Tang
Ortega,
in
Tricia Keene,
non-rent-controlled
and Maureen
areas.
Vincent, city attorneys. They're here to
If
answer
it's in
questions
rent-controlled
that you may
areas, it's
have.
usually around 1%, depending
But
on
what
the
I'd like to do is to
city.
start with the first amendment that is there, which is
Like they
Amendment
just raised
1A.
it to
This
1%.
is,
To
a motion
1%.
that amends what I mentioned before, the one controversial piece that amends the
The
just
people
clause
you hear
ordinance.
saying, "Oh, he raised my rent fucking 10% or more," those are people that are not living in rent-controlled areas.
By changing the ordinance language to read, if a unit has a fixed lease of 6 months or less, and the unit is the owner's primary residence,
all
then
good,
no relocation
Tang.
assistance would be required. So we'll take comments and discussions. Mr. Jaroslawski, if you wanted to speak on that, or
I don't get
anyone
angered
else.
by it.
Now would be the
Clippers
time,
minus
just,
7, guys. That's the
click your
pick.
buttons.
Sure, I'll be very brief.
Look for the Clippers to
just
win
wanna
this
say I
one
brought
by
this amendment
15?
to ensure that common sense
Oh,
protections
easy one tonight,
are
guys.
extended to as many tenants as possible.
Oh, here she goes. So we
to
got to
make
listen
the
to
rule
her,
around-
though,
and
right?
to make the rule around
She
universal
ain't listening
just
to
cause
nobody,
evictions
but we
better
got to listen to
aligned,
her.
with what already exists for RSO units, which was really the original intent of this effort, as I understand it from the very beginning. So I urge an aye vote and ask for your support on the
Oh,
amendment.
that fucking suit, though, is too much. Shit looks like a 1980s fucking...
Hernandez
fucking...
is next.
Pink.
Yes, I have a couple questions for the city attorney's office and the housing department.
Absolutely.
Three
On-
button
on this
suit.
piece, right?
On this piece.
Yes, perfect. We could have the staff come to the table.
And just to let you know, she's only there because she's the daughter of Zev
Please,
Yaroslawski,
let us
who was
conduct
a
the meeting,
councilman
please.
for fucking decades here. So she's the daughter of
We
that
can't have
guy.
yelling from the audience.
Oh, start
Mr.
yelling.
Hernandez,
Let's go.
ahead. The floor is yours.
Thank you.
Start yelling.
Thanks for joining us.
Start yelling.
My
Start
first question is,
Start
are
yelling.
there any examples of other jurisdictions with two competing sets of just cause
Baby D.
protection guidelines? And I have a second question after that. Thank you.
Just like how you like them in the commissary.
Most of the
Oh, my girl's there on the
jurisdictions
left.
in
Look at her.
California that
She's
have
hot.
just
Not
cause
her.
provisions
The
have
other
the
one.
same provisions
It's
for
my
all of the
girlfriend. Don't be
covered
making
rental
fun
units.
of her neither.
I understand
Not her, though.
the one exception is the city of San Diego.
Show my
Can you
girlfriend.
give
Come
us a little more information on the San Diego model, please?
I don't have more details. I
course
believe
you
that
don't.
they
You're
do have a
unprepared.
vesting period as opposed to the other jurisdictions and the RSO, which provides protections immediately.
Thanks for coming unprepared.
Thank you.
Thank you for being unprepared.
My second question is, what is the estimated number of renters who will now be covered by just cause protections with this expansion? Given the amendment
Somebody's
that came
at
out
my
of the
door,
Housing
guys.
and
Hold on.
Homelessness Committee, what is the estimated number of renters whose just cause protections would be delayed if the amendment to trigger protection after 12 months or the end of the term lease moves forward?
Thank you for that question. Currently, there's about 650,000 RSO rental units that have full protections, and a lot of what's under consideration today would extend similar protections to non-RSO units. Those are about 400,000 units, including the multifamily units built in the last 45 years, since 1979 to the present. Additionally, we don't have precise information on single-family dwellings. We know that there's about 129,000 rented single-family dwellings. From our data in the rent registry that the Housing Department has been collecting, we asked for tenure or when the tenancy began. About 18% of RSO tenants have only been there less than 12 months. So, and we believe that it's higher in the non-RSO tenancy. So conservatively, maybe 20% of the newly covered units would not be protected if there was a 12-month provision. So that would be renters in about 80,000 units.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Mr. Reedy, please stop shouting.
Okay, Ms. Rahman is next.
Me?
Yes, please.
Okay, great.
You have the floor.
Okay. Well, thank you for the opportunity to speak, and I wanted to ask a couple of questions as well. But before I did want to underscore the comments by you, Mr. Blumenfield, which is that I am excited about the potential for these new protections that are coming out, and provided that this body moves these recommendations forward in largely the same form as they came in today from our committee report, it will be a big change for the city of LA in terms of expanding
Batteries for the
tenant
smoke
protections.
detector? No.
And it's
Not for
something
me.
that I think we can all be proud of. I want to just
don't know,
talk
my ladies,
about some of the issues
Sorry, guys.
related to Just Cause, building on Ms. Hernandez's questions. How might a kind of a dual
She got
Just
ashy
Cause
knuckles.
provision, how would the housing department, how would it impact the capacity of the housing department to be able to administer that provision?
I love this lady. Oh, there's my girlfriend in the pink glasses.
So again, there's
She's
about
hot.
650,000
She's hot.
units currently
I got a
regulated
booty.
under the RSO rules, and this would bring about 400,000.
I just want her to
additional
talk.
units. So we're talking about almost 1 million units. That is the biggest inventory of regulated
Don't be
housing,
making fun of
except
my
for
lady,
the city
neither.
of New York, in the country. So that's massive in terms of operations.
man, I missed
it's
it.
Always
Stop it,
better
Valentine.
to be consistent, and that was the goal of the department in crafting our
Beer, I ain't
original
telling ya.
recommendations, which is to apply comparable protections to renters in non-RSO units. So it would be complicated and challenging for the housing department, but not just for the housing department, maybe more importantly for the public to understand, for landlords and tenants who would have different criteria to apply. And we would also be inconsistent in some
Smiley
respects with
faces
the
is an
county
Illadelph.
rules, and we were very much trying to provide consistency and adopt a universal set of policies
a
that would apply.
14-inch
We have
beaker or
found
something they
throughout the
call
years of the pandemic, as there have been differing rules at the federal, state, county, and city level, that landlords and tenants, they often don't know if they live in the city or live in the county. So it's confusing. So to the extent that we can provide consistency for these 1 million possible rental units that will be regulated, that is all to the better, and it would help us with our outreach and education.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's why I was supportive of the recommendations that they originally came out from the housing department, which allowed for this consistency, allowed for ease of communication to tenants who find many of this very, very complicated, and even to landlords who find this really complicated. Can you also talk to us? I mean, the report and these 3 recommendations for additional provisions came out from a request to the housing department, an amendment to the original request to think about sunsetting the eviction moratorium, asking for the housing department to come back with additional recommendations that could fill out the safety net for tenants based on your experience handling tenant inquiries. Based on that experience, do you feel like the kind of the limitations or the amendments made to the housing committees, to the original recommendations that you had put forward about universal just cause, what kind of ramifications might that have for tenants? Are there cases in which you might see retaliation for tenants who are within that 1-year time period? Is that something that you might even expect to see based on your experience? You know, just based on your expertise, I'm really interested in getting feedback on that.
I haven't seen Salty in here in a little bit.
again, we were striving to achieve consistency among the rules. RSO units, RSO protections apply to units built 45 years or more ago. It's difficult to, in some ways, justify differing rules or lesser protections for tenants living in units that are 20, 30, 40 years old. So that's a long time and a lot of units that would be affected by different rules. The 12-month provision could potentially incentivize landlords to find ways to
It's purple.
circumvent the
Her hair is
rules and the
purple.
just cause protections, the rules about the repayment of rental arrears accumulated during the COVID pandemic. There would be concerns about
Looks like she washed it, though, for the show today.
retaliation from tenants who might rightfully file
And combed
complaints
it.
or request repairs or
That girl, you know you about to go in front of public. Might be cameras there. Like, you could at least
and-
comb the shit.
As far as addressing the
Looks
occasional
like my hair right now.
situations
That ain't no wig.
where,
That's her hair.
landlord and tenant mutually agree to a shorter tenancy.
Sex
I
hair?
think
She
that
just
there's
got boned?
More specific, precise ways that concern could be addressed without affecting the
Bro, that's my hair.
protections of a tenant. The basic protection to be given a
Look, that's
legal
my hair.
reason for
My fucking hat on. That's
eviction
my
or
fucking hair.
dislocation.
That's that. Except for the
So,
purple.
Again, the just cause doesn't mean that
fuck outta here.
a landlord cannot
Just woke
evict
up.
a tenant. In fact, there are 14 legal reasons for eviction.
Fuck
The
outta
vast
here.
majority of them do not require any relocation assistance. Relocation assistance only comes into play when a landlord wants to recover their rental unit for some specified reasons, but these are no-fault reasons of the tenant. If a tenant is not a good tenant, is not paying their rent, is not following their lease, is being a nuisance.
Same
involved
color,
with
too. I
drugs
don't
and
be just
gangs,
for men in it. Fuck
all
that.
of those are legal reasons for eviction that do
Natural.
not require relocation assistance. So this proposal would somewhat create a two-tier system that would seem unfair to tenants merely because of how old the building
Yeah,
that
she
they
bought
live
that
in
suit in
is.
'82 for sure. She's been wearing that fucker since
But we're
'82.
expecting now that impacts over 400,000 units. That's a significant portion of the city. And
That's,
so- yeah.
that's
So-
correct, and would be, again, so that would be an additional criteria.
No way
step,
that suit was made in the
investigation
last 2 years.
that
No way.
The housing department and our
way.
investigators would be needing to delve into as we look into tenant complaints.
Well, I want to thank you for those answers
just
and to
have my girl
reiterate what
talk?
I had said yesterday or on Wednesday in the Housing Committee, which is that I thought that the
Goodwill.
recommendations that had initially come from the Housing Department allowed us a more simple and straightforward set of rules for the city to be able to implement and for the city to have the capacity to implement, and that the amendment brought forward by Ms. Yaroslavsky today addresses some of the specific issues that you had brought up in the meeting, Mr. Blumenfield, around, for example, a travel nurse or an actor who had a shoot for 3 months elsewhere from their house. But that still allowed us to
the
go
actor.
forward with a very sensible set of protections that ended this two-tiered system of renters, that allowed for the entire city, which is undergoing an immense housing crisis, and where evidence has shown over and over again that protections against evictions have actually impacted our capacity to reduce the number of people falling into homelessness. I think it's a good moment for us to move forward with the strongest version of this that we have in front of us. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rahman. Mr. McCosker, followed by Ms. Rodriguez.
I want the people to get loud in
Thank you
there
very
already.
much.
Where's Big Money?
I share the sentiment that this is a monumental day. This is an exciting day. We have. It looks like we have come a long way. It looks
Super
like we're
exciting.
going to have significant protections for our renters in this city. I'm going to ask a couple of questions about the proposed amendment at the committee because it does relate to how I see the Amendment 1A, which is before us today. And I'll go back to Councilmember Hernandez's question about the effect of the language from the committee report, the term of the lease or 12 months, whichever is shorter. And I will ask, how do we treat month-to-month tenancies under that language? Do we treat the month-to-month tenancy to be a 30-day period effectively then
That's what it
immediately
is.
instituting the protections.
That's correct. So tenancy and month-to-month tenancies would be protected after the initial 30 days.
So someone who, thank you very much. So someone who then is in a longer term lease, let's say a 1-year lease or a 2-year lease, and the lease terms themselves, itself says, if you are a holdover tenant, you turn to month under XYZ rules, that would be then considered the 30-day lease term, and we would have the effect under the language of the, again, the committee report, we would have the effect of the protections?
That's correct. After the 1 year, then the just cause protections would be applicable.
Excellent, thank you. One more question. After the 1 year, you said, that 1 year very likely starts before the effective date of this ordinance. We're going to have a whole bunch of folks who are in longer-term leases that began before today and before the effective date of this lease. Are we relating back to that period of time?
No, we would always look back to the initial lease.
We're looking back to the initial lease, but the initial lease may predate the effective date of this ordinance?
Yes, absolutely.
How is that
Which would have the
possible?
effect of causing a great deal of
So-
coverage, if you will,
How's
for
that
folks
possible?
who now are protected under the new ordinance.
Yes, depending on when their lease began, that would start the clock on their 12 months.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, overreach.
Thank you. And Mr. McOsker agreed, this is a very big day for Los Angeles and the considerations and the deliberations that we're having. But we also have to recognize the balance of the whole of what we're deliberating on, and that is the impact to
Roseanne,
several
she's back.
landlords that, you know, I discussed this in committee based on my own family's circumstances as an immigrant family that, you know, had the means of having their first home and achieving a middle-class lifestyle. We have a lot of individuals that were affected through the course of the pandemic.
Don't be sorry, Elon.
because
You're allowed
of
to have
a
your
number
opinion.
of,
It's not the state,
inconsistent
it's these
policies,
people right here.
that
This
were
one
also
talking and all of her
injured
constituents.
by some of the policies that were adopted.
And the people
so
that
we're
support
trying to
these
strike
people
this
and
really
whoever
important
made that
balance
fucking suit
by
right
making
there.
sure that those that are seeking to achieve
Really, bro? You need
that
to,
generational
girl,
wealth
guy, you need to burn that, whatever that is. The pants, the top needs to be burnt. That's criminal. That
by the policies that we're making. My
should be a
question is,
felony in
among the things that you're
California.
tracking,
One strike off
have
your
you been
3.
also tracking
Not
the
that there's
transfer
3
of
strikes anymore,
ownership
but whatever.
From those small mom
My
and pop landlords
God,
to the
how do you
corporate
go around
entities
looking at
that
like
so
wearing
often
that
they're going to
thing?
be the ones most capable of navigating
like a
very complicated
straight, and it
policies
looks a little too short
that,
too.
we are
Like I
adopting
can already see homie's wrists.
in
or
any way,
home
shape,
sh-
or form. That's why it often
fucking
ends up
what- oh, it's a girl.
in a corporatized landlord fashion, because
Girl, you need to
the
get rid of that
policies that
shit.
are adopted by and large by any municipality become
old
very
polyester
difficult
fucking
for
palace right there.
just as businesses in Los Angeles, very difficult for small business owners to navigate.
Oh,
That's why we end up having large-scale businesses that compete more effectively
limo
for
driver?
contracts in the city.
Bro, my
We
limo
have an
driver's picking me
environment
up wearing that. I'm
very
telling him,
often
don't worry about it. Stay in the
disenfranchises
car.
people that don't
I'll
have
open my
the bandwidth
own
or the
door.
means of navigating the policies that we adopt. So my question is,
I don't want-
have you also tracked the
bruh,
transfer of ownership?
shit's older than
that have
most of
occurred
us, this
even just
suit.
through the course of the pandemic.
That is 70s.
from
This shit,
those
there's
small
no
mom and pop
way they
landlords
made this
to
shit in the
corporate
90s or 2000s. Okay? There's no fucking way. That was made in maybe 80.
Query our
Maybe.
systems from the annual rent registration that landlords do every year, but
Maybe.
no, to answer
Maybe.
directly, we have not been tracking that.
And so I asked
Well, I
that
saw the
question
fingernails.
I hope
Most
there's
men
an
don't paint their
obvious
fingernails. And when they do, it's
understanding
usually like a
of
gothic
how we
black.
have a
Not a
responsibility to
nice
strike an important
Revlon
balance
red.
to ensure that we can help create a competitive environment
So I'll assume.
that doesn't have a wealth transfer from individuals and families who have home ownership or have aspired to have
70s
home ownership or
man,
whatever type
sorry.
of ownership model that they've had, that incents a corporatized housing ownership
it's
model
a-
here in the city of
a
Los
hipster.
Angeles. And more importantly, even further, I would suggest that perhaps would even then
Some chick
potentially
hipster.
create an environment that would incent more short-term rental environments in a large part of our city. So,
Bro, I'm
because
trying
we
to tell you,
recognize
I
that
seen
we
that
have not
suit.
been very
I seen that
successful in
suit.
ensuring
Red Fox was
compliance
wearing it.
of those policies as well. So I just remind.
He was wearing that shit one time.
We have an important balance that we have to strike with every policy that we have. And I thought the committee and we have a lot of wonderful ideas that come around. It doesn't mean that every single part of it is perfect, but we have a responsibility to exercise good judgment, to have a policy that strikes a balance for all members in the city of Los Angeles. Thank you.
And next I'll call on myself, and then after that, Ms. Hernandez for a second round. One thing I want to build on what Mr. Kosker said, which was the fact that while you
at
said
least
there's
that's a
about
new
80,000
suit.
units that
I don't like the
potentially be
tie, but it's a
affected,
new suit.
90+%
Give a shit.
of those
It's a
units
newer suit.
already have leases and will be immediately going into just cause. The only thing that we're talking about under the base, what came out of committee, are
the tie's pretty awful, right, Chris?
New leases that are less than a year that are specific to
Surprised
a
he
period
looked
of
at
time.
that and like,
And one of the
that's
reasons I
the
put this
one.
forward is I think there is
Really?
a place
Maybe his
in
kid
our
gave it to him.
city for short-term.
He's got to wear it.
The most obvious example about the traveling nurses
Like
and
the
the
light-up
activists,
ties and
Mr.
shit.
Staroslavsky's,
Gotta wear it.
Amendment.
Dad, you
deals with
better
that
wear it
to
today.
some
I'm gonna
extent.
watch.
And I appreciate that amendment for that.
Dad, you
reason.
took it off.
And I think it does deal with.
He doesn't want to
a
hear it
good
when he
chunk
gets
of what
home.
I was
He's just
concerned
wearing
with, but
it.
it doesn't deal with all of it. The other piece to it, we didn't talk about so much in committee, has to do with just whether or not we want to allow short-term, not short-term
Men's
rentals,
Warehouse?
less than 30 days, but
Better than that other one,
medium-term
though.
rentals, meaning
The
after 30 days
70s
to
fucking
12 months. Is there a useful piece
Goodwill
in our
special
city for those types of leases? Because if we
just watch somebody bail on the
if we
mountain.
don't pass it the
You
way
guys
the
are
committee went
watching
out, we're
this.
effectively
That's what I'm
officiating all
watching.
of those.
People fall on
We're
the
saying
fucking
we no
hill.
longer want to
Bear
allow
Mountain, live.
midterm leases, and I think that that's a problem. On potentially a problem. We haven't fully studied the impacts of that, but we haven't fully studied the impacts of what's going to happen when we apply just cause across the board.
Watch the snowboarders go
What is
face
going to
down.
happen to housing production, and also what's going to happen to the incentive for landlords to take a chance on tenants. One of the most difficult things, I mean, I spent a lot of time doing outreach and talking to folks who are trying to get into affordable units, is that landlords don't want to take folks who have bad credit or
Yeah, it shows a propensity to
have
not
been
pay.
evicted before or criminal
Hello?
history. And
Hello?
we want them to take folks like that on.
Of course we
wanna
do.
make it
We
easier
want you to,
for
but
people to
you're
get
forcing
into
us
leases.
to. Is
And
what
I
he's
think
telling
the
you.
midterm option where creates less fear on the behalf of
So
the
don't be
person
scared of the person
may
who
be
doesn't
renting their
pay,
ADU in the back
'cause
of
we
their
say
yard,
so.
saying I want to rent my ADU to somebody, an affordable ADU, but it's in my
moron.
backyard. I want to have the ability to, if we don't gel, to remove that person. You know, not necessarily for the just cause. Obviously, there's the just cause reasons, and but should there be a period of time where the owner of the property has that ability, and that's kind of fundamentally what's at stake here. And I think having that
There you
period
go,
of time
David
be
Carr.
limited, less than a year, and the term of a lease, and most 90% of these leases, 99 are month to month. So really, take all of that off the table.
They all
because
should,
of them are gonna
Don.
get just cause right away. We're really talking
That
about
way
that
they,
limited.
you don't, you know
Do we want to
that
allow
you don't
that to
have
happen?
some
I think we should
weirdo
allow that,
terrorist or
which
rapist
is
living
why,
next to you.
I'm going to be
right?
a no vote.
That's the real
on
point of
Mr.
it.
Jaslowski's
And to see if you
amendment,
have the
even though I
propensity
really
to
do
pay.
appreciate the
Like this man was
thoughtfulness of it
saying,
and how it
he
does help
has the
address
audacity
some of
to
these
tell you
concerns.
that the landlords aren't taking the people who aren't paying. But we want them to take the people who aren't paying. Well, no shit, Sherlock. But how do you convince somebody to take somebody who you know goddamn well can't pay his $76 to Macy's for a bottle of cologne? You know goddamn well he ain't paying you $1,500 for the rent. But yet you're mad at the landlord. Got it.
In some ways, it would be retroactive in that.
Totally got
we
it.
would be looking at the
Can't even pay Macy's.
the commencement of their lease.
Fuck out of here.
Okay.
But what I was referring to about the 80,000 is that right now, there are
the
an estimated
landlord's
80,000 renters who have not yet been in their unit for 12 months. So they would start to become eligible in the coming months
Got
if this
it.
were adopted.
Got it. So 80,000 people's lives are on the line, even if we adopt this. Is what you're saying? That they won't be covered by the protection, just cause?
They wouldn't immediately be covered. They would become covered month by month by month.
Got it. So it's 80,000 people that we're talking about at least.
Households, so it's more people.
Got it. Thank you for that clarity.
No, my opinion is just like David's. You know, there's no, like David Carr's, there's no fucking culpability and accountability. I mean, fuck, I want a Lamborghini. I can't afford it. So should I go buy it and then hope that the people, the taxpayers,
so
just
much
pay
for
it
coming
for me
here.
and
This
then I
has been
cry
very
wolf
enlightening.
when they come to take
And
it?
So I just want to make sure I understand this correctly.
I
So
mean,
for
come on, man.
non-RSO units, let's just assume that the
You want a
the way
Lamborghini,
it's
get
written,
out or get a
it
better
passes
job.
Now you have to wait 1 year to
And
get
then you'll
to
get
just cause. So if someone were to call your office,
This is
and
the
has
country to do it.
Had a 12-month lease that expired and now they're past that, they would have protections, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if someone called and said, hey, I've been in my apartment for 9 months, but my 1-year lease hasn't completed, that person would not have protections, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if someone were to sign a new lease, say 2 years from now, and said, I just signed this new
Fuck
lease, do
that
I have
tool.
just cause? You would say no, right? Right. Okay, so what we're really talking about is not really a two-tier system, but a multi-tiered system. Because I think this is the point of trying to have a consistency across, is that this is not going to be more clear, it's going to be more confusing, more work for the housing department, at a time when I think that we need to really address the homelessness issue. And so, can you give me an example where landlords put in their lease, regardless of the time period, where they put reasons why a tenant can be evicted? Have you ever seen that happen?
Of course.
They put lease terms.
Sure.
The length of the lease, perhaps the number of occupants.
No smoking, no drug dealing. Yeah, these are provisions that all.
Whether pets are allowed.
Yeah, this
I
is
don't think
normal.
that they're necessarily reasons to be evicted, but they're terms of complying with their lease agreement.
Right. And part of having RSO is that it gives you protection against some of the things a landlord could put in your lease that could give them power to evict you, correct?
Correct, and it also spells out what the tenant is getting for the rent that they're paying every month. So it might specify whether or not parking is included or other amenities.
Thank you so much. So I wanted to bring my lease that I have as one of the renters here in the city council. And yes, my lease has reasons why I can be evicted. And there's a reason why I'm not afraid. It's because I'm in an RSO unit. I have those protections. And so what we're creating here, my colleagues, is a system that is going to divide people and give more power to the corporate landlords of the city that now own over 70% of the rental units of the city. And when I look at my lease, this is not a lease that was created by my landlord.
It's just a standard lease.
It's created by the Apartment Association.
Yeah, it's a standard lease.
That was created for all landlords to use
standard.
so that they can have the power against us. And so what we're really talking about, my colleagues, is about
The power
who does
against
this
you or
city
have
represent?
power to defend themselves.
We talk about people
against
who
your
become
actions.
homeless every single day, and those are the most vulnerable. Those are members of union. Those are folks that are living on minimum wage, the disabled, the elderly. Those are the folks we have been asked by the voters to protect. And by creating a two-tier system, we're essentially saying we are giving our power. That the city council is saying we are giving away power that we
actions
should
by
have,
not
that
paying
we should
your
be
rent.
protecting our citizens.
By bringing
to
in
those
people
corporate
illegally to
landlords
live with you
that we already
and aren't
know
on
what they've
lease.
done to the city.
By bringing in
They have
pets you shouldn't
profited
have
off
had.
working
By smoking
people.
weed when you weren't
A
supposed to
one-bedroom
in there,
apartment
if
where
that's
I
what the
live
lease
is
says.
costing $3,400.
Stealing drugs in your apartment.
And that is
Those
because
things.
landlords and developers
That's
have
just
an
five for
outsized
you.
power in this city. And so I'm pleading my colleagues that this, in fact, is not controversial.
Hell no, Carlos.
That it is the right
I mean,
thing to
Oscar,
do.
hell
It is
no.
the just thing to do. It is the moral
Sorry,
thing
Oscar.
to do. And I please ask that if you truly care about solving the systemic issues of the city, that you vote yes on this amendment.
Ms. Hernandez on the queue again.
Thank you.
Audience comments down, please. Ms.
Hey,
Hernandez,
shut
has the floor.
up.
Go ahead.
Just another quick question. Out of those 80,000 households, do you all know how they're dispersed throughout our district and ethnicities? And also, Thank you, Councilman Hugo Soto Martinez. This is just a prime example of what it looks like to legislate when you haven't taken a dollar or a penny from those interest groups. Thank you.
We do not have that information.
Of course, because you're unprepared as fuck. They've asked you about 4 questions and 2 you haven't answered. And homeboy just shat on your plan.
And I just should
Comb
point out,
over.
the 80,000 units that we're talking about, 90% of them are going to be covered because of their month-to-month, so they're just cause. We're only talking about that short segment of folks who have a short-term lease. It's not all of those units. It's only the short-term lease. If somebody explicitly wants to bring forward a short-term lease, then they can do that and be able to have an agreement between them and their tenant and not have be subject to just cause until the lease expires. But that's what's before us. I think we can call for a vote at this point. I don't see any other. Oh, Mr. Harris Dawson has. Go ahead.
So thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, members, for a rich deliberation that we had both in committee and here today in council. This thing seems to get more complicated the more we look at it. And in committee, it seemed a little less complicated. I just want to clarify something that I heard Mr. Blumenfeld in good faith say, but I just want to make sure I understand it correctly. Should we pass this amendment put forward that we're discussing now, does that make short-term leases illegal?
No,
it doesn't.
It
So
does
anybody who wants to do a short-term lease can still do it. What it does mean, though, is that if they want to evict someone, they have to have a just cause. Is that what we're?
That's it. He's gone.
So what we're doing is we're protecting landlords and giving them the service. Please, everybody understand, eviction is a service that the government provides to people who own land.
Who
Just
don't
like
pay
the
their
government
rent,
gives people
mostly.
food who can't feed themselves, and like we give housing to some people who can't house themselves, eviction is a service that we provide to landlords. We're saying we'll provide that service to the landlord, even if they don't have a just cause.
The way the Housing Committee amended it, just cause would not be provided until the lease is over or for whatever period the landlord and tenant establish their lease. So yes, landlords would be
So that
able
means
to
they
evict.
wouldn't have to have what we're terming a just cause.
They wouldn't have to
And
have
we would
any reason.
perform the eviction on their behalf.
There you go. Just shat on her plan one
We
more
would
time.
allow it.
I mean, but who does it?
Just shat on her.
You don't hire private security to do an eviction. The government does it, right?
I don't know how to answer
I
this.
just want to
so-
make sure this is for the benefit of Councilmember Harris Dawson. I just want to make sure I'm super, super clear on what we're voting on.
I don't,
We're not
Scooter.
banning short-term leases,
I need to look those up.
right?
We are not banning short-term leases.
All right. What we're saying is, for a year, you can evict someone without a just cause, and we will help you. That's what came out of committee.
The city would be permitting that to happen, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I'd like to clarify, especially since you
Can I
mentioned
have
what
the
I said
cheat
about
sheet?
initiating the short-term
the
lease.
cheat
Not that
sheet.
legally you couldn't have a
Give me the
short-term lease,
cheat
but
sheet.
what I was using that to
I'm
refer
looking
to
stupid
is,
here.
at that point, if you have a short-term lease, you're going to have to pay relocation fee if you want to. If you rent something for 3 months to somebody and they say, you know what, I'm going to stay here. I know I signed a lease for 3 months, but I want to stay here for 2 years. In order to get them to leave and to get your property back, you would have to pay them the relocation fee. Not
That's
that
ridiculous.
legally you could do a short-term lease, but
That's ridiculous.
in effect, in my view, the short-term leases are vitiated in the sense that you no longer have that power where you can tell somebody they have to leave, because if you do tell them, you can, but you then have to pay that relocation fee.
Then
So I wanna
nobody's
make
going to
it
do
clear,
short-term leases.
I didn't intend it to be a legal thing, but but more of a practical.
I mean, a
thing in
landlord's
my
going to learn and play the game too. Okay, well then I won't do a short-term
Again,
lease
so
with
I'm
you.
clear, in the case.
Be forced to do
under
2 years.
Ms. Yaroslavsky's motion, in the case that a person wants to come back to their property, like the very good example you laid out in committee, her motion protects that person.
It does. It just doesn't protect it for any other short-term lease that someone enters into. If someone who owns the property wants to make a short-term deal with someone for whatever reason, under Mr. Yaroslavsky's motion, the only way you could tell them to leave is if you're your primary residence. If you own that and you have another reason for doing it for a short period of time, you can't. But that's why I gave good credit for that. It does go part way in terms of what I was going after, and appreciate that. But it doesn't do that full piece where any landlord or property owner can make a short-term deal without risking having to pay the relocation fee even on a 2-month lease. Just to be clear, so we all know what we're voting on. Ms. Rahman is next.
Oh, I just wanted to clarify the example you mentioned right now, the 3-month lease. How would that not be covered by the amendment? Because I think the amendment actually does address that. And
Wouldn't cover, as I understand it, we have the staff here as well, but it would not cover if you have a property, an ADU, but you're not moving in your own family member, it's not your primary residence. You have a single family home, you have an ADU in your backyard, you rent it to someone for 3 months, and you don't get along with them. They
Oh no,
have loud
Mike.
parties.
Mike,
Nothing
Dave,
that rises to
it
the
would be
nuisance level of just
total
cause, but
craziness.
You just don't get along with them, and they're in your backyard. You want to rent
Yeah,
to somebody
smiley
else. You
face.
had a 3-month lease. Under Ms. Yaroslavsky's thing, you could not evict them without paying them the relocation fee.
Yeah, that's what they want. No
that's
recourse
an
for the
example.
landlord. These people could
We're splitting
not
hairs.
pay
I mean,
rent,
the good
tear
news
it
in
all
all this is
apart.
we really are splitting hairs.
And
We're
then you
talking
got to
about
pay
a
for
very
them to
narrow
be evicted
band,
and pay for them to be relocated.
of units
and
of
while
people. We're-
losing months
We're
of rent
splitting
before
hairs
they're
over thousands
evicted.
of
To be
people's
called on,
lives.
please. 1 second. I'm
Like,
sorry.
It's
To-
thousands of people's lives.
Mr. Harris-Dawson, just one moment. Mr. Hernandez is next, and then you can come after that, but just I want to keep the order of the room here. Ms. Hernandez, go ahead.
I was just going to say the same thing, that we are splitting hairs, but these are thousands of people and families that we're talking about, and we already have 41,000 people experiencing homelessness on our streets. We are creating an eviction to homelessness pipeline that we are not really digging into. And so it's hairs, but it's people's lives. We can't just be light about it. We can't.
Well, they're gonna be.
I'm not
They
trying
don't
to be light
care.
about it. The other
They
side of
don't
the coin,
care.
of which I was viewing, which is that I'm worried that folks will not take a chance on new tenants if they don't have this power for a short period of time to have that lease. We can have a disagreement on it; it's fair, but we all take this very seriously. We're all worried about tenants'
Oh, yeah, you're really
rights
worried.
and making sure that we do what's best to try to prevent homelessness in the future. We may have different ways of on this particular point of how that goes, but I think all of our intention is to help tenants and to help prevent homelessness. And Ms. Yaroslavsky, followed by Ms. Harris-Dawson.
So I'm willing to remove the provision that says that it only would apply
Oh, you're
for the
willing.
first 6 months in the case where the person owns the property, and have it apply more broadly for 6-month leases, regardless of who the lessor is and what their relationship is with the property, if that would be helpful.
Oh, thank you. You're so fucking helpful.
Does that make sense?
You want to amend your motion
To eliminate the
basically-
requirement that it only applies in the case of someone whose home it is and they're coming back to their primary residence.
so that it would just be taking the 12-month to 6-month.
Exactly.
Is that correct?
She needs some
All right, is there a
chapstick.
second on that motion?
And that should address the concerns that you're
Dusty
raising. At
lips.
least
It does.
More
It just-
so.
I mean, it's then a question of how many. Then it's just a question of how many months.
Dusty, dry
Right.
lips.
And that 6-month gap, I think, will keep
Yeah.
people
I
from
mean,
being.
if we want to just end this now, you want to split it at 9 months and be done with it?
Just end it now, man. Let's do
No.
it.
Mr.
Just
President,
other
is
people's
there
lives.
a
Look, he's giggling
So
about it.
let's. So there's a second. So
They're so cavalier about
okay,
everybody
so we
else's
can-
shit.
We'll take. You have you've changed your amendment, so we will now take up your amended amendment.
Yes.
And Mr.
Okay.
Mr. President, may I ask, do the
It's
housing
gross that I
attorneys
noticed that. How could I not?
understand enough so that they can put this in there?
Gotta watch
right?
it in high def.
All right. So, I mean, if you understand, what I don't want to do is we move on and then
Thank you, Molly.
The attorneys don't know what to do.
God, I gotta get that mole drop already.
And Mr. Oslowski, correct me if I'm wrong, the amended amendment is simply to take the committee language and change it from 12 months to 6 months, leaving everything else the committee language intact, just changing the number from 12 to 6.
Just see Fred Savage's face.
Okay, so that's what's before us. Oh, I'm sorry, there's 2 more names on that. I want to call on everyone who wants to
Dr.
speak.
Evil.
Mr. Harris-Dawson again, go ahead.
I want to wait until we get. Are we clear? This is what we're talking about.
But you were amending, that I stated it clearly? Okay. For that,
Dude, she's
Ms.
so hot. I
Ms.
want to hear her
Picasso,
just
did you have
talk
a
one
comment,
time.
question?
Why don't they let her talk?
Okay.
I won't let my girlfriend talk now one time. She just holds the cheat sheet. She's the backup QB with the clipboard.
We're
Fucking
getting
hair
some
is so
confirming
awesome. I just want to
language.
see a close-up shot and hear her talk. I would
Once
give
I
anything.
know- I understand this right. I
I
can
mean, look at that
read
hair.
it
It's a
in.
lion's mane right there. She's got a straight lion's mane. I need to see, I just need to hear it. Just let her just say the Pledge of Allegiance, something. I don't care.
Yeah.
Just need to hear it. Those glasses and that suit and that hair. I mean, that's somebody who's majestic. You don't run across a creature like that every day.
That's for folks' indulgence while we take a second here to make sure that. I mean,
She could totally be in the next Hobbit movie and just not even have to get anything going, just like that. Yeah, Willie, I do. I need a boner.
As I understand it, it's
I
a
gotta-
very simple change, just changing 12 to 6.
I want a boner.
And leaving everything else intact.
Don't tell nobody, though. She's a MILF for sure. That's a MILF. She might even be a GILF. Sideshow Bob here.
Okay, so I have the language in front of me. I'm going to read it out. If the members and their staffs would pay attention so that you can then comment on it, right? Make sure we're all good. So this is
When
the
Molly talks.
amendment to Amendment 1A, right? So it was a revision. The original was a revision.
Jesus, probably
to 2B.
Aquanet.
I'm
Old
going to
school
read
Aquanet.
out what the changes are, and then I'm going to read it through. So the additional changes would be to strike out the phrase in the third line for an owner move-in eviction.
I guess I should have just
and
said.
then in the last line, to strike out
Wait.
everything in the word less. Right? That's the end of the
Straight
last line
Aquanet,
of the
baby.
last word. So reading it clean through, it currently reads
What are you doing?
2B,
Hey,
amend
what are you
draft
doing?
ordinance section
Stop it.
165.04
Well, sit on
of
your
Article
chair.
5, Chapter 16, so that no relocation
Everybody can
assistance
see
is
you. Go sit on the
required
chair.
if the lease states the
Fat
owner's
boy.
intention to move back into the unit at the expiration of the lease, provided that the lease is for a fixed term of 6 months or less. All right?
Says it's the owner's intent to move back into the lease, which is what Mr. Zalewski was saying that she did not want to put in there. So is that an accurate representation? Because it's not as I understood it.
So give me the correct revisions, and I'll read them back in.
Dumb
for
fun, though, Sonic.
I mean, isn't the easiest thing to do take the underlying language and just change 12 to 6? Yes. So the amendment is to take the language as it is and change the number 12 to the number 6.
A bash, I don't know. Because he's got a lisp. He's a little lispy. Comes with the bowl.
I'm getting a clean copy with the changes on it, because I got too many markups now.
Okay, why don't you work on that, and we're going to go to the next items on.
I really can't
We're
stand
going to keep this going, but we have a couple of ones which are much less controversial. Let's get through those while you're figuring that out.
Yeah,
which is the next one is the issue of 1B, which is the motion to instruct the departments to report back on creating a relief program for mom and pop landlords. That was Ms. Rahman, seconded by myself. Is there any discussion on 1B? Seeing no discussion on 1B, we can take a vote on 1B. Open the roll. Close the roll. Tally the vote.
1B, all yeses.
Okay, 1B is
Why
adopted.
do we
Let's move
vote?
to motion 1C. Vote on the motion 1C. That's Ms. Park, seconded by
That's
myself.
what happens when you
This
have
is the
all one
motion that
side,
instructs
ladies and
departments
gentlemen.
to report back on the number of
It's almost
renters who
always
will rent
just
and
one
what
way.
funding is available to assist mom
No
and pop
opposition.
landlords. Recommendation is to vote yes. Any discussion on 1C?
Aquanet is
Seeing no
the
discussion,
original
let's open the
flamethrower.
roll. Close the roll. 1C is adopted.
12 eyes.
12 ayes, okay. Now we can move to...
Shock face.
Well, I guess we can't do 2 yet because of that. Want to do a separate vote on number 3 at Mr. Lee's request. This is the item on the committee report that approves the Housing Department's
They're the
recommendations on
Antichrist creating of
a
now,
threshold for
not in the
evictions
future.
and a citywide
Lobster,
relocation
apparently.
assistance displacement program. This is the one that changes the numbers so that instead of being able to evict somebody at, as soon as they're a day late and a dollar short, it has to be a 1 month's rent, et cetera. We'll move to a discussion on
Is
this
there no
item,
more
and I see Ms.
Aquanet?
Park
They don't make
is on the
Aquanet
queue
anymore?
for discussion on number 3. Go ahead, Ms. Park.
It's killing the ozone layer, man.
Councilmember Blumenfeld and colleagues, I wish that we had more time to study this and that we were actually looking at a consensus-based package of legislation today that strikes a thoughtful and balanced approach that considers the needs and interests of all of our stakeholders. But instead, this feels rushed, and we are doing it in an ad hoc fashion in a way that causes me concern about the lack of consideration on the long-term and the short-term implications of what we are about to do. Striking a balance between renter protections and our housing providers is essential, and it's not easy. In my district, the majority of the housing that we would consider affordable, and I use air quotes around affordable because in my district that would be people making close to 6 figures, not folks working in our
sit in your chair.
retail or restaurants or clerical
Come over here.
positions.
Yeah, come on.
Those units
Good
are
boy.
provided in many cases by small and medium-sized landlords. And in many cases, those units represent generational wealth, stabilizing our neighborhoods and keeping ownership in Los Angeles. But we have seen the loss of far too many of those units because of the burdens that we have placed on our housing providers over the last few years. And in many cases, we have actually exacerbated the affordability crisis that we all have an interest in solving. We have a responsibility to uplift our tenants and help them so that they don't fall into homelessness, but we also have an obligation to help preserve our housing stock and ensure that our existing units, especially our single-family homes and our affordable multifamily housing units, aren't sold to outside corporate interests, like what happened in the aftermath of the Great Recession, and like we have seen over the last few years as our housing providers struggled to make ends meet. That is why I am putting forward an additional instruction introduced alongside my colleagues, Council Members Blumenfield, Rahman, Hutt, Lee, McCosker, and Yaroslavsky, instructing the LA Housing Department to report on the number of how many renters in our city are actually still struggling, the amount of the rental debt that has accrued during the pandemic, and what those solutions are. Coupled with that is an instruction to our CAO to identify potential funding at the federal, state, and local levels to assist renters and our housing providers as we approach payment deadlines when back rent is going to become due.
It's true, way
So
out
with
of-
that
off
said,
the
I
road.
do have some
Way out of the
questions for our housing department. Thank you so much for being here today and helping us navigate our way through this very
Right, Suckma?
complicated agenda. Now, I understand that we are just giving direction to our city attorney to draft an ordinance, as that will create a threshold for eviction, but I do have some concerns about the unintended consequences. Our housing providers sometimes operate on very thin margins, and what I don't want to do is create a situation where landlords who may already be struggling with rental debt owed to them are faced with yet another cost. So for tenants, I am worried that the eviction threshold
Thanks,
tied to
B-Real.
fair market rent may be built into rental prices for new tenants moving in the future, new leases, as well as renewals. Those increased housing costs could very well lead to the loss of the very much needed housing stock that we all claim to care so much about. So if you could, please walk us through how the threshold is going to work in actual practice. Is this debt going to be paid by the next calendar month, or is this something that our housing providers are going to have to carry into perpetuity?
The ponies are gone.
So, Councilwoman, I believe
She
you're
got her cheat
speaking
sheet.
about the threshold for evictions.
Correct.
And as written, landlords could not proceed with an eviction action unless the amount owed exceeded 1 month's fair market rent. So the fair market rent is set by HUD for the Los Angeles area, and it would differ according to bedroom size. As currently written, it doesn't have a time limit.
Yeah,
of
she
how
couldn't even
long,
brush her hair, A-Bash.
how long a renter would be
Ridiculous.
in arrears before, well, how long it would be permissible.
I mean, lady, you're fucking what? At least 50 years old.
So
I
right
think
now
you'd
it's
figure out to
written
brush your hair
pretty
before you
broadly.
meet with the LA City Council.
We would have to
Knowing it's on television
work
too.
out rules for how to implement it, and there is some provision for that in our report, which allows the Rent Adjustment Commission to
Just goes to
establish
show you. I mean,
rules
look at
and
even the
regulations to
suit.
implement ordinances that the
I don't know. Definitely doesn't look freshly pressed.
So,
I don't know.
is there anything in the, well, let me back up.
I don't know. She could be 70s. I didn't
How
want to be
does
mean,
this
Mr. C.
differ from the county's ordinance, which is similar in some respects?
Actually, I believe they're exactly alike.
I mean, she's kind of young. She got the
The
purple
county
hair and
adopted an ordinance effective December 15th.
she's got a little flav.
Utilizing the 1 month's fair market rent standard threshold.
Jackie O
Does
garage
the
sale.
county's ordinance have any language in it that requires proof of inability to pay?
She got a matching pen though. Look at the matching pen.
Does ours?
Well, we haven't written it yet, so we did not include that in the provisions.
That's how you know the suit's old.
discussed at the
She got a matching
So
pen.
nothing that we have in front of us today has addressed that issue?
No, there's nothing about the tenant's income or capacity. That could be an amendment.
So I have some very serious
Midlife.
concerns about the legal implications of what we're doing here and the likelihood of lawsuits. And if I support this moving forward, I would like the opportunity to come back and to discuss in closed
I'm
session
ugly, Janet. I ain't worried about it.
what those implications may be before this ultimately
But I'm funny, so it makes up
becomes
for
law. And I want to conclude by saying, as someone who was a renter in this city for many years, as someone who has watched families in my district struggle through the pandemic to make ends meet,
Can't all
as
be
I
Brad
have
Pitt.
watched affordable unit after affordable unit in my district fall off the market because we aren't thinking these things through before we pass them, I would ask that we take the time to fully understand and
I am
ensure
a babe
that the
magnet
interests
only because
of
I
both
take the hottest one
renters
and fart
our
on them.
community housing providers are being
You just
adequately
fart on
considered. Thank you.
Start screaming back there. Let's get it going.
If I may, Councilwoman Park, just so you know, I'm not currently aware of any threats of litigation. I don't.
You're not
currently
currently
know if there's a basis
fucking
for
aware of
closed,
anything except for that
but
mole on your face.
I'll explore that.
Thank you, sir.
Fucking currently aware of anything. Yeah, it's interesting, man. It gets wild. You know, this shit's funny.
Okay, Mr. Lee, is on the board?
Sounded wet. It does. It did. It was.
Colleagues, it's obviously been a long road.
This is
for
the
us to
guy
get
that
to
the
this
other
point
guy,
today,
Colin,
and I
was
wanna thank
calling a
everyone
racist.
Who is taking time to participate in this process. You know, at a critical time in the city when we placed a priority on expanding housing opportunities for Angelenos throughout the city, small rental property owners provided an affordable and critical housing units. And it sometimes feels like,
like his
they
suit,
are
though, and tie choice.
unfortunately left
This is
out of the
decent.
conversation. And that concerns me. Our 3-year eviction moratorium, which has outlasted moratoriums put in place by the federal government, the state government, and nearly every other city in California, is now coming to an end. And this has deeply impacted a lot of mom and pop property owners. I know that we have heard the stories, and I know that we've all seen the different struggles.
staff
I know
love,
that
thank
all
you.
of us have received phone calls urging us and to understand not only the plight of the renters, but also the plight of not being paid after 2 or 3 years of missing rent. I'd like to dispel the notion that we've heard so often that this council has done nothing to help tenants. Throughout this pandemic, in my opinion, that could not be further from the truth. Even today, as we sit here, there are new set of protections before us. I support expanding Just Cause, as I believe everyone on this council does as well, to capture all rental units in the city. And we can also set up a timeline for rental repayment that is fair and manageable, 2 items that will only further help tenants in the upcoming years. However, colleagues, I have some major concerns with some of the unintended consequences, as Councilmember Park has shared in item 3 in the Housing Committee's report. I'm worried that the proposed relocation assistance for rent increases that would cover units not captured by either RSO or AB 1482
RSO,
is in
Rick Simpson
direct
oil?
violation of state requirements, most notably Costa-Hawkins. Then there is the threshold for evictions for non-payment of rent. The proposal as written offers no reasonable mechanism to collect that rent. As Councilmember Park has shared, there's nothing in our thing that would, if they fall short on that rent, how is that then recouped or paid back? While we need to do everything we can to protect, renters from the unscrupulous landlords that we have in our city, we should recognize that the majority of our landlords, want nothing more than to have good paying tenants in their units and on their properties. We also need to ensure an environment that does not disincentivize
don't spam
property
the chat,
owners
please.
from providing critical housing stock.
I want you in
The
here.
last thing we want,
I want
to
you
do
talking.
is have people
But don't spam.
not who have been going through this for the last 3 years, then decide that once this is over, to just then not provide that rental housing property on the market, and we lose that
Thank you,
critical
Zod.
piece.
I don't
of
want you to
affordable
go
housing
nowhere, and
in
I
our
want you to
city.
chat. Just don't spam.
Mom and
please.
mom and pop property
Appreciate that.
owners have not. They haven't been the cause of this homelessness crisis. And item number 3 in the Housing Committee report, we need to, I hope that we can have an opportunity to discuss this in closed session when the ordinance comes back to us, to really hear from our attorneys on the possibility of whether this action does violate Costa-Hawkins or any other state regulations. And I just want to protect the interests of the city by not violating state law. I agree on universal just cause and expanding it, but I believe we should take a moment of pause on this 3rd item, because I honestly have not had the opportunity to have the city attorney address it to us in closed session on the legality of this issue. Thank you, members.
People in the audience, please not shout out. This is very serious.
This is very serious.
Thank you. Okay, so item number 3. Just
People
to
said this
my
is
own
very
comments to address
serious.
Mr. Lee, and then I see Mr. Harris-Dawson's on there, which is, I think you make a very legitimate point about the legal issue here, and I've certainly been concerned about that. For me, though, the balance of getting that extra threshold for our tenants
just
is
can't,
worth
dog.
that
It's just too
legal
funny.
risk. So I'm willing to take that risk and
Very
move
serious.
us forward, and that's why I'm going to vote for 3. But I do recognize that
A
it's-
little.
like a lot of things, we are breaking some ground as a city, and we're taking a chance.
Oh,
But
you're
we're
breaking
doing
ground,
it
buddy.
because we think it's worth that risk. But I think legitimately, you're pointing out a risk that is real. Mr. Harris Dawson.
That's all they're doing, patting
wanted to rise and
themselves
thank,
on the back.
Councilwoman Park and Councilmember Lee and others. I think it was almost 7 people who sounded
Crowd-working.
about providing specific financial support to mom and pop landlords who haven't been able to collect rent or haven't collected rent over time. I say that because it's been frustrating, and Mr. Lee and I have been on committee where this happens. We all talk about and care about the mom and pop landlords, but the only thing that comes forward to us is something that protects landlords writ large, the 70% that are corporate and the 30%. And we have not, I think, done as good a job as we could coming up with specific
Whose fault is that?
remedies for our mom and pop landlords, because we understand that that's absolutely a key part of our economy. It's part of my family history. That's how I went to college.
So whose fault is it?
I understand that.
Tell me
very,
whose
very
fault it
clearly,
is,
but
really quickly.
We've been short on proposals to help them. When we had a big rental
Okay.
assistance program, we just threw it out to the world. We didn't say, let's go for our mom and pop landlords first, and then go for other landlords after that. And what you put forward today lets us begin to look at that. So I wanted to thank you for that, because I think it's an important piece of what we're doing.
How about you show you're a mom and pop landlord and you're open with your papers and giving them a tax relief on their property taxes? How's that? You don't do that. And during this whole thing that happened in the last 3 years, you notice how nobody in the government on either side said, hey, you know what? The people are struggling. Why not have us cut down or cut out the tax rate for just a year so people can get back on their feet? That never happened either. Not for sales tax, not for income tax, not for property tax, not for nothing.
I believe I do. So, so what I recommend so that we have a clean copy on here is that the council member who made the motion, Yaroslavsky,
I agree,
suggest
Michael.
the motion to substitute your amendment, so I got a clean one in front of us, and then I'll read out the
And
clean
just so
one
you
for
know,
everybody.
I'm sitting in the same state as they are. This is California with an all-time high of income tax, property tax, sales tax. Look at it across the board. Google it. Tell me where California sits on the board with all those taxes.
So let's.
That's why people leave here. That's why guys like Joe Rogan leave. He can afford to move to Texas and literally fly his guests in and pay for all that every goddamn day through JetX, private jet, and still make more money living in Texas.
Or not.
Right. So I'm viewing this as a procedural matter,
Yes.
allowing her, even though I'm going to be against the amendment, procedurally, I certainly
Well, I
support
get
your
that,
ability to
Stoner, but that's,
substitute
you
it.
know
So
what I mean.
the vote is on allowing Mr. Yaroslavsky to substitute the motion. Open the roll. Close the
That's right,
roll.
Tony, in every
Okay,
aspect,
Substitution is
not
allowed.
just one.
Now we can talk
my
about
point.
the new
All yeses. What's the fucking
motion.
point? Stop voting. Just,
If I may,
just
I
pass whatever
followed
you
in
want
circular,
because you're
but
going
in
to do
case
it
not,
anyways.
All right, let me read it out. Okay.
Oh,
So
God.
here is the new amendment, which is to 2B, and I'm going to read the clean version. This is why we substituted.
I didn't
So
know that,
2B,
Marco, but it
amend
makes sense.
draft
That's why the
ordinance
Democrats
section
get voted in all the time here.
165.04 of Article 5, Chapter 16, so that the relocation
And because of the
assistance
schooling system.
requirement for evictions
Struggling here.
only comes
LAUSD
into effect
struggling.
when a lease
No money.
expires or
They don't
after
care.
6 months, whichever comes first.
They just push the kids through.
So that's presented by
Let the world
Councilmember
deal with him,
Yaroslavsky,
the dummy.
and we would need a second on that. Thank you, Mr.
That's the sad part.
Okay, so that
Okay,
is that
now-
is amendment.
We need to get rid of all these
That's,
people.
that's 1A, so we can
on both
start with
sides.
discussion.
We
I'll-
need
I'll
to be
first
in
start out
charge
by
of
saying
us.
It's
We
very
do.
close. I mean, if you just changed from
We the
12
people.
to 6, I would have been fine with it.
And it ain't that
But
now.
the problem is, it's still requiring just cause, even for within the 6 months, meaning that if you have an ADU in your backyard and you wanted to test someone out or take a chance on someone who has bad credit and whatnot for a short period of time.
That's what I'm saying, Spartan. I know.
You wouldn't be able to,
I know, man.
To end that lease without going through you wouldn't be allowed to do it because that would not be considered just cause. So it's close in my view, but not quite there. But any other comments, or we can move to a vote?
Well, Barcode, I agree.
There are no other comments on.
They want
there are
you
no
to
other members on the. Mr. Harris Dawson is on.
forget
the queue. Go
about
ahead.
history and things
again,
of that nature.
Just to be clear,
except for the ones parts they want you to
still
dwell on.
evict someone in that time period as long as you have a just cause. If you don't have a just cause, that tenant is protected. It's a big difference to say you can't evict someone after 2 months or 4 months. You can evict someone. You just have to have a just cause. That's what's before us today.
Yeah, okay. We're ready for Ms. Rahman.
Was wondering whether
seems
we could
angry.
get just maybe the department to just clarify exactly what the difference is between just changing the committee report language to 6 months versus what's in the amendment, just so that we're all clear on what we're voting on.
Well, I think that's what he was saying, Randy. There's no clear definition of just cause. It could be really
So
anything.
The
Oh, who's this?
Amended motion, the
Man,
substitute
all
motion,
three of
Amendment
these.
1A,
Nobody will fucking
would change
comb their
the
hair?
language so that the relocation assistance.
If you want to find these three, they're all on Instagram. They're social media influencers. They have a group. It's called the Unfuckables.
This is relocation, limited to the relocation assistance.
My gosh. Did all three of them literally sleep in the hallway and
Gonna call for a
on
vote.
their hair and then
Seeing
just
no
got
other
up?
Members on the queue.
My God.
Mr. Eflosky.
My
Just
God.
wanna say, the example that you gave, the
My God.
hypothetical about an ADU being, someone builds an ADU, they want to be able to kick someone out. My understanding, based on what
Buy
I
a
just
comb.
heard, is that
Where are these three? I'm going to buy them
the ADU
each a
is
comb.
already subject to RSO law, depending on the date when it was
Just
built.
a comb.
When the house was
Brush
built.
the
And
hair.
so those protections are
public.
already in place under RSO law for the ADU. And so this wouldn't actually apply in those instances because those protections under just cause evictions are already in place.
I don't think.
So I'd
I
love
think
clarification on that.
If it's a new house, I don't think that's true. But go ahead. You can have the staff answer that.
I don't think that's quite correct. When an ADU is built, presumably it's added to the property after 1978, so the ADU itself is not currently covered by the RSO.
I don't think you're supposed to wear hats in there, but I don't know.
Yes, however, the house that originally sat on the property, if rented, that would be
Council
covered.
chambers may be considered like a
Not the art,
you know
not the-
courtroom
But
in a
not the
sense.
ADU,
I don't know.
All right. I'd like to move us to a vote soon.
But I don't know.
Go ahead.
Probably
Mr.
not.
Eflosky.
In fact, you have to be
Was that-
vaccinated to get in the
This
room.
particular
by the way.
exception, which I think pulls at heartstrings and makes
Whoa,
good sense.
back up off that mic.
Is one that I'd be willing to explicitly carve
It's
out
your
here.
first day, girl.
If that's something that would move you to get to a yes.
I mean, I think we're splitting hairs here. I gave you, if you just want to do 6 months, you're done. It's pretty much effectively the same thing. But we really, Ms. Rahman.
Question. So from what I'm understanding here, for 6 months or less, this amendment to your motion would take away the relocation assistance, but would keep in place that you can't evict.
I wouldn't be
so
able to
what
get
would
in
be
there.
the impact if you evicted someone
Proudly.
at that point? Like what functionally would you have to do in order to evict someone? Functionally, is it the same thing or is it actually different?
You want a
If
cookie,
you're
Gray?
evicting, if I understood what the city attorney read, if you're evicting someone before the 6 months and it's a no-fault reason, you would not have to provide relocation assistance because this version is about the relocation assistance.
You like the
But
tie.
you would still have to provide a just
tie is
cause
funny.
reason.
Yes, I mean, I think Mr. Harris Dawson hit it on the nose, which is it's whether or not you have to have a reason for those first few months. And this is a policy question that I think we have some disagreements on in terms of whether that helps or hurts the housing market. Mr. Harris Dawson makes a good point that you're not as protected if your landlord can remove you for no reason. On the flip side of that, not allowing landlords to remove someone in a short-term lease for no reason has implications on the housing market and their ability and their willingness to take on new renters and other folks. It's a legitimate tug and pull on this issue. I think we've talked it enough. I think we all understand it. I'd like to move to a vote, but I'm not going to silence anybody if anyone has any other comments. Okay, so let's take a vote on Mr.
I mean,
Ostrowski's
generally, a landlord doesn't
amendment
want to
as
evict
presented.
anybody who pays the rent as a
I'm
good
recommending
renter.
a no vote. She's recommending an aye vote. If you
In
can
fact,
open the roll,
in this day and age, I bet you it's the average unit is $2,000 to $3,000 to clean and paint and re-rent. Okay, and that's just that. You're not fixing anything that may be broken in that unit after somebody has moved out and lived there 7 years. So I say to you, the only ones that are getting evicted are the deadbeats. And then the deadbeats don't pay, and then they cry wolf. Well, move. Go move somewhere else. I guarantee you, it's very rare cases that you see landlords evicting an entire building to just sell the property. That does happen. I'm not telling you it doesn't, but those are very rare occasions. And then it's the 70% that other man was referring to. Corporations that are buying up the property. Well, again, go after the corporations. Limit the property amount that they can buy. You don't limit the amount that Chinese foreign investors come in and buy American properties here in California. In fact, if you found out how many properties here in California are owned by Chinese investors that don't even live here, that live in China, you'd probably be quite shocked.
For clarification, Councilmember, 12 months to 6 months, and you're talking about what part of the housing and homelessness report, sir?
On 12B.
12?
Sorry, 2B. Sorry, 2B. 2B changed 12 months to 6 months.
Yeah, they're buying up all the farmland too. Go look in Colorado. They've been buying farmland and all that stuff out there. Look how pissed he is. Like, dude, he was just dude, watch his face. You see he was about to say something. Did you see the face? Did you see the face? Keep an eye on that dude's face. I mean, you know, they don't limit those people at all. And
I think I can
you know
clarify
why?
this. It's just
Because those are the
going back
people
to the
paying this
original language
motherfucker to buy his tie.
and changing the number 12 to the number 6, keeping it as it is.
That's why they don't say nothing.
I'm happy to accept that and
Keep the racists in
we can
place.
have a
Why?
discussion about it,
Because
but I think
the
we talked
racists
it to
help
death.
them do all this.
But okay, Ms. Hernandez, you want to
Well, I
That's
have
how it
a
all
question
works.
For the city attorney.
go ahead?
Thank you so much for joining us right now while we figure things out. My question is, if these ordinances were to proceed in the typical manner, on what date would these ordinances take effect? What's the soonest they could take effect?
Let me get my cheat sheet up because I don't know anything about what I brought
I believe that we would
you.
be including an urgency clause in the ordinance.
Oh, there
so
she
if
is.
adopted by the council, it would become effective
My girlfriend.
upon adoption.
That's my girlfriend.
Got
Don't
it.
none
So
of you
if-
hit on her.
Could you give us the date? Like, would that be today? Would that be, what date would that be?
Well,
Hot.
so there would have to be a vote. It looks like there may have to be a second vote, which
Bro.
would be sometime next week. Stefan, are you?
That suit is older than me. There's no way that suit is not older than me.
Upon publication, so.
That
your
suit is
sign
older
gets
than me.
published and On publication.
Straight
Right, okay,
facts.
sorry, yes, so with the urgency clause, yes.
Got it. So
But she's still my lady. I like
they
the older
will
ladies.
be able to take effect by February 1st?
If everything moves along without any hiccups in it.
Look at her eyebrows,
it
too.
should be able to be
She got a strong brow.
adopted and published, and then it would be effective.
Look
as
at her-
opposed
look at how
to
her
the
bangs don't
ordinary
move either.
timeframe,
She got gel
with
on her
ordinances
bangs.
that aren't passed on an urgency basis.
Okay.
She
thank you.
gels her
so
bangs.
just to confirm, we could have and we will have these by February 1st, and if there's any issues, can you share where these hiccups could come from?
They don't move. Watch
Well, I think it just.
The bangs don't move.
Interrupt for a second.
Bro, that's
If this
all gel and
vote goes the
Aquanet.
way it
Aquanet,
appears to go,
gel.
we can actually
Aquanet,
provide the ordinance
gel.
today and vote on the actual ordinance today because we have the language. And then if it passes, it passes. If it's not unanimous, it then rolls over to
Someone
another
could have
vote. But I think the
Spider-Man her in the
intention
bathroom back
Mr.
there.
Hernandez is looking for is we want to get this in place before the moratorium ends. And we can
Something
do
about
that.
Mary?
And one of the things we can do today, especially since the amendment just going from 12 to 6 is a very simple amendment to make. we can take the language which is already written, have it delivered here today and vote on it today. That's the intention.
Straight got
Okay, thank you. I'm just
Straight got
worried
the
that we
nut
won't have
shot.
them by February 1st, and then what do we do?
We're
you know?
prepared to make the changes as quickly as possible.
Seeing her just makes me think of.
It's imperative that's why it's imperative for us to pass something as fast as we can.
Wonderful. Thank you so much.
So let me just fill that in so we're very clear. So let's just suppose it's not 12 unanimous, so it goes on to a second read, right? That would occur a week from today. If that second read then passes and the urgency clause passes too,
is flaming.
signed by the mayor,
Sad.
and it gets published, right? So you are right. Everything has to get prearranged to work precisely for it to occur by the deadline. Okay, you're right on the edge.
So Friday next week then. If we
Friday would be the
hopefully
second.
we can get it
Bro.
done today,
Yeah, if it for some reason it doesn't get 12 unanimous, it will go to a second read 1 week from today.
All right, we're gonna have to do the F Mary Kill on the three sitting at the table.
Thank you.
F Mary Kill,
And that's
guys.
also
F Mary Kill.
Assuming we come back in a moment with the actual ordinance. Right now, we're voting on the instruction.
The three
and
that
then
have
we can
already
come back
spoken
to
at the
actual
table. F
underlying
Mary
ordinance.
Kill.
So with that, any other questions, comments?
Oh shit.
So, Mr. Martinez's amendment is now at the desk. We're making it D.
Okay. So
Box, like,
I now
stop.
have 1D, which is a variation on 1A. So
Mary
let me
the
read this
cat
in. It
lady.
is presented by Councilmember Soto Martinez.
Damn it.
And it's provides that we then
Can't figure it out. Everybody's smoking.
It reads in full. Amend draft ordinance section 15604 of Article 5 of Chapter 16 so that just cause protections come into effect when a lease expires or
Middle of
after 6 months, whichever comes first. And again,
I have
just
it way
we
in the
need a
room.
second on that.
I need to see it.
Thank you very much.
I will second.
Yeah, that's my girlfriend. Mom, I'll let
2
you
seconds.
bang her out though. 5 rings.
Okay.
I'm gonna loan her out. I'm a
Clear?
swinger.
Let's open the roll.
I'm gonna loan her out.
Mr.
to
Soto
you 5
Martinez's
rings.
amendment.
You can have her.
Close the roll. Tally the votes.
11 ayes, 1 no.
Okay. That is
Hey, a couple
adopted.
of us guys were wondering,
Now we can move
we
on
go
to
family style on her.
the entirety. We have all the pieces there. We can vote on the as amended, the entire.
Mr. President,
piece.
may I summarize?
Go ahead.
So this is the final vote on item 1, which is the Housing and Homelessness Committee report as amended by amending motions Soto Martinez, Yaroslavsky, Blumenfield,
Hey,
as well as
you not putting out?
Rahman Amendment Rahman Blumenfield, as well as
She not putting
Amendment
out.
Park Blumenfield et al.
You not putting out. I'm gonna start walking around.
Okay.
You not putting out.
This is a big moment. You've been talking around the edges on the little
I'm
stuff
gonna
here,
get.
but
I'm gonna
this
start
is the
making
moment we're
shirts.
actually
You not
adopting,
putting out? Question
some
mark.
major expansion of our renter protections. So, with that,
Those are gonna
seeing
be
no
great
one
ones.
on the queue,
Not
let's open the
putting
roll.
out.
Close the roll. Tally the vote.
12
There
ayes.
you go. There you go. Oh, hey, hey, hey.
12 ayes, it passes. Now, we still have to take, those are the instructions. Now we have to, because we're on such a tight timeline, we're going to have to take up in a little bit the underlying ordinance, which is pretty much written, but they're going to make these changes to it, and we'll vote on that as an en bloc ordinance.
Yeah. So you smart.
But at the moment now, we can go back to the regular agenda.
Oh.
I'm pretty sure we have a mistrial here, sir.
I'm gonna mistrial
To
my
make
foot
these
up your
changes,
ass. You don't
and
shut
we would bring them
up.
back as soon as we can. So we can continue with the rest of the agenda.
We'll continue with the rest of the agenda. We will come back to vote on the underlying ordinance. What's next on the agenda? Okay. Let's move to the rest of the agenda. We can take a vote on items 8 through 14.
as well as 16 and 17.
Okay, as well
sir.
as 16 and 17. Is there any questions,
Ooh, as well
comments
as-
on
Don't
those
forget about
items?
16 and 17.
Seeing none, we will vote on items 8 through 14, 16 and 17. Please open the roll. And now what's next? Close the roll. Tally the votes.
Oh, they're all yeses.
Okay, now we'll move to item 15. Ms. Rahman has an amendment on 15. Go ahead. Great, you wanted to? We have our council president back.
Our
Go ahead.
council president's back. Brad, he looks stiff. Yeah, he does look stiff.
The only pussy he's ever touched was his mum's when he fell out of it.
Ah, shit, he needs to get laid.
Okay, so, Madam Clerk, we are on item number 15, and there is an amendment before us. I'm sorry, please don't
Shut
shout
up.
out from the audience so that we can proceed
Please,
with our meeting.
just shut up.
I'm sorry, amendment. There was an amendment to item 15, so do we need to vote on the amendment, or are we voting on item 15 as amended?
Mr. President, you can vote on 15 as amended.
Okay, very good. Then that item is now before us. Is there anybody who wishes to be heard? I see none. Let's go ahead and open the roll.
I see none. Quickly, let's go
Close
by.
the roll and tabulate the votes.
14 eyes.
Very good.
I know
That
she's
takes us
down
next to item
with all that
18.
starving bullshit.
Madam Clerk, is that right?
And the
Yes,
dust
18
storms,
was called
we running out of
special
French
by
fries and
Councilmember
burrito
Hernandez
cups.
for comments.
Yeah.
Okay. I think it was just for a separate vote. So let's go ahead. If there's no one who wishes to be heard on item 18, let's go ahead and open the roll. Close the roll and tabulate the votes.
12 eyes, 2 noes.
Who was the
Very
nose?
good. That takes us then to item number 19. Mr. Soto Martinez had submitted an amendment on that matter. So can we take up the vote as amended?
Yes, sir.
Very good. Mr. Soto Martinez, did you want to be heard on this?
Yeah, this is just a technicality. We had to make a correction. This passed unanimously. I request an aye vote.
Okay, very good. Thank you. If there's no one else wishing to be heard, let's go ahead and open the roll on item 19.
Yeah,
as
burrito
amended.
coverings never gets old.
Close the roll.
French fries and
Tabulate the
burrito
votes.
coverings.
14 eyes.
Oh, they had to
Thank
do the
you.
revote.
That takes us next to item number 20. And Ms. Rahman wanted to be heard on that one, so
Yes, well,
you
I
have the
didn't
floor.
envision that the meeting would go on quite so long, but I did want to just underscore the importance of this, which is the
I am that,
resolution
Manna.
for our homeless count, which is happening next week. And we have thousands of volunteers already signed up, but we need more. They are hoping to get at least 8,000 to 10,000 volunteers. It's happening on January 24th, 25th, and 26th. And I wanted to pull this off the agenda to make sure that everyone around the horseshoe knew that it was happening next week. I know it's coming up real fast. And for requesting all your support to get the word out so that we can get tons of volunteers out there. There is no substitute for good data in us being able to address homelessness. We know that. Literally just yesterday, we had someone in my district. My team was out with an outreach team, and they were overdosing in a parking lot. And luckily, the team
close
that
the
we were with
borders.
was
Maybe
able to
fentanyl
administer
stop
Narcan.
rolling
They
in.
survived.
Maybe
But
that'll
unless
slow
we
it
have
down.
a sense of how many people are out there and to get a holistic sense of the resources we need to ask for from the state, from the federal government, we're not going to get to where we need to go on this. So this is just, I know everyone's tired, but just a little reminder and a
just tired
push
of
to
hearing
make
from
sure
you.
that we get the word out about the homeless count and that we get all of our volunteers and all our friends to get out there and do the count. Thank you.
There you go. Man, I even have a drop for you. It mentions you.
Apparently, it could cause 120 damage per second with an instant mana burn and an enchantment that boosted stamina plus 80.
Instant mana burn.
All right, we are now prepared to recess this meeting so that we can commence the special meeting.
Fuck your recess to the other meeting.
So let's go ahead and
Of course,
do
recess
that.
are for fucking
And then,
kids.
We'll be recessing this meeting in order to allow sufficient time
Bunch of
for
kids
the
go to
ordinance
recess,
language
go
to be
play
drafted as
hopscotch and
well.
eat
So we'll
Chico
come back
sticks.
as soon as that's done. But for now, let's go ahead and go into the special meeting and call
Let's
the
go
roll.
to the secret special meeting.
Blumenfeld.
Oh, look at him
DeLeon,
flicking 'em off.
Dawson.
I
Hernandez,
see him with the kid.
Pretorian,
Just flicking 'em
Lee,
off.
Kosker, Park, Price, Rahman,
Keep an eye.
Rodriguez, Soto Martinez,
He's flicking 'em
Yaroslavsky. 14 members present and a quorum, Mr. President.
Only with the baby, fucking Zach Galifianakis from the fucking
As you're exiting the
Hangover.
room, please do it silently so we can continue our work.
Fuck you.
All right, Mr.
Please
City
read
Attorney,
silence
we
so we
have
can
a
do our
quorum.
work. You don't do no work.
Do we need to take additional public comment on this item?
We do, and with the people exiting the room, please do quietly.
Shut up.
Ms. McKay, Ms.
fucking
Aday, please. So we do.
Shut
so
up,
we should take more public comment. There could be people in the room. We've read in the number before, but the clerk can read it again. And let me just remind everybody, there's only one item on the agenda, and it's a special meeting. So you only have 1 minute to speak on that one item only. So if we could read in the call-in information.
As indicated on the agenda, members of the public wishing to offer public comment should call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466, then press pound. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID.
No,
Once
Krikorian
they're
is,
into meeting, press
he
star
may
9
have-
to request to speak. When it is your turn to
The
speak,
guy that used
an
to own
automated Zoom
MGM or
voice
still
will ask
does.
you to press star 6 to unmute.
Call
Again,
in, you.
Call 669-254-5252 and use meeting ID number 160-535-8466 and then press pound. Press pound again when prompted for participant ID.
It's not Paul
Once
Krikorian,
admitted
that's
into
him. It's
meeting,
another
press star 9
Krikorian.
to request to speak. When it is your turn to speak, an automated Zoom voice will ask you to press star 6 to unmute.
Yeah, he owned MGM.
All right, thank you very much.
he
So
owned the
we'll
chain of
begin
theaters, too.
with anybody who wishes to comment on item number 23
Can't remember his first name. Might
on the
be Paul,
special
I-
mean
but I doubt
agenda. So
Yeah,
I see
Krik-
Mr. Mars
Krik-
wants to
Krikorian.
come on up.
Is that what it is?
Come on up and
Krikorian.
you'll have 1 minute to speak on item number 23, sir.
And he owned 40% of Chrysler at one point, too, I remember.
I really
Great.
appreciate
Really rich.
Thanks,
that.
Mr. Morales. Would you
Jamie,
like to?
I
Yes.
appreciate that, sir. Even when I was on the phone and you didn't accept my call. And Mr. Bobble, you know what? I have 1 minute public comment, and I want to
So,
say
Mr.
to
Morales,
some of those you.
Mr. Morales, please.
What, Mr. Bobble?
So you can speak on the Mulholland
Bobble.
issue on.
And other
Please.
areas that have had damage, okay? Would you let me get going? But I want to praise the new members who spoke out today. I saw some really good words from them, and I'm looking forward to the future with these new members. In regards to the repairs that need to be done on Mulholland Drive, it's like the one in Chatsworth, and my councilman John Lee did a very good job with that. And I wanted to share with the public how much he does for the homeless and for the single mothers, etc. But I wasn't given
Mr.
a
Morris,
chance
do
because
you want to talk
Mr.
about the Mulholland
the
Drive issue
president
or
wouldn't
not?
allow me public comment. I wasn't allowed public comment here.
Mr. Morris.
No, we won't. And speak to the item or your time has
I am
expired.
speaking
sir.
to the item, Mr. Krikorian.
You're not.
I see
Go ahead.
signs of Ms.
Okay,
Martinez
Mr.
here.
President, the speaker is refusing to speak
Yeah,
on the
I
item. We
think-
should cancel his time.
Public comment. In
3
regards
warnings,
to the-
Mr. Mars. There is no general public comment. Your
No,
time
not
has
general
expired. I'm sorry, your time has expired. Please have a seat. Your time has expired.
Mr.
Are
Mars,
there any
stay
callers
there.
on the
Sit down.
phone who wish to talk about item
Stay
number
there.
23?
Stay there. and
Mr.
talk.
Mars, please stop disrupting this meeting. Have a seat silently so we can proceed with our meeting. Do you want to be excluded from this meeting? Okay, Mr. Mars is out.
Mr.
He's
Mars-
excluded from the meeting pursuant to Rule 12 for disrupting this meeting.
Mr. Mars, you've been ordered to
You
leave.
are excluded from the meeting, sir, pursuant to Rule 12, and you're subject to Rule 7.
Mr. Mars,
You have the right to follow the rules of this council, and you've broken them. So you are done. Out. You are out.
You're out.
Are there any callers on the phone who wish to speak about item number 23 on the special agenda?
Toss team out. Sorry, man. I know you. I'm on your side, man. But you let that punk motherfucker talking and let you out.
Are there any?
You tell him to
callers on
fuck
the
off,
phone
motherfucker.
about
And that's how
item
you
number
do it.
23 on the special agenda? If so, let's go ahead and take the first caller, please.
Caller, please state the items you'd like to speak on.
Don't bow down to it. Trust. You just tell him to
Actually,
fuck
there's
off.
only one item. It's item
You don't
number
bow down to
23.
him.
That's
He
the
ain't got
only
no
item that
power.
people
He's just
will be
asserting
permitted to
his
speak on.
nothingness.
So, caller, if you'd like
He's
to
flexing
speak about
no
item
muscle.
23, go right ahead.
He's flexing his 3-inch python. Fuck out of here.
Caller, last 4 digits, 1403. Please press star 6.
So, speaker with last 4 digits, 1403. If you're on the phone, please press star 6 right away to unmute yourself so that you get an opportunity to speak.
Okay,
Now-
let's go to the next caller, please.
I'm sorry, guys. I
Okay, let's
fell
give one
asleep
more
there.
chance
Sorry.
to that caller. Maybe there's a technical problem.
Technical problem is you.
Caller, please go ahead and dial *6 so that we can hear you.
We seem to be experimenting some
we've tried.
technological differences.
So that will close public comment on item 23 on the special agenda. So let's go ahead and. Are
So
there
they
any
took not
members
one
wishing
phone
to be
call.
heard on this item.
Threw out homeboy, that one guy
Seeing
that
none,
talked.
let's go ahead and
So
open
there
the
goes your
roll.
public comment. Makes
Close the roll. Tabulate the votes.
14 ayes.
makes sense.
Okay, thank you.
Makes sense.
Ms. Rahman.
So nobody was heard from the
Request that
public.
this item
but that
go
guy
forward
for 2
forthwith.
minutes.
Without objection, that will be the order.
And you talked over him most of the time, like I do to you
And,
guys.
So as long as we are recessed, we will not yet resume the regular meeting until we're told that we have the ordinance language before us. So are we, where are we with that?
There is no point, Thomas. It's to make it seem as though they actually care and listen to you. Meanwhile, they don't. Well, look, we gave you a chance to speak. Meanwhile, of course, they're having coffee, sidebar, and reading their text, going on Facebook, seeing
Okay,
what
so
the
we're gonna
wife
go ahead
wants
and
them to bring
adjourn
home
the
tonight, or
special meeting.
or the husband needs to do, whatever. That's all.
Okay.
He doesn't
We're
give
gonna
two
adjourn the
fucks.
special meeting. We're going to go
Got
back
the sharp
into the
suit
regular
that we
meeting
paid for.
an announcement by Mr. Soto Martinez.
People like
first.
myself and you paid for that suit.
My colleagues, my apologies.
You notice he got the
this
sharp
meeting
suit on,
lasted
though,
way
right?
Longer than I thought. So we're going to be holding the civil rights meeting in 2 weeks from today. My apologies to the public as well.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, your apologies to the public.
Any other comments by members? Okay, then we're going to go ahead and continue to hold this meeting in recess.
Ain't that
until
rich?
We have
My
the
apologies to the public.
language before us. Ms. Hernandez, did you want to be heard at this point, or you want to wait until we come back from
I
recess?
didn't,
Okay.
Sav. I did.
Okay, so hopefully we'll be back momentarily, but for now the meeting is in recess.
Hopefully we'll be back. Hopefully we'll come back and do our jobs, even though we ain't done fucking dick all goddamn day. But we're gonna pretend like we did dick now. Holy shit. I mean F-N-A, bro. F-N-A. I want this job. Sit over there, do nothing, get paid for the motherfucker. It is just wild. Guys, live here at Bear Mountain. This is what it looks like after many a rainstorm here. That's a live shot there of the lifts and people fucking getting down with the fresh power, bro. Looks pretty packed, right? Looks pretty good. A lot of people there waiting for the lifts. A lot of folks. But yeah, man. You can see the people going down the mountain live down there. That's a pretty steep run right there. I wouldn't be going down that shit. Fuck no. Bro, that's a double black diamond, dude. With the fresh power, dude. It was like all day. So that'd be right here, dude, on the bunny slopes. That's where I'd be. Now, I was laughing because you see a lot of people coming down here. Oh, there's one about to bail. Oh, no, he jumped onto the other side. You see a lot of them just fucking bailing right there. I wish it would stay on that camera. It'd be even better. But, yeah. Yeah. We'll be on live tonight, though, guys. We'll be live tonight, guys, at 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time for all the fun, all the glory. The Friday night crime wave. Maybe we'll get us a chase. Maybe we won't. Who knows? Who knows what anybody knows till you know it. So yeah, man, take a look at the Bunny-Slops. The Bunny-Slops. Come on. Wait, that's not that one. Is that one? Yeah, there we go. So it's pretty packed. Look, like every fucking chair has somebody in it. You notice that? People are out and about. It's a beautiful fucking day. There's no fucking snow. This is a Snow Summit, I think. We were just at Bear Mountain. This, I believe, is Snow Summit. So we have Bear Mountain, Snow Summit, Mammoth, Mountain High. There's so many so many different places to go and ski. But as you can see, it's quite packed, It's a nice day. Beautiful, warm, sunny day on the slopes, I'm sure it's not too warm, but you know what I get. You know what I'm saying. But as you can see, though, a lot of people out about having fun on a Friday. Said, fuck it, I ain't going. Work. Look at her skiing. Yeah, shout out to her. She ain't got the poles either. It's rare that you see skiers, man. Like most people are on snowboards, 90% nowadays. Here comes somebody coming right here. Here he comes, see? They're loving it right there. Open action. There's some skiers having some fun. Look at them tearing it up. Loving it right now. Skiers got that boner. All that fresh pow, bruh. Yeah, we'll be live tonight. This one is a Snow Summit. The other one I was just showing you is Bear Mountain. And those are both live shots. Happening right now. Happening right now, Captain. They're all renters. That's right. But since they rented for the day and bought that lift ticket, they are now stakeholders in Snow Summit and Bear Mountain. Oh my God, I didn't even notice that. Look at that sledding. Look, the lanes. Bro, man, that looks fun as shit. I want to do that. Straight, they made some tubing lanes. That looks fun as fuck. I'm down for the tubing lanes. I am down for the tubing lanes. All right, let's go one more round, guys. I'm going to get one more round with you, and then I'm out. Because it's already midday. I got to feed Stinks here in a little bit, and I got to take care of some stuff and have some fun, dude. Oh, there he is. Yeah, he's waiting for his food. Yeah, big fat pie. Snow Scummit, is that what it is?
44 suspect there now. 549.
Petty theft, someone stealing.
Female Hispanic, early 20s, 54, 180 to 198, dark hair. Calling code 2, incident 2545, RD 1469.
So we got a lady who's stealing.
All I've got, I had to steal.
I like ice skating better too, Sam. But, again, it's huge. I mean, after snowboarding really came out, like, the culture just changed. That's why I'm saying, if you really look, it's rare you see skiers, and most skiers are a little bit older. Like, the majority of the people that you're going to see are on snowboards. Now, you're still skiers. You just saw 3 go by. But if we looked at right now at the screen, I see nothing but a snowboarder except for that one who just creeped in all the way over there. Just don't. And you look at the racks, there's 2 skis, right? But 4 snowboards, 5 snowboards on behind a yellow one, right? See, there's the yellow one behind me. So 5 snowboards on the rack and 2 things of skis. And that's kind of what I'm getting at. Like, and I bet you if you work at a place like that, I mean, that you see the difference. More people are going for snowboards.
2949 South Bronson Avenue. The suspect is a PR, the ex-boyfriend, male, black, 33 years, short hair, 6'2", 170 pounds.
Snow plummet. They got crazy snow in Big Bear. Like, quite a few feet. Record snow. I mean, there's cars completely buried. There's houses that are almost up to the roof.
Unit phase 2 unknown trouble 520 West 56th Street. Code 2 incident 2555 NRD 1218.
I forget his name. There's a guy on YouTube who has a snow moving company. It's what he does. He like a snow plow, stuff like that. So he has crews come out and clean companies. And there was like a Hampton Inn or something up there in Big Bear. And he had a crew of 20 guys trying to clean the roof off. And I'm telling you, no bullshit. That snow was 4.5 feet tall. It was 4.5 feet tall. And they just had barely cleared half the roof. All of them were tired as fuck. Shoveling these huge blocks, at a time. It was wild, And then it was so much snow, they were across the street. He had another crew on another roof across from him. So, I know it's a seasonal thing, but I'm sure he makes some pretty good money. And in a year like this, where the fucking snow is just abundant, yeah, he's making money hand over fist. Because you can't wait long, right? If you wait too long and another snowstorm comes through, man, your fucking roof will collapse. Cost you a lot more than $10,000 to clean your roof off. You know what I mean? It cost you that every day and just lost revenue for, Hampton Inn or something. Just the top floor alone. So, yeah. Then they'd red tag it and you couldn't have anybody in the building. So it'd really fuck you. So at that point, you just got to buck up and pay. No biz like the snow biz. Yeah, I mean, I'm assuming it's a pretty good deal for him, I'm telling you, the dude had, in the video, you can see no shit, like 30, 40 guys working for him. And he wasn't even plowing. And he had a couple guys that he had contracted these from this company up north in Sacramento was sending him front loaders. So he had contracted a few front loader drivers to help him because of the influx. People were so stuck up there. The roads they were unpassable. You couldn't even get to your car. Car was completely buried. So that's what I'm saying. It was he had to get the roads cleared first before he could even get to these hotels and stuff to clear them off. And that was the problem. He's like, man, I want to get there to clean your roof off, but I can't get there. we can't get there. We're cleaning the roads to get to you. So, yeah, it's, you know, and everybody thinks, oh, California, and I'm always telling you it never snows here. Well, it doesn't. It doesn't snow where I'm at. I'm not here. I'm 2 hours or so from here. So you're going to have to go 2 hours-ish to get to there. You know, and it does snow every year, of course. And then some years you get these good, which I would call, I'm guessing, is like an El Nino year. You know, where it's a year where we got a lot of rain and we're still getting it. In fact, it rained yesterday and it wasn't even on the forecast. It straight rained. Good.
10201 South San Pedro Street. Smoke. Apartment 5, code 2 incident 2540, RD 1823.
It's almost time. Stinks is staring right at me right here. He's like, you know it's time to eat. It ain't time to eat, sucker. You early. You're 30 minutes early, Stunks. Don't give me that face. You know I love it. I love your face. You're handsome. Yeah, you're a handsome kitty. I love you. But I can't be just feeding you early, fat boy. We're cutting those nails too. I see that long ass nail right there. I'm gonna cut it tonight. But I'll give you treatsies when I do. Gotta give him treats. He hates having his nails cut.
Domestic violence, 501 South Lorena Street, Apart 3. It's code 2 incident 2567, RD 465.
Back to back battery domestic violence calls. Oh yeah, baby. Even during the day, people be scrapping it out. Don't even give a fuck. Nah, Bunny, I'm telling you, I have 2 fans going and a Vornado sucking the air out. And the door's open, so it just goes out of the room. Anything that you see. I mean, you see this big bellowing smoke. I have to. Even if I didn't have a cat, I mean, all this equipment, man, it's not good for the smoke. So you have to constantly have it all on blast, you know what I mean, to have the air moving. It gets hot in here, too, from all the electronics.
With bags lockers up in the bathroom. Gold.
They do work well. I got the big one.
Went into the restroom. Sisters are now arguing and refusing to exit. Coaches in a 2573 NRD 737.
I got the little 3.5 footer, the tall one, the fat white one. And then I have a Honeywell fan next to it. Then I have my fan, my AC that's always kicking. You know, a central AC unit. And then the door's open. And that's another reason why I don't smoke joints here. You guys used to see me every once in a while. I'd roll a joint. It just blows out my place. It stinks. And that's just 1 or 2. If I had to roll fucking 12 joints a night, like we do, 10, 12 rounds a night, 1, I'd be going through way, way too much weed. Way too much weed.
So we're going to say that we use this around 1000 Regent Street. 1000 Regent Street. Husband is a male. Wearing a white shirt and green shorts, white shoes, banging on the front door. I'm with that. I don't have that. It's code 3 incident 257 51407. Stand by for additional.
Yeah. Well, the good thing is I'm on at least a solar spot. You'll smoke your eye out, kid. That's right. No, you just got to have it. It's like, music studios. Like most musicians, let's be honest. A lot of them be smoking the weed. And they like to smoke weed while they're doing music, while they're recording. Okay? That happens. They're not going to go in there and tell some big artist who's paying fucking $2,000 a day for that room to not smoke weed in there. It's not going to happen. So he's going to go in there, he's going to smoke his weed, and the filtration system's going to do its best to keep up. And that's how they do it. Pump the air. But sometimes the room's filled with a whole bunch of hanger-ons, and boy, oh boy, that room will get fucking dusted out.
Incident 2576, minority 142.
Calm.
Have identified.
Comms are pretty bad right now. What's up? Joins the best way to go. You know, I agree, Raul. And again, if you were over here or if I was over there, that's what I would be doing. I don't carry the bong around or a bubbler. Although I do have a nice little portable bubbler, but I roll joints. That's what I do when I'm not on here. This is for us right here. You know what I mean? That's why I bought it even. It's more of a prop than anything. It's like the hats that I wear for you guys and stuff. They're all props. Some more usable than others. You know what I mean? So, yeah. Because I think you guys enjoy when I get a new piece. You guys kind of live vicariously through it. You enjoy watching me cough and get ripped. I know you do. Turning red like a piece of, I don't know. But you know what I'm saying. So, is what it is. Joints, bubblers, and pipes are, yeah, Jay, I like all those. I mean, I hit bubblers all the time. I used to on the show. And we have, like, even stuff like this bong right here. You know what you're saying? Well, wait a minute. That's not a bong. But it is. This is a bong. This is Cupsy, by the way. Looks like a coffee cup. Boom. Okay, just pull that out. Bowl goes there. You're ready to go. Pack the bowl in. Put that fucker away. Go walk down the street. Hi, officer. Hi, officer. Okay, so sometimes I just like, using different things. You guys can get it. It's cheap. It's like affordable. It's affordable. I hate using the word cheap. It's not cheap. It's affordable. It's called Cupsy. Cupsy, I believe is how they use it. And that's at what do you call it? Puffco. Puffco makes it. So go to puffco.com.
On Olympic frequency for roof check 900 Rollo Street.
I roll it, but puffco.com and look for Cupsy. And I believe they're like $60. They're not expensive at all. They're cheap. They're affordable, Damon. They're affordable. They're affordable. I got it for free, Draco. They sent it to us. Shout out to Priscilla and Roger. I appreciate you guys at Puffco. Thank you. So they sent us the Puffco Peak Pro with the charging dock. Remember the new dab rig they have, and they sent us Cupsy right before that.
7933, 7833, possible ADW suspect there now. 5917 Burchard Avenue, 5917 Burchard.
This is Summit. Here's Bear Mountain. That's Bear.
Suspect demo, unknown warning, multi close in the middle
That's
of the street,
Bear.
armed with a knife. Code 3 incident 2590 and RD 782.
See, there you go. $59.99 for Cupsy, and that's what Russian says it's on the site for. So there you go. $60, man. It's affordable. It's nice. It's cool. It's fun. It's, gimmicky in a sense. It's fun. And believe it or not, it's a metal container in there. So it's really sturdy. It's just like a hydro flask in that sense.
McDonald's, the state of the transient female white, wearing a green hat, black sweatshirt, black pants, harassing employees and customers hitting vehicles with her hands. Coaches 2594 and RD 901.
So you got a transient at fucking McDonald's hitting fucking cars with her fist and fucking approaching customers and being foul.
Da-da-da-da-da. I love it.
I love you, filthy hobo.
Yeah, so sometimes it's fun, something to have like that, a little travel gear, something travel-y, something fun, especially for the people that love to do, outdoor things like going hiking and camping and, go fishing, stuff like that, It's kind of a cool little fun thing to take with you. You can get ripped on the road, you know what I mean, when you're out there on the mountain. Even here, dude, you could totally take that in your pocket and just get ripped.
Yoga in the DSW Bethel Plaza parking lot. People struck to the suspect in a white Cadillac. unknown model, four-door, unknown plate, driver's a black male, 40 to 50 years old. However,
Oh, it's easy to clean,
hit
Jared.
several vehicles and a pedestrian. The incident 2597 out of
I don't want to do it over the computer and stuff, but watch. It just pops right off. See? Simple. Boom. Water inside. See? All metal. Simple and easy. Pour the water out, wash it, done. And if you leave it like this, it snaps in, and I believe it's spill proof. Sure is. Look at that. Spill proof. Okay, so you could literally put it in like your jacket and be snowboarding, get to the top off the lift, fucking rip 2 rips, put it back in your shit, or dump the water out even, because you don't want the dirty water in there anyways, because you'll put fresh water when you get to the bottom of the hill. Fuck, you could put snow in there too. Fuck. Get some cold ass rips with the snow, son. I'm trying to tell you, you just got to think of it on another level, dude. That's how it works. And yeah, just don't drink it. But you'll know, Jay. You'll know. You're never too ripped to have to want to drink that. Besides, I know fools don't drink it anyways on a dare. It's gross. But yeah, that's the cool kind of fun thing about it. You know, it's easy, it's accessible, it's affordable, it's fun because it's it looks like a coffee cup, and if you needed to use it as a coffee cup, you totally could. If you needed to drink out of it, like clean it out really well, or even use it brand new before you used it even one time, you could totally put any liquid in there and drink it. I don't know if you want to drink hot liquids out of it, seeing how it's like a plastic straw that goes out, but soda or something, water for sure. Juice, no problem. Any of that kind of stuff, no problem. It's fun. It's just fun, yeah, and it's fun. It's what's fun is when you have something fun like that and it's affordable. That's fun.
The female purple, white or Hispanic, wearing a black wig, multicolored clothing, rainbows, near the homeless encampment. Additional incident 2590.
It's a packed day on the slopes. That's what it is, a packed day on the slopes. Here we go. This. You guys ask me, well, what do I do? This is where I would be. I'd be over there. I'd be smoking weed on the mountain somewhere, and then I'd go over there and just chill, get some hot cocoa, maybe some hot coffee. Watch all the people going down the mountain. This is Mammoth Mountain, guys, right here. Canyon Lodge, Mammoth Mountain ski area right here. You can see even where they haven't cleaned off. There's 16 inches of snow right there at least.
White years, gray center, black leggings, rock, still code 2, incident 258.
I mean, everyone we've looked at 3 different mountains already, and all of them have been pretty well used at the moment. It's good to see. People aren't, letting it go to waste, and they're enjoying, and that's what should happen, man. People be out and enjoy. Last few years, people were frightened to do that, go out and enjoy, and that's what needed to happen. And it's good to see people getting back to just normal shit, like they should be doing. Everywhere you go, everywhere you see, it's a little bit of activity. But yeah, man, good to see. I enjoy it. Heavenly Valley, yeah, it looks beautiful. That looks fun down there too. That looks like the spot, motherfucker. Like there's like two empty seats in that whole fucking place. Look at that. And I'm sure if you ask, hey man, can I have this chair? No, somebody already taken.
Restraining order violation 1382 East 110th Street. See the PI location.
Taken.
Direct marks comments. Code 2613 RD 1836.
Hot toddies, hell yeah, go get you a snow bunny. Yeah, man, skiing can be fun. For me now, as an adult, it's harder because, like I told you, I have pins and plates in my body, so it fucking hurts. Anytime it's really windy or bone-chilling cold, it hurts. Like it aches, hurts. So my arm and leg will just be aching, and it's just kind of not fun. Have to take a grip of fucking Aleve or Advil or whatever just to forget about it. Look at all the skis, though. Look at that. Look at that. That's a lot of skis right there. Apparently all the skiers go here. The slopes must be better here. Yeah, bro, they got the triple black diamond here, dude. None of that double black diamond bullshit at Mountain High. Dude, those are pretty fresh lifts, too. Those are like enclosed. Those are pretty nice. The other ones are all just ghetto-ass fucking Mountain High. You know, just a bench park seat. Snow Summit is fun as heck. Yeah, you know, I've only been up really to Mountain High as a skier. I was never much for skiing. I know my father, he liked to ski. But it's an expensive sport, you know what I mean? You know, it wasn't cheap back then, you know, to have skis and the boots and the bindings, and then you got to have all the gear, and then you break a binding. Yeah, man, fresh power, bro. It's undeniable. It's probably the smell of weed, I guarantee you, going down that slope. You know there's somebody blazing a joint or a blunt as they're fucking snowboarding down that fucking hill. I just know it. There's just no way. Or they're hitting their pens. Like, it's just a different time, you know what I mean? I mean, that's what I'd be doing. Shit. Just say it. Cups, I'll be ripping Cupsy. You know what I mean? They get into that enclosed one. When I get down, they're like, damn, it fucking stinks.
Between LA, feels like Melphatic for years, like blue shirts or brown pants, 390. Was previously walking into traffic, is now on the sidewalk with 10-260-40, 679.
Unless, of course, he's a weed smoker. He'll jump in there and be like,
Man, that shit smell good as hell.
If he's a weed smoker, he's gonna be like, that shit smell good as hell, dog. Damn, I told you, dog, we should have brought that shit. You left it in the car. You told me we couldn't smoke up here. The line has moved on the Clippers, ladies and gentlemen. 7.5, says the shill for Las Vegas. He still likes it, though. So the bet is 7.5. Clippers minus 7.5. You want to make a buck tonight? The bet is Clippers minus 7.5. I'm trying to tell you, dude's never lost a bet. There's something wrong with that.
Impossible jump for 110
It's impossible.
Northbound side. Overpass. Subject is a female Hispanic, curly hair, wearing a white shirt, black tights. School 3 incident 2619, or 56.
1 unit per play. I mean, he's smarter, right? I mean, the more bets you make, the odds are you're going to lose, right? It only makes sense. I don't care if you're betting teams or betting in Vegas, playing Vegas. Don't matter. So, yeah, the less plays, the better. Right, Stanks? You're not getting no food yet. Like 15 minutes, fat boy. You're so big I can't even pick you up no more. Black coffee and oof. Yeah, my father and my aunt used to love black coffee. I just never. I can't. It's too bitter. Just too bitter for me. I gotta have something in there. I usually like 1 cream, 1 sugar. Like when you go to McDonald's, you know, they put 1 packet of sugar and 1 little of just enough to kind of change the color. That's it. I don't want to get too wired up. It's too much, you know what I mean? It's a lot of coffee, and I don't want to get too wired by having too much sugar and too much creamer. So I figured just enough to change it a tick. Just change it a tick. You like the creamer with a splash of coffee? I know, Jane. There's a lot of people out there that like that.
Lions go for 10,000 region.
Espresso with frothy milk. Yeah, nah. I'm just the regular fucking coffee. Fucking hot dog water coffee liking motherfucker.
Let's go for 5917 Bertrand.
Give me some Folgers. Folgers.
Starting Alvarado, the Starbucks suspect. It's last seen on
Weird.
Colorado surface with a white Jeep.
Weird.
License 7-boy William David 951, 7-boy William David 951, suspect in Las Vegas, 25 years, black hooded sweatshirt, gray biker shorts, code 2, incident 2633, RD 235.
So we're talking about coffee and a Starbucks call comes out.
Speak of the devil, and it shall appear.
Where's Starbucks? Nice to meet you.
Weird.
2 East 73rd Street, code 3, incident 2636, RD call 59.
You see how you bring it to fruition? You see? Speak it into existence. Kid Cudi marijuana? I want to smoke marijuanas. I think I have some Kid Cudi. Wait. I know I have something.
I try to run, but see, I'm not that fast.
I want to say that's Kid Cudi right there.
11 just occurred, Cadillac and
Robbery.
The recycling center. See the 67-year-old female will direct to the employees who assaulted her 30-year-old son. Weapon force property hit red luggage in the creek code 262. Party 782.
So we had somebody assaulted by the people that run the recycling. They saying they stole their luggage and assaulted them. I want to say that that was Kid Cudi, right? Wasn't that Kid Cudi? I want to say it is. Try to run, but see, I'm not that fast. I don't know. It was, right, Devontae? Thank you, Devontae. Thank you for answering. Nobody else would, but you. Thank you. Yeah. So you got to be diverse with it, man. Got to have everything. From Kid Cudi to the Eagles to fucking everything. Day and night. You know? I like, what's his name? 21 Savage.
Hanging off my waistline is a glow.
I like him because the way he, the way his flow is, he's very understandable. You know, his vocal tone's nice. You know, but it's very understandable to understand what he's trying to put across and say to you. Like right there, you knew exactly what he was saying. Right, so when I have a man with a gun call and I play that,
Hanging off my waistline is a glow.
it makes sense to you. Guy with a gun. So, yeah.
Balance traffic,
Certain
CI
people,
involved, 3300
perfect.
Overland, 3300 Overland, city ride bus versus school bus, no students on board, code 3 incident 2638.
School bus crash, but
Handle identify.
thankfully no kids aboard. That's a good deal. That's a good deal. She was rushing back to get the kids, or he was. Am I going to see it? I am on the television, man, not live. Yeah. I need to figure out if there's a place we should rent it out and watch it. Be fun. Get high and just ripped and watch NASCAR. Yeah. Doo-doo-doo-doo. Hershey squirts and milk. I don't like milk too much. I did as a kid. Just to have a grip of cereal and like chocolate milk and stuff, but I don't know. Just kind of got away from it. I think mostly because, like, when I buy it, it's like if you buy the gallon, you never drink to the end, and you kind of waste it. It smells bad after a while because you're not drinking it fast enough. And then if you buy the smaller ones, it's usually Altadena, and that shit goes bad quick. Altadena, if you're listening, fucking milk sucks, and you're like a top tier company. Like, I'd rather have Ralph's own brand. It's like almost always I look at it and it's like a week or 10 days at least till expiration. And then I have it and I open it and 2 days in, it's already starting to smell a bit funny. Like, what's going on? Come on. And I just throw it away. Too much waste. And I don't ever do that with like apple juice or orange juice or water or anything else like that. So Just kind of shied away from milk as an adult. I like dairy products. I have a lot of yogurt. I have ice cream occasionally. So I like cottage cheese, stuff like that. But occasionally sour cream here and there. Oh, it's time for you to eat, huh, fat boy? Not yet. We're close, though. I don't know. I've had a lot of bad experience, Iron Man. Seriously, I wouldn't be saying if I didn't. Like, seriously, I go to Ralph's. That's where I go to shop, and I trust Ralph's brand over fucking over Altadena, and it costs less. Just something about their milk just doesn't stay as long as it should. I think. Really, I think.
415 Madison I, 642 East 73rd Street, 642 East 73rd Street. Says it disappears. Brother, male, Hispanic, 17 years, armed with a kitchen knife, threatening Pierre's mother's boyfriend. It's code 3 incident, 2636 1259.
Hold on, threatening the mother's brother's boyfriend? Wait, what? He has a knife?
I'm gonna slice you up!
Wait, what was that? Hold on, I'm already lost.
27 units, 415 Madison I, 642 East 73rd Street, 642 East 73rd Street. Says it disappears. Brother, male, Hispanic, 17 years, armed with a kitchen knife, threatening Pierre's mother's boyfriend. It's code 3 incident.
Pierre's mother's boyfriend. Okay, so so it's the brother going after the mom's boyfriend.
1154 South of Verado Street, monitor comments, code 2 incident 265.
It's the sister calling on her 17-year-old brother because he's got a knife out, threatening the mom's boyfriend. Oh god damn! And he's 17, got the steak knife out, doesn't like the new dad. You're not my fucking dad. Well, Randy, let's be honest. I mean, every family, we all go through it. I've gone through bad stuff in my family. We all do. No family's perfect. Let's be honest. It's just dangerous when people go to the extent of feeling the need to literally bear arms against their family members. That's dangerous then. Because even if you don't do anything, now you've created mistrust. Do they not trust you with a knife to be like your back turned during Thanksgiving Day dinner now? And, so there's a lot there. I always say to you guys when we hear the roommate calls, because again, all these people that have to now have a roommate because they can't afford to live on their own, and I totally get it.
CDPR with a black truck, subject male, white or male, 45 years. No prescription, possibly suffers from mental illness. No weapon seen surrounding PR's vehicle, shouting that he wants to harm himself. Code 2 incident 2664, 1764.
You'll have one roommate fight another roommate, and then they'll do that thing like they just did. Well, they'll pull a knife out. So what, do you trust that roommate now? If you're just sitting there one night on the couch or asleep, you fall asleep on the couch, do you worry about homie with a knife over your throat? Or like that shit's worrisome to me. I would have to move out. Yeah, Brian. I'd be worried about it. So, damn, dude, I've been alive so long I haven't even noticed. Jesus Christ! All right, I'm out of here after this.
Your battery just occurred when Charlie Trader Joe's.
Battery at Trader Joe's. Somebody got socked up. All right, guys. I'm out of here, but remember, I'll be live tonight, 9 p.m. Pacific Standard Time, so please adjust to your time zones. I appreciate you guys coming and hanging out with me, even for the LA City Council madness, which I know isn't all that fun for most. Some it is really fun for, so it is what it is. We'll be live tonight, so please come enjoy the Crime Wave at 9 p.m. tonight. So until then, have a fantastic Friday. Be good, and I hope to see you. Robbery.
Hoover Street from the AT&T, suspect male, medical, white, late 30s, bald, blue jacket, black shorts. Weapon was a knife, suspect's now in front of us. Black, blue, and white. 10, code change to 2679 or 26.
Just rob somebody with a knife.
514 West 56th Street, 514 West 56th Street, now 415 male assaulting a woman. Correction is now ADW suspect there now. The suspect is a male assaulting a female. He's also armed with a knife. It's code 3 incident 21630 1218.
3 knife calls in a row. 3 in a row. All right, guys, I'm out of here.
Hasta la vista, baby.
Yeah, you guys. I'm going home.